Chapter 688, Danger in the Wildlands. The others didn't find it strange for Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man surnamed Yun to have first pick. Since they were both the founders of this expedition and had the deepest cultivation, it was natural for them to have a larger share of the treasure. In order to prevent any unexpected matters from occurring, the group immediately agreed to the plan. The group would set off in 2 days, before the end of the trade fair. After taking a heart demon oath to not divulge this information, the meeting was concluded. Hanli noticed that the Marquis and the old man surnamed Yun appeared rather confident, as if they weren't fearful that the early nascent soul cultivators would perform any petty tricks. Considering the location and method to break the spell restrictions were only known to them in addition to their shrewdness and abilities, it was likely that the others wouldn't think of any dirty schemes. Of course, Hanli also agreed with this reasoning. Ever since Hanli reached nascent soul stage, his cultivation for the Azure Essence sword arts was excruciatingly slow due to a lack of suitable medicine pills. Hanli reckoned that if he were to bitterly cultivate for 300 years, he still wouldn't reach the peak of early nascent soul stage. As for whether or not he would be able to reach mid-nascent soul stage, that would simply be a matter of luck, not aptitude. Nascent soul cultivators that managed to reach this far were all people with exceptional aptitude. According to Han Li's original plans, he would have diligently cultivated for over 100 years once the trade fair concluded. Once he made some progress with his cultivation art, he would immediately leave his cave residence and find a few ancient cultivator ruins or some land rich with natural treasures. It was only like this he would find an opportunity to progress to the next stage of cultivation. But now that Hanli had heard of the treasures of the renowned Devil Fall Valley, Hanli couldn't possibly let them go. This was perhaps the opportunity he needed. The others likely shared the same thoughts. These old nascent soul eccentrics were stuck at early nascent soul stage for countless years. There was no possibility they would renounce such an opportune breakthrough. The techniques and medicine pills were certain to be significant. Of course, since the ghost spirit sect's young master was traveling with them, if there was an opportunity to kill him on the way, Hanli wouldn't hold himself back. Even if Wang Tiangu witnessed it, what would change? The Devil Dao and the Heavenly Dao Alliance were already enemies. As killing intent filled Hanli's mind, he walked down the Azure Stone Road back to his own residence. But unbeknownst to him, Wang Tiangu was calmly walking down an alley several streets away with Wang Chan and Yan Ruyan silently following after him. Once we return, clearly explain any grudges that are held between the two of you. It seems this person has yet to release his hatred towards you. In the future, you both must not stray too far from my side in order to prevent any ambushes. Wang Chan respectfully replied, "Yes, second uncle. I didn't think that from an ill-considered action from the past, this nephew would create such a large enemy for you." In such a short amount of time, he was able to break through the bottlenecks of both core formation and nascent soul stage. It was far beyond what I could have predicted. He seemed to grow depressed at the thought of Hanli having already condensed a nascent soul. Wang Tiangu coldly smiled, "Humph. These is no need for you to be so discouraged. With the blood spirit art's supreme might, there is no need to fear that youngster when the two of you join hands. So long as you break through to the 7th layer of the cultivation art, you and Ruyan will be able to condense a nascent soul together. It will be hard to say who will be troubled then. However, you two had best be careful on this trip to the Milan Plains. Even if I am truly busy and cannot stay by your side, you two must stay together. With your combined strength, you will definitely be able to defend yourselves. Many thanks for second uncle's advice." Wang Chan was greatly relieved by his uncle's words and felt much more at ease. He. Of your brothers, I think highest of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you to this trade fair alone. However, that cultivator was originally a Yellow Maple Valley cultivator. The old ghost Linghu also personally made a trip to this trade fair. Could they have a connection with each other? Wang Tiangu muttered to himself. His voice lowered as if he felt trepidation towards the Yellow Maple Valley ancestor. Wang Chan and Yan Rian looked at each other in bewilderment. When Han Li returned to his residence, he slept for the night and spent the entirety of the next day hurriedly purchasing the materials he required. Afterwards, he repeatedly warned Mu Piling to be careful and particularly requested Lu Luo to accompany her. When Lu Luo heard that Han Li was about to hastily leave before the end of the trade fair, he felt amazed. However, he didn't ask for a detailed explanation. He agreed in a single breath, leaving Han Li with a rather favorable impression towards him. For the remainder of the day, Han Li spent his time at his residence in meditation. It was only when the appointed time had drew near that Han Li departed from the pavilion and set off to a small mountain 500 kilometers south of Soaring Skies City. 6 hours later, he and the others had all arrived. The three from the Ghost Spirit sect were the last to arrive. When Han Li saw this, he felt his heart stir. As soon as Marquis Nanlong said, "We go," the group of 9 silently departed south towards the Milan Plains. The state of Yu was the country of the 9 nations union closest to the Milan Plains, but there wasn't truly a border between them. There was 5,000 kilometers of desert wilderness separating the two. This area had very little vegetation and clouds of yellow sand eternally blowing through the air. It was the battlefield where the 9 Nations Union and the Milan Spell Warriors fought. It was unknown how many cultivators had died in this barren wasteland. Even when official battles weren't taking place, the wasteland were exceptionally dangerous. There were many other reasons why cultivators on both sides ended up wandering the desert. There were those that were brazenly killing one another for their treasures. There were those that were fighting on the front lines in order to break through their cultivation bottlenecks. Regardless of their reasons, they all shared something in common. They all had the confidence that they would be able to prevail over cultivators of similar grade. Most of these cultivators were at foundation establishment stage with a few core formation cultivators mixed among them. Each time a core formation cultivator appeared, the lower grade cultivators immediately kept their distance in fear that they would be caught in the crossfire. As for nascent soul grade cultivators, they wouldn't easily make an appearance in a small-scale battle such as this one. That was why the Marquis group weren't particularly vigilant when crossing through this area. The distance of 5,000 kilometers was something that was easily traversed in less than a day for a nascent soul cultivator. That was why the cultivators traveled at a relaxed pace. With Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man leading the way, the rest of the party followed after them in a scattered manner. They had passed by many low-grade cultivators along the way, completely unnoticed. However, just as the party flew out for an hour, the white-clothed old man suddenly stopped. Marquis Nanlong asked with surprise, "Brother Yun, what happened?" He had been taking turns with the white-clothed old man to keep a lookout with their spiritual sense. The old man surnamed Yun narrowed his eyes and solemnly said, "There is a huge gale ahead of us. It is suspicious." "A huge gale? What do you mean? Isn't a bit of wind normal?" Marquis Nanlong bafflingly asked. He then released his spiritual sense and probed the distance ahead of them. Han Li and the others had clearly heard their words. After clearly hearing them, the party glanced at each other and released their own spiritual senses. Although they had yet to truly enter the Milan Plains, it was better to be careful. As they were all individuals with powerful spiritual senses, they may as well probe the situation themselves instead of relying on the word of another. As a result, each of them wore a bewildered expression. The old woman sullenly said, "That wind isn't merely suspicious. There is certainly something wrong with it. Such a gale cannot naturally occur." Chapter 689. The appearance of spell warriors. Han Li's spiritual sense discovered that there was a yellow gale surging across the horizon. It was over 300 meters tall and carried both stone and sand. It was truly malevolent, as if an evil dragon had sprung from the earth. But since his spiritual sense was nearly on par with late nascent soul cultivators, he was able to extend his spiritual sense part to the 50-kilometer range of the other cultivators. With the great development technique circulating through his body, his spiritual sense condensed and entered the sandstorm. However, his spiritual sense grew dim after entering the sandstorm. He was only able to immerse his spiritual sense 300 meters into the storm, but he was unable to see anything. Marquis Nanlong grimaced and said, "Impressive. This should be the Milan's wind spirit technique. When I had fought against a spell warrior in the past, they had used this world-enveloping spirit technique. Once it is deployed, it is capable of block any probing, and its violent sandstorm is capable of self-protection and trapping enemies. It is truly troublesome. However, I've never seen it at such an astonishing scale. It seems thousands of times greater in scope. Strange. A Milan spirit technique." The others' expressions changed upon hearing him. Wang Chan and Yan Ruyan both paled on hearing this. But since they had the weakest cultivation in the party, they didn't dare to speak out of place. The white-clothed old man solemnly said, "Brother Nanlong speaks true. Only spirit techniques are able to create such astonishing sandstorms. Moreover, from the might of the spirit technique, there are certain to be many spell warriors contained within it. We will not be able to break through them with the strength of our current party." The old woman bewilderedly asked, "How is that possible? Why has the Milan suddenly dispatched so many spell warriors?" "Lady Tai, when was the last time we had ceasefire with the Milan?" Wang Tiangu asked with an odd expression. "It should have been about 100 years ago. Does Brother Wang mean?" The old woman seemed to suddenly realize something. Wang Tiangu wryly smiled and insipidly said, "About 100 years ago. That should have been enough time for the Milan to gather their strength." Marquis Nanlong wore an expression of helplessness and softly said, "Brother Wang speaks true. It should be time for the start of another war. Who knows how many cultivators will fall this time? But as chance would have it, we've run into the Milan vanguard." The white-clothed old man sullenly said, "There are truly too many coincidences in this world, so this matter isn't too shocking. However, we only have two options. We can return and avoid our encounter with the Milan vanguard, biding our time for a more opportune moment to look for the treasure. After all, the treasure won't be going anywhere, but the Milan assault will certainly last for many years. We will not be able to return to the treasure in a short amount of time. Additionally, the world is constantly changing. It will be difficult to gather everyone once more after so much time had passed." The old woman shook her head and said, "There is no need to even consider it. We should definitely take the second option and break through the winds. However, the risk is truly too great. If there are only fearsome old ghosts lying within the sandstorm, it would be difficult for us to succeed. Could it be that there is no way of avoiding them?" The old man muttered to himself for a moment before solemnly saying, "I fear it is too late. If the Milan fully commit to their attack, it won't just be a vanguard. Even if we go around, we will still encounter them. But if it is just a matter of retaining our concealment as we enter, it shouldn't be a problem if we sneak past their sides. So long as we get past the Milan vanguard, we will be able to evade the main force of spell warriors with enough time. Then we will be able to do as we please in the defenseless Milan plains and allow us to make off with the treasure without any worries." The others discussed the old man's proposal and felt that it was the only option. After all, it would take many more years before this opportunity arose once more if it were given up now. Of course, retreat couldn't even be considered if they weren't nascent soul cultivators. Their lifespans wouldn't have been able to endure the weight. Of course, before heading into the Milan plains, they each sent letter talismans to the closest 9 nations Union stronghold to prevent them from being caught unprepared for the upcoming Milan attack. This was considered something of an obligation given that they were cultivators of the heavenly south. Afterwards, the party of 9 restrained their aura and concealed themselves as they stealthily flew off to the side, wishing to avoid the center of the sandstorm where the winds blew the most fierce. Because Wang Chang and Yan Rian possessed weaker cultivation, Wang Tiangu had paid them particular consideration and covered them in a huge light barrier. A moment later, they disappeared from Han Li's sight. But when Han Li saw this, he sneered. With his spiritual sense, Wang Tiangu and his juniors couldn't possibly escape his notice. The dense sandstorm closed the 50-kilometer gap in an instant. It carried a faint pressure similar to that of demons. Before the sandstorm had arrived, tornadoes began to cut through the earth as they led the way. Fortunately, they had kept their distance from the center and were able to avoid the tornadoes as they swept past them. The larger tornadoes were over 30 meters wide, and while the smaller ones were only about 10 meters wide. They each seemed to contain several spell warriors. Han Li remained hidden in close proximity to them and was able to clearly sense them with his spiritual sense. The blurred, vague silhouettes within the tornadoes hadn't discovered Han Li and company. They simply continued on their way. Under the cold gaze of Han Li and company, they watched the spell warriors quietly go on their way. Closely following after the tornadoes was the tremendous sandstorm. Standing at the very front, Marquis Nanlong's expression changed as he warned the party with a voice transmission, "Not good. Be careful at the side." When Han Li heard this, his face revealed alarm. A huge tornado that was about 300 meters wide and unfathomably tall was tearing towards them from a distance. Such a huge tornado was certain to be controlled by many spell warriors. Could it be that someone had discovered them? Han Li took a deep breath and couldn't help but awaken his bamboo cloud's warm swords. Although he had long heard of the grand reputation of spell warriors, he had never personally witnessed their might. However, he couldn't bring himself to look forwards to this under the current circumstances. The others were glancing at the huge tornado with vigilant expression. There were those that had hands glowing with faint light and those that had already prepared their magic treasures. However, the huge tornado had swept close by them as if they hadn't detected them, much to the relief of Marquis Nanlong and the rest of the party. After a short delay, the vast sandstorm immersed all of them and their surroundings became dense with dark yellow. It was a rather stifling atmosphere. Marquis Nanlong calmly shouted, "Be on guard. This sandstorm is strange. Do not release your spiritual sense and don't stray too far either." Although the party members were able to easily disperse of the sand, it would reveal their movements. Fortunately, the yellow sand quickly blew past them quickly, providing them the cover they needed to carefully move forward close together. However, after the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li felt that there was something amiss as he monotonously swept his gaze around. Suddenly, Han Li blurred and he reappeared floating in the air. Han Li's sudden actions came as a shock to the rest of the party. The old woman frowned and annoyedly asked, "Fellow Daoist Han, why did you stop?" Han Li expressionlessly said, "Don't you feel that something is amiss?" "What do you mean?" The tan man blurred and he reappeared at Han Li's side. When Wang Tiangu and the white-clothed old man heard this, they glanced at each other for a moment before revealing an expression of bewilderment. With an unsightly expression, Han Li said, "You fellow Taoists should have been able to sense it without having me to say it. How is it that we've been in this sandstorm for so long and we've yet to encounter even a single spell warrior? Don't tell me that the spell warriors have all gathered at the center of the sandstorm. Our surroundings have yet to change as well. You should all know what this means." The tan man wore an unsightly expression and muttered, "There is someone that secretly used a restriction against us." His eyes brightly glinted as he swept past his surroundings. After a moment of silence, Marquis Nanlong nodded his head and sullenly said, "Fellow Daoist Han should be telling the truth. I also feel that something is strange. It seems we've been truly detected and they've used a technique to deal with it. A fight is unavoidable." Chapter 690, Grand Sage. The other cultivators remained calm after hearing this. Each of them realized that spell restrictions were used to trap them because the enemy lacked the forces to engage them. However, they couldn't remain trapped for too long, else the Milan's reinforcements would arrive. The nascent soul cultivators each began to flicker with light, making full use of their abilities as they began to strike the restrictions surrounding them. As Hanli remained in the air, he waved his arm in passing, releasing 3 streaks of azure light from his hand. An instant later, the 3 streaks of azure light flew off into the distant winds of sand. Rippling fluctuations began to appear under their strikes. In a flicker of yellow light, the restrictions began to tear as if they were made of thin paper. The others were shocked at how easy this was. When Hanli saw this, his expression greatly changed and he hurriedly flew forward through the gap that opened. It was quite ordinary for a hastily placed restriction to be easily struck down. There was no need for hesitation. Hanli's blunt and sudden actions had shocked the others. But they immediately understood and closely followed after him. Once they escaped, they still found themselves in winds filled with sand, but the stifling sensation of the restriction could no longer be felt. Hanli felt some relief from this and swept his spiritual sense around, wishing to regain his bearings before taking further action. But at that moment, Hanli's expression stirred and his eyes narrowed. As he motionlessly floated in the air, he stared off into a certain direction of the sand. His eyes pulsed with faint blue light in a demonic display. A moment later, his expression returned to normal. As Marquis Nanlong caught up to Hanli, he noticed that Hanli was motionless. He bewilderedly swept his spiritual sense in the direction that Hanli was looking and he discovered nothing strange. He bafflingly asked, "Fellow Daoist Han, what are you doing?" Hanli turned his head towards the Marquis and calmly said, "Nothing, I was only pondering. Which direction should we go? It is hard to make use of our spiritual sense in this cursed sandstorm, and the naked eye is hardly any better for making a decision. But just as it so happens, I have a star alignment treasure that is suitable for the situation." Initially scoffing at being asked, Marquis Nanlong reached to his waist and took out a faint red jade disc. With the one hand holding at the jade disc, he formed an incantation gesture with the other. After muttering a cryptic incantation, he opened the hand with the incantation gesture and a golden light shot out from his palm, striking on of the talisman characters on the disc. The disc then began to shine with a weird red-gold light. Hanli's heart stirred and he took another glance at the magic treasure. There was marvelous designs made of golden starlight that shined from the plate that seemed to signify stars, the sun and moon, as well as other astrological symbols. Hanli was entranced by the sight of it. The others also crowded around with curious expressions. Marquis Nanlong wasn't bothered by this and merely concentrated on the patterns shining on the jade disc. A short moment later, he put away the treasure with a flip of his hand and briefly said, "Follow me." He then enveloped himself in a ball of golden light and shot off. The rest of the party wordlessly followed after him. They were clearly confident in the Marquis' judgment. In a flash of black light, Wang Tiangu enveloped Wang Chan and Yan Ruyan and brought them along. However, when he passed by Hanli, the ghost spirit sect elder seemed to faintly glance at him before calmly brushing past him. Hanli returned the glance with a mysterious smile. He faintly saw that Wang Chan had lowered his head and didn't dare to look in his direction in a rather meek fashion. And even if these cultivators were trapped for a time, given their abilities, they would certainly destroy a few of the banners. How would we respond then? Without this sacred tribe protecting artifacts, how could we steadily maintain our position in the 10 great tribes? There may be even a few smaller tribes that may pry into the matter and exterminate us. I was careless. Many thanks for Grand Sage's reminder. The spell warrior within the white light hastily apologized for his offense. Since you've only recently become a sage, this fault will be forgiven just this once. In any case, it's not as if we did nothing. They were simply too powerful and we were incapable of restraining them. Grand Sage Mushur had a good idea to send our Yellow Sand tribe to tie the intruders down. Once both sides suffered, he'd conveniently arrive to finish them off and take the lion's share of the credit and loot. On the other hand, if we don't take out our tribe protecting artifacts to block them, we will be seen as harboring malicious intentions, leaving an opportunity for them to enact reprisals. The Grand Sage in the Green Mist coldly spoke as if he had an extremely poor opinion of the Sage Mu. The Milan spell warrior shrouded in lightning calmly said, "I fear this is how Sage Mu intends to act." After all, our two tribes never did have a good relationship. However, we are now allied armies and aren't truly subordinate to them. Our loss of strength isn't truly something they will take to heart. Moreover, the Heavenly Wind tribe's wind-riding chariot is extremely fast. It should be able to overtake the intruders. It will be hard to say who will end up victorious. But so long as they manage to buy enough time for the main force to arrive, the Heavenly Wind tribe will be the victors. The Grand Sage and the Green Mist disagreed. Although the wind-riding chariot is extremely fast, by the time enough people are gathered together to use it, it will perhaps be too late. After a moment of thought, the Grand Sage muttered, "Whether or not those cultivators are caught is no concern of ours. But I am puzzled about the youth that managed to first break through the formation. It seemed he discovered where our concealed hole was. How baffling." The shimi insect is an exotic insect from antiquity, and although its combat power isn't great, it has the innate ability to temporarily tear a crevice in space. It is an expert in concealment. Although it is still immature and the amount of time it can maintain a spatial tear is limited, it was still enough to prevent the two mid-nascent soul cultivators from discovering us. But unexpectedly, it wasn't enough to prevent this particular early nascent soul cultivator from discovering us. It seems that youth is an exceptional character. If it isn't due to a particular secret technique, then it must be from an exceptionally powerful probing treasure. A trace of bewilderment could be heard from the Grand Sage's voice. Chapter 691, Wind-Riding Chariot. Hanli followed after Marquis Nanlong and company, flying through the sandstorm for tens of kilometers. During this time, not one spell warrior had appeared before them. It was clear that a warning was given. Hanli then recalled what he had unintentionally discovered when he broke through the restriction. It had been quite the coincidence. Because he was incapable of using his spiritual sense to see through the sandstorm, his only option was to channel spiritual power through his eyes and use the ability granted by the Brightsight water. Since he had already used the Brightsight spirit water several times to cleanse his eyes, he may as well use this opportunity to test if it had any effect. The results had greatly surprised him. His spirit sight was able to clearly see through the dense sandstorm, much to his delight. However, he was also astonished to see a circular shadow within the sandstorm that was 40 meters away. In his shock, the spiritual power faded away from his eyes and the shadow could no longer be seen. His naked eyes could now only see the sandstorm. He channeled his spirit sight once more and the shadow appeared once more in its original position. But this time, Hanli channeled even more spiritual power into his eyes. He was able to see the shadow slightly more distinctly and he could see silhouettes faintly swaying inside. Even after pouring in additional spiritual power, this was the limit of what he could see. But still, it was enough for him to clearly see through their nearby concealment. Although he didn't know what amazing ability was being used, only spell warriors would be capable of concealing themselves from nascent soul warriors in these parts. It seemed the enemy also knew that their party was quite powerful and didn't wish to fight to the bitter end, instead opting to keep watch on them. As such, Hanli didn't reveal their location and left in feigned ignorance. Since these people weren't brave to begin with, they wouldn't obstruct him later on. Once Hanli's party left the yellow sandstorm, they immediately flew off in bursts of light and tore through the skies at their top speed. Although they had managed to shake off the spell warrior vanguard, their main force would soon be arriving. If they didn't make it out of the sandy wasteland, their lives would be put at risk. Not only would there be high-grade cultivators from the main army to match them, but there would also be countless spell warriors wearing them down. Therefore, Marquis Nanlong and the others were all wordlessly flying as quickly as possible. With their deep cultivation and fantastical speed, they were able to spot a faint trace of green off the horizon in less than half a day of flight. They had finally reached the edge of the Milan Plains. Marquis Nanlong let out a long sigh and smiled. Good. We can finally relax. We've managed to make it through without any mishap. He slowed his speed. After such a long period of prolonged high-speed flight, they had consumed large quantities of magic power. Even if he could manage to bear through it, the others certainly wouldn't fare any better. The tan cultivator sighed with relief. Yes, since we've managed to reach so far without any mishap, they shouldn't be able to catch us no matter how desperate they may be. Don't lower your guard. There are formidable characters amongst the spell warriors, who possess unfathomable abilities. The white-haired old man cut off his own words with a yelp and he suspiciously glanced behind him. Hanli felt his heart thump. Just as he was about to ask the old man a question, he faintly heard a piercing crack from behind them. In an instant, the odd sound grew louder, attracting the attention of everyone in the party. They saw white light flickering on the horizon behind them. There was a small sphere of light that was speeding towards them with inconceivable speed. Traveling at the speed that rivaled the others, he still had the leisure to turn his head and glanced at the wind-riding chariot behind them. Although there was still quite some distance between them, Hanli was able to clearly see it with his immense spiritual sense. The chariot appeared truly strange. It was a completely white chariot, but there was nothing that was pulling it. In place of its wheels, it had a pair of 20-meter-long dark red wooden wings. There were talisman characters floating on it and it glowed with a rainbow light. After examining it for a moment, he shockingly discovered that the exquisite white body of the chariot was made from the bones of an unknown beast. It carried a faintly vicious aura. Due to the obstruction of the white light, Hanli could only vaguely make out the people sitting inside. And since he had never fought with a spell warrior before, Hanli wasn't about to rashly probe the wind-riding chariot. Instead, he turned his head forward and focused on controlling the Crimson Cape, flying directly towards the south of the Milan Plains. A short moment later, Hanli and the rest of the party were over 5 kilometers separated from one another. When the wind-riding chariot arrived where the party had slipped up, Hanli couldn't help but take another look at it. The wind-riding chariot had stopped for the moment. In a flicker of white light, 4 different silhouettes left the chariot, 3 men and 1 woman. These 4 spell warriors gathered together and had a quick discussion before chasing 4 different nascent soul cultivators. Fortunately, none traveled in Hanli's direction. Hanli grew relieved at the sight, but he then inwardly shouted, "Not good." At that same moment, the wind-riding chariot wildly pulsed with white light and fiercely shot in Hanli's direction, releasing sharp cracks that seemed to bore into the mind. As Hanli flew in the crimson light, his expression grew unsightly. Soon Hanli coldly snorted and his body began to emit blinding light and his speed grew faster. The crimson cloak began to also release low hums. A white sphere of light began to chase after the red sphere of light in the sky with a distance of 5 kilometers between the two. While the wind-riding chariot was astonishingly fast, Hanli's crimson cloak wasn't something to make light of. Both parties had found themselves at a deadlock for a time. A short moment later, the 2 spheres of light disappeared from the edge of the plains as they flew deeper towards the heart of the Milan Plains. Chapter 692, A Measure of Skill. With the astonishing speed of both Hanli's crimson cloak and the wind-riding chariot, they deeply headed over 50 kilometers deep into the Milan Plains. As Han Li pushed the crimson cloak to even greater speeds, he used his spiritual sense to sweep behind him. Surprise appeared on his face. He was already exercising the full might of the cloak, but not only was he unable to shake off the chariot, but it was actually able to close over half the distance between them. It was no wonder why that old man surnamed Yun had revealed shock when he saw the chariot despite being a mid-nascent soul cultivator. The wind-riding chariot was truly a top-grade flight treasure. It seemed that unless he used lightning movement or blood shadow evasion, he wouldn't be able to escape it. But ever since Han Li formed a nascent soul, he had yet to fight against a cultivator of the same grade. Although he had confidence in his mystical treasures, he truly had no idea where he stood amongst nascent soul cultivators with regard to power. Nascent soul cultivators didn't take the measuring of their skill lightly. Even with the several years he stayed at the Drifting Clouds sect, he had only discussed techniques with the two sect elders. He had yet to spar with them. And at Soaring Skies City, he merely had a contest of spiritual sense with Marquis Nanlong. It wasn't enough to gauge his true strength. Now that the spell warrior in the wind-riding chariot was chasing him, he had a suitable opponent to measure his own skill. Furthermore, he was quite interested in the spirit techniques of spell warriors. If he was able to repel or even kill the other party, it would an optimal result. But if that wasn't possible, he would be easy to use his thunderstorm wings to flee. Additionally, he couldn't allow the fight to take up too much time since he was located inside the Milan Plains. Having quickly come to a decision, Han Li's body wildly flickered with crimson light. It immediately faded away to be replaced with a sudden eruption of azure light. At that same moment, he stopped and turned around. He coldly glanced at the white light that was pursuing him and swept his sleeve, releasing a swarm of several tens of azure sword lights. With a series of dull cries, they formed a densely layered formation in a display of astonishing grandeur. Since this was his first battle against a nascent soul cultivator, Han Li had no intention of being sloppy. In addition to his 72 bamboo clouds warm swords, he reached for his spirit beast pouch and tossed it into the air. A huge cloud of black-tained gold devouring beetles appeared above him. With a quick incantation, they revolved once in the air before rushing towards him. Han Li's eyes became spirited. He waved his arms and two spell seals struck the beetle swarm. The swarms suddenly enveloped him and covered Han Li, soon to form a tricolored armor on his body. It possessed a shining simplicity and glowed with faint azure light. Just as it so happened, the wind-riding chariot had arrived just as Han Li finished. The spell warrior inside the chariot witnessed the shocking scene of the insects turning into armor. The flying chariot slowed down, coming to a stop 300 meters away from Han Li. Han Li expressionlessly glanced at him and didn't pay him any heed. Instead, he took the opportunity to spread his hands and summon a flower basket in one hand and a small bell in the other. Soon after, he wordlessly tossed the small bell in front of him. In a flash of silver light, the small bell instantly expanded to 10 meters in width and shot towards the enemy in an overwhelming charge. At that same moment, Han Li inwardly commanded the 72 flying sword to turn into 3, forming 216 azure sword lights. As soon as Han Li uttered the command, they loudly rang and converged with sparkles of light before surging towards the opponent in a 300-meter-long wave of azure light. It closely followed after the silver bell as if wishing to shatter the wind-riding chariot in a single strike. The silver bell that was first released had already begun to display its might. It flew above the chariot and began to spin. With a series of continuous hums, faintly visible silver sound waves began to ripple from the center of huge bell, enveloping the wind-riding chariot beneath it. If the spell warrior didn't defend, Han Li was confident that the strike would cause great damage. While the silver bell hadn't undergone any changes, Han Li's vast increase in cultivation had increased its might several times greater than when he had used it during core formation stage. Of course, the wind-riding chariot wasn't about to receive this strike. Its wooden wings slightly flapped and shot over 30 meters forward, dodging the sound wave that was about to envelope it. The chariot glowed with vast white light, and a silhouette flew out and floated above it. At that moment, a huge azure wave of light was about to strike the chariot. When the silhouette saw this, they calmly raised their hand. A barrier of deep blue light abruptly appeared from the top of the chariot. In the instant that the azure wave struck the barrier, an explosion sounded out. Although the strike had caused the light barrier to shake, it was ultimately unharmed. Han Li's complexion changed as he gazed at the sight with narrow eyes. At that moment, the spell warrior began to mutter and spat a thin blue thread out from his mouth. In an instant, the thread transformed into a huge python as it threw itself out of the light barrier towards Han Li's wave of azure sword light. In a clash of azure and blue light, the air began to rumble. In that moment, the spell warrior raised their hand and struck the wind-riding chariot with a spell seal. The chariot quickly shrank and flew into the spell warrior's hand once it was the size of a palm. Once it was safely placed away in their storage pouch, they raised their head to glance at Han Li, revealing a gloomy, shriveled expression. Han Li's eyes narrowed. This figure was an old man that was beyond the age of 60. Odd azure tattoos laid on his cheeks and he wore oddly styled blue embroidered robes. But what most shocked Han Li was the old man's immensely powerful spiritual chi fluctuations. This old man was actually a spell warrior at the peak of early nascent soul stage, just on the verge of entering the next level. It was no wonder he was able to easily block both of his attacks. Han Li had already discovered that the blue light barrier wasn't a technique. It was something that was released from a fist-sized pearl that was being held in the old man's hand. As for the strange blue python, he saw that it wasn't a treasure, but something that was entirely composed of spiritual power. Han Li's heart grew more vigilant and his expression grew icy. The ancient flower basket treasure in his hand began to flicker with white light and was about to release. When the old man saw that Han Li was about to continue the attack, his expression grew solemn and he shouted, "Cease. Although your esteemed self possesses vast ability, are you not being too impatient? I've yet to even speak and you've already attacked me." His voice seemed somewhat harsh. Han Li frowned and coldly said, "What words are there to be said between cultivators and spell warriors?" Nevertheless, he pointed to the silver bell and had it cease its attack. As for the flower basket in his hand, he withdrew his spiritual power from it and waited for what the spell warrior had to say. The old man chuckled and nonchalantly said, "While your words hold some truth, at our cultivation there are times where a fight to the death is unnecessary. So long as you answer my questions to satisfaction, I can release you." Han Li glanced at the old man and sneered, "Answer. I have nothing to tell your esteemed self. How about you answer my questions instead?" Han Li could already guess what the old man intended to ask. Anyone would be bewildered to see so many nascent soul cultivators appear in a single place. "It seems fellow Daoist is refusing my kind intentions." The old man's face grew sullen after hearing Han Li's response. Han Li snorted and suddenly pointed to the sky in front of him. The tangled and turbulent sword light suddenly condensed towards its center and formed a huge sword that spanned 100 meters. In several lightning-fast strikes, the strange blue python was severed into pieces and the sword took advantage of the opportunity to chop down towards the old man through the light barrier with great force. A fierce expression appeared on the old man's face. With no further words, he raised his hand and the fist-sized pearl in his hand flew into the air. Soon after, he opened his mouth and spat a mist of pure chi onto the pearl. The pearl flickered with blue light and it quickly began to revolve. Lines of slim blue light began to revolve around the pearl, forming a huge blue net underneath the light barrier in the blink of an eye. At that same moment, the old man quickly muttered something and grasped both of his hands in an incantation gesture. Blue light then began to surge from his body, forming a huge sphere of blue light above the old man. As the huge sword descended, it clashed with the light barrier. To no surprise for Hanli, the huge sword condensed from over 200 sword lights easily pierced through the light barrier. With a huge burst of wind, the light barrier was cleaved into two and the sword moved on to strike the huge net underneath it. Chapter 693, Ice Crystals and a Black Mountain. The following scene was somewhat against Hanli's expectations. The huge blue net sparkled with light and held firm against the huge sword's descent. The translucent, sparkling lines of the net appeared incredibly durable. The huge sword fiercely chopped the net several times, but the net held firm. Under control of the old man, the net wrapped layers and layers of thread around the sword, trapping the sword in just a short moment. Although it was only loosely restrained, it would still be difficult to escape from in a short amount of time. Hanli frowned. Just as he thought about what to do next, the old man seized the initiative. With an icy expression, the old man held his hands in a strange wheel-shaped incantation gesture. Immediately after, streaks of various colored spell seals began to shoot out from his hand towards the sphere of light above him. The blue light sphere began to shrink and ruptured after the old man uttered a cryptic incantation. Countless slivers of palm-wide ice crystals began to appear around the old man. Twinkling with blue light, they occupied an area of 30 meters around him. With a fierce glare, the old man boldly spread out his hands to Hanli and uttered a harsh command, "Go." In that instant, the ice crystals launched themselves in a barrage and filled the skies with their wails. The dense wave converging onto Hanli's position made for a breathtaking sight. This is a spirit technique. Hanli wore an astonished expression, but his hands didn't stay still. He activated the flower basket and slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A cloud of black-tainted gold-devouring beetles wildly rushed forth and began to surround Hanli's body. This time, the beetles didn't transform into an object. They merely revolved in place, creating an impenetrable barrier around Hanli and hiding him from view. Once the flower basket left his hand, it transformed into a cloud of white mist and directly charged towards the barrage of ice crystals. It had managed to absorb a majority of the ice crystals into its folds upon contact. As soon as this happened, the remaining ice crystals flew around the flower basket as if they were intelligent and converged towards Hanli once more. In unbroken succession, the ice crystals were stopped by the beetle swarm for just a moment before piercing through inside. The insect barrier was restored to its original shape, but there was no sound coming from behind it as if it were completely dead. Old Man Mu couldn't help but cry out in alarm after seeing this. His ice crystal technique was similar to the cultivator's elemental Daoist technique, the ice rain technique. However, it was greater in quantity and the ice blades were completely created from a profound ice chi that he cultivated from within his body. Not only was it amazingly sharp, but it was also incredibly cold. Cultivators who were unaware of this would be incapable of dealing with the icy chi it left behind after being shattered, given that they were able to protect themselves. However, his ice crystals completely disappeared with no sign of the icy chi. After a moment of hesitation, he thought to use his spiritual sense to peer inside the beetle barrier, but suddenly, he heard a loud noise from above him. He simply heard a ring from both his ears before he felt his consciousness dim. He had nearly fallen from the sky from being caught off guard. In the old man's furious alarm, he hurriedly slapped his hands together and fiercely patted his body several times before a white light barrier appeared around his body. He regained steady footing and turned his head to look above. The huge silver bell had flown above him at an unknown time. He had suffered a direct attack from it just a moment ago. At that moment, the bell sparkled with silver light and launched another sound attack. This time, the attack wasn't aimed at the old man. Instead, the sound waves were aimed at the huge blue net that was tangling with the huge azure sword. Not good. The old man immediately recollected himself and hastily attempted to cast a technique to block the attack, but he was too late. The blue net was struck by the silver sound waves and were shredded apart inch by inch, allowing the huge sword to break free of its bindings. The huge sword then cleaved towards the old man without any reservations. But before the sword met its mark, it faced an immense pressure against it. Although the old man was already covered in a layer of protection, he didn't dare to directly receive a strike from such an immense blade. With a pale face and swaying body, he summoned a blue light barrier that spanned 100 meters around him. Soon after, he beckoned to the blue orb in the air and the magic treasure immediately flew above him. After spitting a mist of pure chi on it, another layer of light protected him. He then turned his glance to Hanli with a grave expression. His complexion paled even further. Hanli's beetle barrier had already scattered and it become a cloud that floated above him. He extended his hand and several inch-large azure ice flowers appeared in his hand. He was indifferently looking at the old man. When their gazes met, Hanli's icy gaze made the old man inwardly tremble. However, his sights were soon focused on the small exquisite ice flowers in Hanli's grasp and he revealed great bewilderment. Under the sunlight, the ice flowers brilliantly sparkled in a display of vast beauty, but that was far from the old man's mind. Having cultivated ice attribute spirit techniques for hundreds of years, he was able to feel an astonishingly cold spiritual power from the flowers despite their distance. Although it felt somewhat unfamiliar, the old man was filled with an unspeakable dread nonetheless. In that instant, the old man curled his lips and wore an unsightly expression. "Did you use that to break through my spirit technique? Could you tell me about that treasure of yours?" When Hanli heard this, he smiled and calmly said, "The treasure. Let's leave it for now. If you agree to tell me about that spirit technique of yours, I might say something about it." "What? A cultivator like you is interested in the spell warrior spirit techniques? Isn't that strange?" The old man's astonishment was replaced with his originally gloomy expression. But from the old man's wandering gaze, Hanli could faintly make out a trace of dread that he held towards the ice flowers. Hanli couldn't help but sneer. When the old man saw Hanli's expression, he grew furious. With a cold snort, he slapped his storage pouch and he summoned an item in a flash of black light. It was pitch black and seemed to resemble a small mountain. Hanli glanced with surprise. Before he could examine the object, the old man had already begun chanting an incantation. He shortly tossed the small mountain in the air and it shined with black light. Chapter 694, Frozen Over. Chapter 694, Frozen over. With great alarm lingering within, the old man thought to retreat. Hanli on the other hand glanced at the black mountain with a trace of awe. Such a peculiar and astonishing treasure wasn't something that this old man was able to refine. It was most likely some ancient treasure that had remained from antiquity. Hanli was certain that this treasure's might wasn't something that even a late nascent soul cultivator couldn't endure. So long as the strike landed, it could decide any battle in a single strike. With this item in hand, he would be able to solve his lacking attack power. Not to mention that he was also interested in the old man's wind-riding chariot. With that in mind, Hanli's gaze shifted to the old man and his expression gradually grew hostile. A trace of killing intent could be seen deep within his eyes. Although he hadn't fought much with the old man, Hanli was confident that he understood most of his techniques. It seemed to be the old man's misfortune that he was specialized in ice attribute techniques. With the celestial ice flames, they wouldn't pose much of a threat against Hanli. Despite the vast number of ice crystals that had attacked him, he was able to easily dissolve them with the celestial ice flames. This teleporting black mountain should be the old man's most powerful treasure. However, with the instantaneous movements of the thunderstorm wings, it is of no use against Hanli. In this case, it should be possible for Hanli to kill the old man. Having come to a decision, Hanli no longer held any hesitation. The ice flowers in his grasp trembled and flickered with blue light, quickly transforming into an egg-sized flame. It hovered in his palm and emitted a bizarre aura. At that same moment, Hanli pointed to the huge sword and the silver bell with his free hand. Soon after, he flapped his wings and disappeared, leaving only thunder in his wake. In the next moment, he reappeared 300 meters away from the old man, with blue flames in his grasp. The huge sword and the silver bell had flourished with radiance and shot towards the old man in brilliant streaks of light. Along the way, the huge sword suddenly dissolved into several 100-foot-long sword lights and filled the sky, surrounding the old man within a swarm of swords. Azure light flickered without end as the sword light began to fiercely pierce through the old man's light barrier. The bell unleashed waves and waves of silver sound waves, shaking the old man's light barrier upon impact. These attacks had greatly alarmed the old man, but he still kept a sound mind. In addition to pouring a large quantity of spiritual power into the pearl above him, strengthening the barrier around him, he also quickly formed a hand incantation. Blue light pulsed from his body and shed off from it. After a quick rotation in the air, the light transformed into 4-meter-long ice shields that rotated around him. They were small and exquisitely refined. The old man felt more at ease with these ice shields protecting him. He immediately beckoned to the black mountain in the distance and it began to fly back towards him in a streak of black light. As this happened, he continuously glanced around him in fear that Hanli would launch a sudden attack on him. As expected of a nascent soul stage spell warrior, he possessed much combat experience. With another burst of thunder, Hanli appeared about 40 meters away from the old man in a flash of lightning. A dense barrage of incisive, azure thread suddenly shot out from his hand, a display of the Night Azure Needle's treasure talisman, 1. At such a short distance, the old man was unable to respond in time. The myriads of azure threads pierced through the blue light barrier and directly struck the ice shields. Sounds of cracking ice filled the air as the azure thread struck the ice shields. Chapter 695. Gathering together. Although he hadn't dealt with the opponent's nascent soul, the old man's body was destroyed. It should take decades before he could recover his vitality, let alone possess another body. Finding a suitable body should take quite some time. Even if he begrudgingly possessed an unsuitable corpse, his cultivation would greatly decrease. As for the 2 ancient treasures and the storage pouch that were left behind, they were a great profit. Even if he didn't find Master Tsang Kuan's cave residence, this dangerous journey into the Milan Plains would still turn a profit. With that thought, he glanced at the faintly silver storage pouch that was left behind from the body. Hanli calmly reached for the storage pouch and summoned it into his hand. He then immersed his spiritual sense into it and casually probed it, only to be filled with disappointment. Apart from a dozen mid-grade spirit stones, there were only a few common tool refinement materials and a few bottles of medicine pills. When Hanli opened the medicine pills, he found them to be of common quality. It seemed the Milan Plains were truly lacking cultivation materials. Even a grand nascent soul spell warrior lacked decent items. As for any jade slips, the storage pouch completely lacked them. Hanli was baffled by this and sighed in great disappointment. He originally wished to acquire a few spirit techniques and see if there were any techniques that would greatly increase his strength in a short amount of time. Unfortunately, there was no such luck. After putting away the storage pouch, Hanli raised his head and glanced at the huge mountain with a fervent gaze. Although the treasure's master had already fled as a manifested nascent soul, the Black Mountain still remained in its enlarged form, sparkling with black light. Hanli narrowed his eyes and gently beckoned to the mountain. The masterless ancient treasure flickered with brilliance and quickly shrunk before shooting towards Hanli. By the time it arrived within his grasp, it had already turned back into a miniature mountain. Hanli curiously weighted the small mountain in his hand. It wasn't particularly heavy, and he examined it several times through only to find 3 faint gold characters on the bottom of the mountain. Thousand-Layer Mountain. Hanli couldn't help but utter its name. Satisfaction appeared from his eyes. After putting away the mountain, Hanli glanced at the wind-riding chariot and put it away as well. After glancing in the direction that the old man's nascent soul had fled, Hanli lowered his head in thought before deciding to fly off in a different direction. Not long after, no trace of Hanli could be seen nearby. Among a group of hills, there was no one to be found, only fields filled with straws as tall as men. But not long after, azure light flashed from the horizon. A short moment later, the azure streak arrived above the hill. It flew around and faded away to reveal Hanli. After taking another glance beneath him, he frowned and suddenly flung his sleeve. Several streaks of azure light directly struck the hill like shooting stars. As a result, the azure light bursted about 100 meters in the air. A layer of extremely faint white light suddenly appeared in the air. There were 4 people underneath it that were looking at him, all wearing a faint smile. They were Marquis Nanlong, the white-haired old man, the old man, and the tan-skinned man. Marquis Nanlong twirled his beard and chuckled. It is truly fortunate for Hanli to have arrived safely. He then waved his hand, causing the light barrier to disappear. Oh! The others still haven't arrived. Hanli replied with a smile and floated down before them. The tan man shook his head and calmly said, "We fear the other fellow Daoist may have had trouble fleeing. When we separately fled, fellow Daoist Long and fellow Daoist Wang were pursued by spell warriors. It is quite a difficult matter to break away from them." Marquis Nanlong excitedly said, "However, I feared for you most. If I saw correctly, that wind-riding chariot should have chased after you. TCH. Fellow Daoist managed to easily shake it off despite its amazing speed. It seems I've misjudged you." Hanli pursed his lips when he heard the Marquis. He could faintly make out a trace of bewilderment from his words. Hanli wore a calm expression and casually replied, "It was nothing. I merely hold a bit of confidence in my movement techniques." Seeing that Hanli wasn't eager to explain how he escaped, the Marquis tactfully changed the topic and began to talk about the 9-Nation Union's upcoming war with the Milan. It would shake the entire continent as a whole. Excluding the white-clothed old man, the old woman and the tan man both interestedly included themselves in the conversation. Marquis Nanlong mysteriously smiled and said, "I recall that the last war with the spell warriors lasted over 10 years. Who knows how many years this war will last? However, the Heavenly South's Devil Dao, Righteous Dao, and even Brother Han's Heavenly Dao Alliance will have to send soldiers. And given the Drifting Cloud sect's position in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, a nascent soul elder will be required to participate in the battle. Perhaps fellow Daoist Han will have another chance to visit the Milan Plains." The old woman nodded her head and softly said, "In addition to the 3 superpowers sending assistance to the 9 Nations Union, there are also a few vagrant cultivators that volunteer to block the spell warriors, with many an expert among them. The Milan are incredibly difficult to hold off." The tan man frowned and mused, "However, I am quite baffled as to why Milan would launch an attack despite knowing that the powers of our Heavenly South have united against them. From their current forces, they don't have a chance of winning, considering what had happened in the last war. It isn't wise for them to take the initiative to attack with just this. In the last war, they redoubled their attack because of an abrupt wave of reinforcements. Could it be that most of their tribes will be participating in this war? That certainly is possible, but..." As the conversation continued, much time had unknowingly passed by. Suddenly, Marquis Nanlong suddenly paused in the middle of comment and he turned his head to the sky. The others unconsciously followed his gaze and their faces grew serious. It was possible that a spell warrior would arrive instead of one of their scattered cultivators. They were in the Milan Plains after all. They saw a flash of light from the horizon, revealing 1 black streak and 2 crimson spheres of light flying towards them. Marquis Nanlong attentively glanced at them for a moment before calming down. Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "It's nothing. Just fellow Daoist Wang and his two juniors." When the others heard this, they also appeared happy. Chapter 696, Alarmed Retreat. Chapter 696, Alarmed Retreat. It seems fellow Daoist Long has encountered some trouble. Two spell warriors are chasing after him. Everyone, set out. With that resolute shout, Marquis Nanlong flew towards the sky in a ball of golden light. The others glanced at one another before successively following suit. Suddenly, 8 streaks of various colored light appeared above the hills, hastily flying towards the stern-faced cultivator surnamed Long. The white streak of light that was rushing towards their location immediately grew faster upon spotting them. In an instant, it arrived before the party and faded away to reveal the stern-faced cultivator. His face was pale as if he had suffered damage to his vitality. "Many thanks for your assistance. I cannot thank you all enough." The stern-faced cultivator saluted the party and his anxious expression was replaced with gratitude. Marquis Nanlong floated in the air and asked with a voice of concern, "It is no problem. Are you all right? How did you get 2 spell warriors to pursue you? I recall that only one went to chase you." The stern-faced cultivator bitterly smiled and helplessly said, "I'm fine. But after being pursued for the greater half of a day, another spell warrior tagged along the pursuit. I spent 2 days trying to outrun them, and my vitality is quite worn down." The old woman sighed and said, "It was no wonder why fellow Daoist Long fled here. Apart from fellow Daoist Nanlong and fellow Daoist Yun, nobody else would have been able to escape from 2 early nascent soul stage spell warriors." Han Li glanced into the distance and smiled. However, regardless of how powerful these 2 pursuers may be, they are rather quite courageous to stay here for the time being. Do they not fear retaliation for overreaching themselves? Needless to say, when the 2 spell warriors spotted Han Li and company, they simply stopped rather than immediately fleeing. They merely gazed at them from a distance. Their appearances were clear to see from the party's immense spiritual sense. One of them was golden-skinned and wore a crown of feathers along with hemp robes. The other had a sinister appearance and wore green robes. They were both spell warriors at the early nascent soul stage. Marquis Nanlong snorted and coldly shouted, "You 2 fellow Taoists still haven't left? Could it be you wish for us to take action? If you 2 aren't careful, you will meet your end here." The hemp-robed spell warrior glanced at them and caustically said, "What an arrogant tone. Although we aren't a match for you, it is beyond your powers to kill us. We don't need to attack you, merely delay you for half a day. Do you really believe you will have a chance of leaving? It would be better for you all to obediently sit in place. Perhaps we may allow your souls to reincarnate." Marquis Nanlong furiously laughed and began to glow with blinding light. "Delay us for half a day. Do you believe that we will allow it?" The green-robed spell warrior expressionlessly said, "Perhaps. As masters of the Milan Plains, it is only proper for us to entertain our guests." Marquis Nanlong's expression grew sullen. "Humph. It seems you won't recognize defeat until you see your own end. Brother Yun, let's attack." However, the white-clothed old man revealed a trace of helplessness inside. "I originally wished to preserve magic power for the matters ahead, but we cannot have these 2 buzzing on our tail. We can only attack." With that said, he opened his mouth and spat out a silver dharmic wheel, 1. 8-spoked wheel, Dharmachakra. The wheel was fist-sized and glittered with light. It gradually expanded to a meter in length. When the 2 spell warriors saw this, they immediately stepped back. Brilliance began to shine from their body as they cautiously glanced at the old man. As for Marquis Nanlong, he wordlessly swept his sleeve and tossed out a golden flying sword. Hanli and company also began to silently summon their magic power and slowly drifted forward. At that moment, a red streak of light suddenly shined from the horizon in the direction of the two spell warriors. As the fiery light neared, the party couldn't help but cease their attacks. The two spell warriors naturally knew that something had appeared behind them. The hemp-robed spell warrior calmly beckoned to the fiery light and revolved once above his head before steadily dropping into his hand. It combusted into flames and began to burn at the center of his hand. It was a sound transmission talisman. What? The hemp-robed spell warrior quickly scanned its contents with his spiritual sense and cried out in alarm. Marquis Nanlong and company were able to clearly see the shock on his face. This person suddenly turned his head to the green-robed spell warrior and sent him a voice transmission. The green-robed spell warrior's expression changed upon hearing him and also yelped. The two carefully examined the cultivators present before their gazes arrived onto Hanli. Their expressions grew grave. Hanli appeared entirely calm, but he already guessed that this likely had to do with the fatal injury he had dealt to the old man, forcing his nascent soul to escape. Could it be that the old man had a close relationship with the two? As Hanli pondered, the two spell warriors fiercely glared at him before glancing at each other and revealing a trace of hesitation. They softly sent a few voice transmissions to one another before wordlessly retreating in two flashes of bright light. The others were surprised by this. After a moment of hesitation, they decided to not pursue them. In the blink of an eye, the two spell warriors had already disappeared off into the horizon. Wang Tiangu mysteriously smiled and asked, "Fellow Daoist Han, those two seem to be particularly mindful of you. Do you recognize those two spell warriors?" It was unknown what he had intended by the question. Hanli replied without any hesitation, "I don't recognize them. This is the first time I've arrived in the Milan Plains. How could I possibly know them?" Marquis Nanlong frowned, but he soon unfurrowed his brow. "All right, regardless of what was going on with those two spell warriors, let's hurry and acquire the treasures. We can't stay for long in the Milan Plains." Marquis Nanlong didn't inquire much about the situation and pretended that it hadn't happened. Wang Tiangu immediately dropped the matter upon hearing the Marquis. Although the others were also puzzled, they didn't speak much of it. Since the two spell warriors seemed to look upon Hanli with resentment, the party felt disinclined from digging too deeply into the matter. As a result, Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man led the way, and the party quickly traversed through the Milan Plains. Following along the border of the Milan Plains, they headed west and arrived before a barren, ashen-gray mountain. It was only several hundred meters tall and was devoid of any vegetation. Hanli and the others glanced at the mountain with astonishment. Master Tsang Kuan's cave residence was such an unremarkable mountain? The spiritual qi was also sparse here. If Marquis Nanlong hadn't led the way, they definitely wouldn't have arrived in such a place. "All right, here we are. Fellow Daoist Yun and I will open the outer layer of restrictions. Follow us closely." Marquis Nanlong gave the party a word of warning before leading the way alongside the white-robed old man. When they arrived at the center of the mountain, they each took out a small flag. These two flags were a meter long. One sparkled with dazzling green light, and the other was yellow and fluttered with faint talisman characters. One could tell they were unordinary at first glance. The others couldn't help but hold their breaths in anticipation as they attentively gazed at the two's actions. The two began to softly mutter incantations without pause. The two flags simultaneously began to twinkle with light and gradually began to tremble as if attempting to break free from their grasp. "Go!" At nearly the same instant, Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man released their flags at nearly the same time. In a flash of brilliance, the small flags dug into some portion of the earth and disappeared without trace. A short moment later, there was no sign of movement. Hanli and the others all revealed traces of doubt. The old woman signed and was about to ask a question when the earth began to tremble. Most of the party was unable to keep their balance amongst the trembling ground. However, the following scene left Hanli startled. Why else would she take the risk of angering the rest of the party? Lady Tai flung out her sleeve and took out an object that was only several inches long. This fire-red object was narrow at the front and thick at the back, resembling something like a spike. The old man paid no attention to the others and spat a mist of blinding light onto the spike. A short moment later, the spike flickered with red light and began to emit waves of heat that quickly spread throughout the hall. As experienced as they were, the Marquis and the white-clothed old man immediately knew that this object was unordinary and unconsciously took a few steps away from the woman as they glanced at her spike. Wang Chan and Yan Rian revealed shock upon contacting the heat wave and hastily enveloped themselves in a crimson barrier. They felt their bodies scorch. As late core formation cultivators, they were unable to endure such temperatures. With a flash of white light, the spike began to crackle. Hanli and the others began to keenly gaze at the spike, discovering that the spike's flames faintly pulsed with white lightning. This was an ancient treasure with the dual attributes of lightning and fire. The cultivators looked upon the old woman with varied emotions. The woman ignored this and deeply glanced at the blue wall in front of her. Her wrist shook and she thrust the lightning fire spike into it. Fiery light flourished and muffled booms sounded out. The spike began to swiftly revolve above her head and soon its speed increased to the point where it became a blur. The faint red-white blur quickly flew throughout the hall, barely able to be seen. The cultivators in the hall all watched with amazement. Hanli was particularly alarmed at the sight. This was the first time he had seen such a swift ancient treasure. Even nascent soul cultivators would find it difficult to defend against it. If he were to fight against such a treasure, he would have no way of dealing with it apart from the thunderstorm wings. The fire lightning spike was an ancient treasure she had expended vast effort into acquiring. It was impossible for her to not feel distress over having it so easily destroyed. For a time, she felt a burning sensation at the pit of her stomach as if she were about to spit up blood. The others were dumbstruck by the sight and were quite alarmed. As for Yan Rian, she glanced at Hanli with astonishment and wore a pensive expression. Fortunately, the old woman was an exceptional character. After a moment of tense rage, she took a deep breath and was able to calm down her raging blood. She turned her heads to the other and bitterly smiled. It seems I've made quite a fool of myself. The wondrous soul restriction is truly worthy of its name as one of the top 10 ancient formations. I have no method of destroying it. However, you fellow Taoists possess vast abilities. Perhaps one of you may be able to break the restriction. Once that was said, she took several steps back in a gesture of resignation. Marquis Nanlong's smile had long disappeared and he could only sigh. Despite fellow Taoist Tai's efforts, she failed. A truly unfortunate matter indeed. Are there any other fellow Taoists that are willing to give it a try? Once that was said, Marquis Nanlong glanced at Wang Tiangu in particular. After all, he was a spell formation grandmaster renowned throughout the cultivation world. But since the others witnessed the destruction of the old woman's ancient treasure, any interest in making an attempt had been thoroughly extinguished. With their attempts only ending in tremendous failure, who would dare to risk their treasures? Wang Tiangu remained silent as he stood at the corner of the hall. Although he did possess some understanding of ancient spell formations, he had yet to encounter something on the level of the 10 great ancient restrictions, let alone have a method to dissolve it. As such, he wasn't about to volunteer and make a fool of himself. Hanli, who had remained silent throughout this, suddenly spoke. As untalented as I am, I would like to make an attempt. How about it? He had spoke about the topic rather lightly. These words had greatly surprised the rest of the party. Marquis Nanlong was particularly surprised, but he said, of course. Please go ahead, fellow Daoist Han. Han Li promptly took several steps forward and approached a side of the wall that hadn't been struck. When Wang Chan saw this, a trace of derision could be seen from his face once he recovered from his shock. He uttered a few sound transmissions to Yan Ruyan, but she hardly gave any reaction. As for Wang Tiangu, he maintained a calm exterior, but he was filled with bewilderment at the idea of Han Li breaking the formation. Han Li stood in front of the stone wall and didn't immediately take action. Instead, he raised his hand and extended his finger. He circulated spiritual power throughout his body and emitted a streak of light from his fingertip that was several inches long. In a pulse of light, he swept the azure streak past the surface of the crystal wall to no effect. Han Li wasn't discouraged by this and simply enveloped his hand in a layer of azure spirit qi. He then extended his 5 fingers and placed his palm against the wall. He was completely motionless as if he were sensing something. Han Li's strange actions were completely unfathomable to the cultivators watching him, but none stepped forward to bother him. Completely unbeknownst to the party, Han Li's eyes were faintly glowing with blue light as he deeply peered into the crystal wall. He seemed to be examining it with all his ability. After a quarter hour passed in this regard, the others didn't reveal any impatience or take the initiative to act. Han Li then sighed. The blue light disappeared from his eyes and he reached towards his storage pouch without any hesitation and took out a pile of over 10 various colored formation flags. The white-clothed old man quickly recovered from his surprise and excitedly asked, "So fellow Daoist Han was also proficient in the art of spell formations? Could it be your thinking for breaking a formation with a formation? Could it be you understand the mysteries of the wondrous soul restriction?" Han Li nonchalantly replied, "Understand what mystery? I merely studied in a few ancient formations of a similar type and want to give it a try." He soon spat a breath of azure qi onto the flags, causing them to brightly shine. Under Han Li's command, they flew out from his hand and pointed their flags in the direction of the crystal wall, then floated motionlessly in the air. Chapter 699. Breaking the formation. Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hands and the dozen formation flags began to hover and arrange themselves in a strange formation as they faced the wall. It appeared incomprehensible. At that moment, Han Li began to softly utter an incantation and a dozen incantation seals flew from his hands, accurately striking each of the flags in the formation. The flags trembled for a moment before shining with various colored lights and shooting out threads of light that wrapped around each other. Wang Tiangu and the other cultivators familiar with spell formations frowned. They felt this spell formation seemed somewhat familiar while knowing that they hadn't actually seen such a formation before. They all couldn't help but secretly analyze it as if wishing to discover its secret. As if unwilling to allow the other cultivators to study the profound aspects of the spell formation, he softly shouted and had the spell formation emit blinding white light. Those that were staring at the spell formation were caught off guard and were forced to turn their gazes away. While these old eccentrics were startled, they secretly channeled spiritual power through their eyes and immediately opened them once more. As a result, they couldn't help but reveal shock. They saw the flag formation was already embedded into the crystal wall without any mishap. It appeared almost as if the flags had grown out of the wall. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man revealed delight. Their confidence in Han Li grew. Wang Tiangu's expression changed for just a moment, but Wang Chan who stood behind him revealed a complex amazement and was entirely amazed. Yan Ruyan slightly frowned and wore a puzzled expression as she gazed at the spell formation on the wall. Han Li took a few steps forward towards the wall and pressed his hands against it, his fingers faintly shining with azure light. At that same moment, the spell formation on the wall seemed to respond as the center of the formation began to glow with rainbow light. The light became increasingly brilliant and gradually spread to cover the entire wall in a magnificent display. As everyone was entranced by the scene, Han Li pulled his hands away from the crystal wall and his figure blurred, reappeared at a neighboring wall. After examining it for a long while, he took out another set of formation flags and arranged the flags differently from the first formation. After they flickered with white light, they embedded themselves in the crystal wall once more. Because the cultivators were prepared and protected their eyes with spiritual light, they were able to clearly observe how easily the flags had pierced into the walls under Han Li's command. They couldn't help but click their tongues in surprise. Placing down the spell formations onto each of the 4 walls using this same method took no less than an hour. The other cultivators didn't reveal any impatience. They all knew that dissolving such a profound ancient restriction wasn't something that could bed one easily. Having arranged a spell formation on each of the walls, Han Li walked to the center of the hall and raised his hand, revealing a green formation plate. He struck the plate with several complex incantation seals, causing both the plate and the 4 crystal walls to simultaneously twinkle with various colored light and pulse in pattern. Han Li didn't bother to glance around him and simply lowered his head, uttering, "Break." In the same instant he spoke, the light surged and released an ear-piercing cry. It became increasingly loud to the point where it sounded as if a myriad of birds had simultaneously cried out. A huge rumble shook the room and the entire hall grew dim as the lights vanished. The others then discovered that the crystal walls surrounding them had unexpectedly vanished, only to be replaced with ordinary stone walls. One of the stone walls even had a stone gate that was 20 meters tall and 12 meters wide. A trace of joy flickered from Marquis Nanlong's face and he excitedly said, "I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Han was so skilled in spell formations." Ha! Great! Fellow Daoist Yun and I will naturally keep our word. After we both get our pick, fellow Daoist will have priority in choosing a treasure. The white-clothed old man wore a smile when he saw the stone gate before him. His eyes were filled with a fervor. In his excitement, the tan cultivator restlessly said, "Brother Nanlong, let's see what lays inside. Surely there can't be more restrictions inside." Marquis Nanlong confidently said, "Be at ease, there can't be." According to what Master Tsang Kuan left behind, the cave residents should only have 2 layers of restrictions. He then stepped forward without another word and swept his sleeve past the stone gate, easily opening it. The many cultivators felt the last of their worries disappear when they saw them and began to follow Marquis Nanlong outside. Once the old woman arrived outside the stone gate, she yelled in astonishment, "What is this?" Han Li and the rest of the party appeared astounded by what lay beyond the gate. There was a hall that was several times larger than the previous one, but there was also an exquisitely styled pavilion at the center of the large hall. This pavilion was created from translucent white jade. It was over 30 meters tall and had only 2 stories. On top of its 10-meter gate were the words "Jade Pier Pavilion" written in silver characters. Regardless of how it could be said, a pavilion at the center of the hall was an odd sight. There was a jet-black altar table that stood in front of the pavilion with a sparkling meter-long scroll that laid on top of it. As for the rest of the hall, it was completely vacant and lacked any other gates. Everyone instantly assumed that the treasure was to be hidden inside the pavilion. After Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man glanced at each other, the old man walked towards the altar table with caution. The rest of the party felt their hearts stir, but they raised no objections. They simply calmly observed the old man's actions. The white-clothed old man hesitated for a moment before spitting out a mist of white light. The mist wrapped around the scroll and raised it up. With a series of turns, the scroll opened to reveal the portrait of a sword-bearing scholar that was gazing to the sky. "That is Master Tsang Kuan?" the stern-faced cultivator asked with astonishment. Wang Tiangu's gaze flickered past the portrait and said, "It seems so. However, there should be a reason why it was enshrined there. However, it doesn't seem to be particularly precious in and of itself." After a moment of thought, the old man slowly said, "I'll be giving it a try then." His 2 hands formed an incantation seal and he flicked his finger. Several red spell seals struck the portrait, causing it to brightly shine with silver light for just a moment. It then faded away as if nothing had occurred. The white-clothed old man hesitantly said, "How strange. It is possible that this is but a simple portrait." After a moment of silence, Marquis Nanlong suggested, "Since that's the case, let's put away the portrait for now. First let's search for the other treasures first and distribute them. Does anyone have any objections?" The old woman glanced at the portrait and chuckled, "I have no objections. Let's follow fellow Taoist Nanlong's suggestion." Since the others have yet to see the other treasures, they all agreed. As a result, the white-clothed old man rolled the scroll back up and carefully placed it in his storage pouch. As the Marquis looked at the pavilion, he excitedly said, "Let's go into the pavilion and have a look." The party walked around the altar table and arrived in front of the tightly shut pavilion. Marquis Nanlong then impatiently pushed open its gate with a creak. Before Hanli and the others could enter, they were met with a blinding light. It blinded them for a long while before their vision could adjust. Once they could see once more, they spotted 3 slender black wood shelves on the first floor. They were filled with the items that had emitted the dazzling light. The party was instantly filled with joy at the sight. But as each of them were experienced and cunning, they didn't dare to commit any mistaken actions out of greed. With the party restraining their fervent desires, they slowly walked into the pavilion and examined each of the treasures on the shelves. Chapter 700, Splitting the Treasure. The 3 shelves of treasures were placed in rows at the center of the first floor. They were clearly seen by everyone. The first row had 16 brilliant ancient and magic treasures. The second row had rare materials or all shapes and sizes, from a fist-sized chunk of iron to a blood-red crystal. The third row had the fewest materials. It only consisted of several inch-large bottles. They seemed to contain medicine pills. Hanli expressionlessly swept his gaze past the treasures and maintained a calm appearance. Although the others had maintained a calm appearance as well, none dared to fiddle with the treasures as they pleased. They only appraised the value and uses of each of the magic treasures with their eyes. They would be dividing up the treasures soon. A short moment later, Marquis Nanlong stepped forward and began to examine the treasures on the party's behalf. As for the others, they began to friendly discuss the treasures' origins and applications, but who knew what they were truly thinking? At that moment, Hanli glanced around the room. In addition to the shelves, there was a praying mat and a small, emerald green plant placed at the window. Hanli's heart stirred. Just as he thought to walk over to them, the white-clothed old man had appeared before the praying mat in a blur. The praying mat flew into his grasp with a wave of his hand and he began to look over it. Hanli frowned and instead walked over to the small plant by the window, closely examining it. After he began looking over it, he suddenly heard a sweet voice from behind him. "Is Senior Han interested in this focus herb? Although it is rarely seen, it is an optimal ingredient for refining yin-type medicine pills. It is able to increase medicine power without any drawbacks." With an odd expression, he slowly turned around and saw Yen Ruyan standing behind him. Hanli calmly replied, "The yin focus herb is different from other herbs. Its medicinal properties is strongest only when it is 100 years old. Now that it has reached such a vast age, it no longer has a use." Hanli's gaze swept over the room and found that Wang Chan was closely following after Wang Tiangu. He was excitedly whispering something with his second uncle, and wasn't paying any attention to what Yen Ruyan was doing. Yen Ruyan smiled and gazed at Hanli with bright, wandering eyes. "I didn't think that Senior Han was proficient not only in spell formations, but medicine pill refinement as well. You truly have my admiration." Hanli grew greatly vigilant from the woman's eagerness to chat. He bluntly replied, "Pill refinement. Only to a minor degree. However, fellow Taoist Yen, do you know of my relationship with your husband? Do you not fear arousing your husband's resentment from speaking with me? Yen Rian's smile faded away and she said with a helpless tone, "Of course I am aware. But I still vainly hope to dissolve the hatred between Senior and my lord husband." Hanli raised his brow and a sneer flickered on his face. "Dissolve? Your Devil Dao sects and my Heavenly Dao alliance always had a hostile relationship. What is there to dissolve?" Yen Rian bitterly smiled in response and began to speak when Marquis Nanlong suddenly called out, "Come over, fellow Taoists. We will first be distributing the treasures of this floor before heading up." Once this was said, Hanli paid no more heed to Yen Rian and walked over. Yen Rian's beautiful face flickered with several emotions in response before gracefully following after him. When Wang Chan saw that Yen Rian was following after Hanli, he appeared slightly bewildered. But after giving Yen Rian a deep glance, he shrewdly decided to keep silent on the matter. As for Wang Tiangu, he turned a blind eye to the matter. Marquis Nanlong had already gathered all the items onto one shelf and calmly said, "All right, let us make clear of the contents. There are 6 ancient treasures, 10 magic treasures, and 8 shares of materials and medicine pills that are organized in accordance to their value. Of course, what everyone wants the most will be the ancient treasures. After all, their full strength can be displayed without any refinement. However, these magic treasures aren't common items either. They were all magic treasures left behind from Master Tsang Kuan's formidable opponents. Their might should be great. Even if only 70% of their might can be displayed after spending some time to refine them, it will certainly be worth it. As such, you may pick them in accordance to your desires. Fellow Taoists Wang Chan and Yen Rian, you will only be allocated 1 share." The old woman bluntly rushed to take advantage of her age and lay a claim, "As old as I am, how do I have the time to refine a magic treasure? It will be an ancient treasure, of course." The others didn't respond to her words, but they wryly laughed in their hearts. At that moment, Wang Tiangu spoke with Marquis Nanlong with a heavy tone, "Will fellow Taoists Nanlong and you not be taking first pick? There might not be any items you want on the second floor." Marquis Nanlong's expression grew sullen and he coldly said, "Brother Wang, what do you mean?" The white-clothed old man stared at Wang Tiangu with an unfriendly expression. Wang Tiangu turned a blind eye to this and chuckled, "It's nothing, I felt it would just be a pity if you decided to not take first pick with these treasures." With an icy expression, Marquis Nanlong snorted, "There is nothing here that fellow Daoist Yun and I wish to take using first priority. As for fellow Daoist Han, it will be his choice to decide whether or not he will use his privilege." He seemed to be greatly displeased with Wang Tiangu's words. Hanli rubbed his chin and casually said, "I also don't wish to use my privilege. I'll be keeping it for the second floor." Wang Tiangu spoke without reservation, "Since that's the case, we will divide the treasures evenly amongst us. If you want an ancient treasure, then you renounce the right to pick a magic treasures afterwards. Fellow Taoists, do you agree?" "That method is fine, I agree." "That's fine." The others felt this to be fair and each of them agreed. Of course, Hanli chose to renounce the magic treasures. As for the white-clothed old man and the tan man, they chose to renounce the ancient treasures. Instead, they each took 2 magic treasures and a share of the materials and medicine pills. As for the others, they each took a single ancient treasure. Hanli acquired a bamboo tube. Although he didn't know the level of its power or its abilities, he placed the item into his storage pouch without much care. He also took a share of the medicine pills and materials. Once Hanli and the others each took a single magic treasure, they finished distributing the items on the first floor. Chapter 701, Scheme. The attacker with the fluttering robes was Wang Tiangu. Wang Tiangu calmly said, "Brother Yun, please don't be so hasty. I merely wish to confirm whether or not fellow Daoist Yun wished to use his priority selection on this jade box and renounce the privilege on any other items." The white-clothed old man regained his calm, but he glared at Wang Tiangu nonetheless. Naturally, I want to take a look inside first. Why would I choose it if it were useless? Wang Tiangu wore a fearless expression and instead glanced at the 3 jade boxes on the jade bed. He calmly said, "If I remember correctly, we agreed that you two would have first pick and we would evenly divide what was left over, but doesn't fellow Daoist believe that there will be enough to divide once the jade boxes are taken? What is fellow Daoist planning? Go ahead and say it. Do you plan on reneging on our agreement?" Marquis Nanlong took several steps forward and stood alongside the old man. With a malicious expression, he swept his gaze past the 3 ghost spirit sect cultivators. Wang Tiangu smiled and calmly said, "I have no intention of breaking my promise. However, there are far too few treasures on the 2nd floor to be decided. Since the jade boxes cannot be seen through with spiritual sense, they are probably the most precious items in the building. Perhaps Master Tsang Kuan's profound cultivation arts or even the secret of Devil Fall Valley lay within. Even under these circumstances, you two fellow Taoists wish to perceive their value before choosing the item. Isn't this excessive?" The white-clothed old man, "Excessive? I only recalled that you fellow Taoists personally agreed to our conditions of priority selection. What does it have to do with us if there aren't enough items here?" The old woman surprisingly backed Wang Tiangu. "Those words can't be said. Fellow Taoists are allowed to have first pick with the items, but they can't examine what are within the boxes. If fellow Taoists are unsure, they may pick another item. For example, this glacial jade bed is a rather rare treasure. To cultivators with Yin Ice cultivation arts, it is a vastly precious treasure." Once that was said, Marquis Nanlong's expression became gloomy. He suddenly emitted an immense pressure that forced Wang Tiangu and the old woman to take a step back. At nascent soul stage, the difference in power between early and mid-stage wasn't something to underestimate. Marquis Nanlong narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze past the rest of the party with eyes as cold as a sword's edge. "If there is anyone who believes fellow Daoist Wang's words to be reasonable, step forward." For Brother Wang to act so boldly, he should more than just Madame Tai supporting him. After a moment of silence, the Tan cultivator calmly said, "Marquis Nanlong, there is no need to be angry. Brother Wang's words aren't without reason. Fellow Daoist can't just leave us with scraps." As for the stern-faced cultivator, he unconsciously frowned and hesitantly stood behind Wang Tiangu as if forgetting of their unfriendly relationship. Suddenly, apart from Hanli, the 2 parties stood in confrontation. Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man's expressions vastly changed. Marquis Nanlong instantly regained his calm and asked, "It seems you formed a group beforehand. Just when have you decided this? You shouldn't have had the opportunity on the way here." Wang Tiangu nonchalantly said, "It is impossible to have formed a group all at once. These fellow Daoist and I had a small meeting before we left. We talked about a few plans of self-preservations as well as any unexpected circumstances. This was one of the situations that we had anticipated. We now have no option but to write against fellow Taoists Nanlong and Yun." Marquis Nanlong's expression grew icy. His gaze soon landed on Hanli. He gravely asked, "Fellow Daoist Han, what will you do?" As of current, the 2 mid-nascent soul cultivators were standing in confrontation against 4 early nascent soul cultivators and 2 late core formation cultivators. From the balance of power, Hanli, who had yet to pick a side, had become a crucial point to the conflict. Hanli didn't immediately choose. He merely turned his head and calmly looked at Wang Tiangu's party, attempting to read their expressions the best he could. Not only did Wang Tiangu look at Hanli with a calm expression, but he also calmly smiled, revealing not a trace of worry. At his side, Wang Chan appeared excited and Yan Rian appeared to be at a loss. They didn't seem to know that Wang Tiangu and the others had formed an alliance beforehand. Lady Tai and the stern-faced cultivator didn't reveal the slightest alarm. They merely glanced at Han Li with an emotionless gaze. Han Li's heart thumped. He felt that something was amiss and he grew greatly vigilant. He casually took several steps away from either party and smiled, "I don't have an opinion. Regardless of whatever the outcome fellow Daoist Wang or brother Nanlong decides, I will not oppose it." Marquis Nanlong wasn't surprised by Han Li's words. Han Li had always displayed a neutral attitude. The question was merely verifying what the Marquis already suspected. Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed and he nodded to Han Li. His gaze then turned towards Wang Tiangu and he coldly smiled as if about to speak. But at that moment, the white-clothed old man suddenly took a step forward and icily said, "Brother Nanlong, for what reason are you talking to them? Do these people truly believe that they will be able to cause us to succeed by joining hands? Delusional." Once this was said, he opened his mouth and spat out a shining white magic treasure. "Fellow Daoist Yun, wait. I am. You." Marquis Nanlong frowned and thought to stop the old man's rash actions as their chances of victory weren't entirely certain. They didn't expect that the old man would suddenly command the silver wheel to fly in his direction. A muffled ping sounded out. Under Marquis Nanlong's incredulous gaze, the silver wheel tore through the golden light protecting his body and directly struck his chest. Not only was he forced to take several steps back, but there was also a depression left in his chest. Marquis Nanlong responded with furious alarm. He flung his sleeve and shot a small golden blade from his palm towards the old man. But at that moment, the old man blurred and appeared at Wang Tiangu's side. He had raised his hand and commanded the silver wheel to block the golden sword. He then coldly glanced at Marquis Nanlong's chest. Beneath his torn robes, there was a layer of shining azure cloth armor. Although it had a deep depression, it was still in one piece. The old man's expression flickered and he expressionlessly muttered, "Azure rhino armor. As expected, you wore it on hand." Marquis Nanlong's cheek began to appear dark red and he stroked his chest, staring at the old man as he furiously spoke, "Good, very good. I didn't expect you to have been bought by them." Although their view was obstructed by blinding light, all could see that he was seriously injured. The old man ignored Marquis Nanlong as if he were a stranger and said, "Fellow Taoists, be careful. Do not let him leave this place alive. With his cultivation, we will attract no small amount of trouble." The stern-faced cultivator sinisterly smiled, "Relax. We have so many people on our side, and he is seriously injured. It will be impossible for him to escape." He then spat out a misty white flying saber from his mouth. At that moment, Wang Tiangu turned his head to Han Li and amiably said, "Fellow Daoist Han, if you help us deal with him, you'll receive a portion of his treasure. How about it?" He spoke sincerely as if ignoring the past hostilities that Han Li and Wang Chan shared. "Help you?" The previous scene came as a great shock to Han Li and his expression vastly changed. His eyes then turned towards the stairs. In the instant the old man attacked Marquis Nanlong, the old woman has silently guarded the staircase. Otherwise, Han Li would have already made his escape. Since the walls of the pavilion were flickering with white light, it was clear that it was under the effects of some formidable restriction and would be incapable of being broken through. Han Li didn't trust Wang Tiangu's proposal to group together. Surely Han Li would be next after Marquis Nanlong was eliminated. They would have extended the offer to Han Li to join hands beforehand were this not the case. He reckoned that from the very start, it had been decided for Han Li to die alongside Marquis Nanlong. With that thought, Han Li's expression remained calm as he attempted to agree with them for the time being. However, Marquis Nanlong scoffed and said, "Fellow Daoist Han, you can't honestly believe such a shallow trick. Although I don't know what methods fellow Daoist Wang used to entice the lot of them, my good friend of 100 years included, but if we join hands, there is hope for survival. But if we allow them to deal with us separately, we will certainly meet our doom. Chapter 702, Spreading Misfortune. As Marquis Nanlong spoke, he brushed his hand past his chest. In a pulse of soft white light, the depression and the armor was restored back to normal. Wang Tiangu and the others were surprised, but the white-clothed old man calmly explained, "There is no need to be worried. He is merely using a secret technique to temporarily suppress his injuries. There is still lasting damage. But he will be troublesome together with that youngster Han. Have someone tangle him down for the time being. Kill Marquis Nanlong first." Once the old man finished, he unhurriedly pointed the silver wheel in front of him. The magic treasure immediately turned into a silver streak above his head. A mist of white light spread around his body, causing him to appear indistinct. Knowing that Marquis Nanlong held a bone-deep grudge against him, he wasn't about to hold back in the slightest. Wang Tiangu frowned and felt that this was reasonable. He turned his head to the stern-faced cultivator and said, "Brother Long, deal with that youngster for a moment. You don't need to try your hardest to kill him. Just keep him occupied. After we deal with Marquis Nanlong, we'll kill him together." Wang Tiangu icily glared at Han Li and no longer contained his killing intent. His body suddenly emitted a meter-tall black radiance, completely enveloping him in darkness. When the old woman and the tan cultivator saw this, they each spat out their magic tools in preparation. The stern-faced cultivator chuckled and silently slipped out a milky white jade scepter from his sleeve. He then took several steps forward and mysteriously smiled at Han Li. "Not a problem. I'll deal with fellow Daoist Han." From his point of view, holding down a cultivator that had just entered nascent soul stage was a trivial affair. It was far safer than attempting to confront a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Han Li stared at the stern-faced cultivator and remained entirely still, but when he saw that the old woman had left the stairwell, his heart began to heavily thump. He tightly grabbed onto the ancient treasure that was hidden in his sleeve. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong swept his sleeve and sent out a mist of gold, sweeping the 3 jade boxes on the bed into his grasp. "Take it." Marquis Nanlong tossed one of the jade boxes to Han Li without any hesitation. This action was greatly unexpected and none attempted to block it. Han Li easily caught the jade box with slight confusion on his face. With his arms behind his back, Marquis Nanlong explained, "Since fellow Daoist isn't following their wretched actions, I will give this jade box to you. If the box truly contains the secrets of Devil Fall Valley and fellow Daoist is able to make it out alive, it can be considered a fated chance." When the others heard this, their expressions vastly changed. Han Li glanced down at the jade box in his hand and licked his lips. He inwardly felt a desire to howl with laughter, but he managed to retain his calm with his exceeding force of will. The item that all the cultivators presently wished to acquire had fallen right into his hands. He found it hilarious. Of course, Marquis Nanlong hadn't done this out of kindness. Since the other side were determined to acquire the jade boxes, he gave a jade box to Han Li in order to divert their attention and create an opportunity for himself to escape. Marquis Nanlong was quite a decisive and formidable character to abandon a treasure that was already in his possess. But once Han Li realized that very treasure was in his hands, he couldn't help but inwardly laugh. Han Li flipped his hand without a thought and placed it away in a storage pouch. Wang Tiangu's expression grew sullen and he decisively ordered, "Chon'er, assist fellow Daoist along with Ruyan. Do not allow that youngster Han the opportunity to escape. The others and I will be enough for the Marquis." He appeared calm and his reason wasn't overturned by his desire for the jade box. He merely sent the weakest among them to look after Han Li and paid him no more heed. When the others saw this, they grew tempted, but they all knew that so long as they could kill Marquis Nanlong first, Han Li was as good as theirs. "Yes, second uncle. I was already thinking of it. Wang Chan's eyes revealed a malicious expression and he sinisterly smiled. He then beckoned to Yan Ruyan and walked towards Han Li. A complicated expression flickered on Yan Ruyan's face for a moment, and she silently followed after him. Han Li calmly glanced at the two without the slightest change in emotion. Han Li found it rather laughable. Although weapons were at the ready, the battle had yet to start on the other side. It wasn't due to any lingering sentiments, but due to caution. With Marquis Nanlong now a cornered beast, there was a change he might steel his resolve and decide to take one or two with them in mutual destruction. With the fear of a counterattack from a mid-nascent soul on death's door, they were each unwilling to be the first to strike in fear of receiving a fatal counterattack. Moreover, they weren't in the slightest rush. With Marquis Nanlong's wounds only worsening with time, the advantage laid with them. But bafflingly, Marquis Nanlong stood motionlessly in place as if he were unconcerned with his injuries. However, his red complexion was only growing brighter, nearly becoming the same shade as blood itself. This only caused Wang Tiangu and the others to appear more hesitant. In fear that the Marquis would employ a secret technique to muster the entirety of his strength, they each gazed at him from a distance with icy gazes. As for the stern-faced cultivator, he didn't take the initiative to attack Han Li. His only goal was to tie him down. While Wang Chan held only the desire to kill Han Li as soon as possible, he lacked the cultivation to act. As such, the entire building was entirely peaceful despite the profuse killing intent that was present. A short moment later, Han Li wore a pensive expression and sighed. Although he wasn't loud, it was noticed by everyone present. As each of the nascent soul eccentrics in the building were shrewd and cunning, none of them turned their attention to Han Li apart from the stern-faced cultivator. As for Wang Chan, he curled his lips and sneered. From their point of view, Han Li could only take action after Marquis Nanlong. It was only in that case he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. Nobody believed that Han Li would take action after he sighed. Han Li calmly raised his hand and revealed a pitch-black item in his hand. Marquis Nanlong narrowed his eyes. Before he could even see what it was, he flung it into the air without any reservation. It spun in a circle before instantaneously expanding to the size of 25 meters, forming what seemed to be a wall between both sides of the conflict. When the stern-faced cultivator clearly saw the pitch-black mountain, he didn't know what treasure it was. While he was surprised, he managed to react and pointed to the jade scepter in front of him. In an instant, the jade scepter loudly hummed and brightly shined with white light. A huge white tiger then materialized from the radiance. Although the tiger appeared indistinct, it bared its ferocious fangs as soon as it appeared and instantly shot a beam of blazing white light towards the black mountain. With a loud rumble, the white light instantly engulfed a majority of the mountain. Wang Chan also reacted. He formed an incantation gesture with his hands, engulfing his body in a crimson mist. In that same moment, the stench of blood filled the air. As for Yan Ruyan, she also formed an incantation gesture and enveloped herself in crimson mist. However, she emitted an odd fragrance rather than the scent of blood. A whiff of it would cause one's mind to become dizzy and muddled. The stern-faced cultivator felt some relief at this. As he willed the white tiger to spit out another beam of light with his jade scepter, he slapped his storage pouch with his other hand, summoning an inch-large, faint blue gourd into his hand. Just as he was about to deploy the gourd, he suddenly heard a faint roll of thunder. In his alarm, he formed a hand incantation without any hesitation and formed a dense light barrier around him. At nearly that same time, a flash of silver lightning appeared at his side, revealing Han Li with silver wings emerging from his back. "Ah, you!" The stern-faced cultivator was greatly shocked, but as a result of his rich combat experience, he hastily raised the gourd in his hand and shot out a dazzling bolt of blue lightning. In the instant the blue lightning shot out, Han Li didn't dodge. Rather, he blankly opened his mouth, spitting out a thread of blue flame. The blue flames pierced through the white light barrier without the slightest resistance and shot towards the stern-faced cultivator. Chapter 703. The first to act. The meager wisp of blue flame was able to pass through the light barrier unobstructed, much to the surprise of the stern-faced cultivator. Lacking any time to dodge, the wisp of flame struck his neck. With a crackle, the stern-faced cultivator became entirely consumed in blue ice, forming a glistening ice sculpture. Much to the stern-faced cultivator's misfortune, Hanli had particularly directed the celestial ice flames to strike at his neck as a result of his experience from fighting the spell warrior. With his head frozen over, he had no opportunity to cast any techniques and change the outcome. In the same moment Hanli turned the stern-faced man into an ice sculpture, the blue lightning from the gourd struck Hanli before its thunder could sound out. But before it could strike Hanli's body, a net of faint gold lightning suddenly appeared on Hanli's body. In a flicker of golden light, the blue lightning was absorbed and disappeared from sight. Hanli then hesitantly reached forward and quickly snatched away the blue gourd. Hanli's use of the thunderstorm wings, the icing of the stern-faced cultivator surnamed Long, and the acquisition of the treasure took place in a mere instant. Just as Wang Chan had thought to step forward and assist the stern-faced cultivator, he witnessed his instantaneous defeat. Wang Chan could hardly believe what he just saw. When Hanli coldly glanced in his direction, Wang Chan responded without a thought. With fear in his voice, he yelled, "Cast together. Use the blood spirit arts to restrain him." Once that was said, he grabbed onto Yan Rian's hand and hurriedly uttered an incantation. Crimson mist suddenly spread through the air. Yan Rian didn't resist, merely displaying a trace of disgust deep within her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she followed suit and uttered an incantation. The blood mist from both of their bodies combined as one and condensed into a mist of violet blood light. After Wang Chan and Yan Rian disappeared into the violet mist, it began to release ghostly howls as if monsters truly laid within. When Hanli saw this, he faintly smirked. Marquis Nanlong suddenly sent Hanli a voice transmission, "Good. I didn't expect for fellow Daoist Han to possess such heaven-defying abilities. If we join hands, we may be able to match them." When Hanli heard this, he swept his gaze to the other side. Marquis Nanlong and the others had yet to fight, but the others were staring at him with absolute shock. Marquis Nanlong appeared delighted from Hanli's recent display and his hopes of escaping grew stronger. Marquis Nanlong immediately said, "So long as you join hands with me, I am willing to give you another jade box." Join hands. Ha! Hanli coldly laughed and said nothing. He carried no such desire. He clearly understood that he was able to easily dispatch of the stern-faced cultivator because he was unaware of the deadly celestial ice flames. Else, the battle would have taken far longer, even if he ended up victorious. There were still 3 early and 1 mid-nascent soul cultivators on the opposing side. If Marquis Nanlong was uninjured, it might have been a possible fight, but as gravely wounded as he was now, he would only be dragged down alongside him. It wasn't worth whatever was inside the jade box. But before he left, he needed to have them start fighting and have their focus be on the Marquis. Otherwise, their attentions would be focused on him, and it would be difficult for him to escape. With that thought, Hanli paid them no further heed and flapped his wings, leaving only thunder behind. When the white-clothed old man saw this, he immediately shouted, "Not good. He's about to run. Block him. Don't let him escape with the jade box." With the scene of Hanli instantly killing a similar grade cultivator still fresh in their minds, the old woman and the tan man ignored his words entirely. Even Wang Tiangu appeared hesitant. He couldn't decide whether to take action. After all, if Hanli truly left, they would be able to deal with the Marquis with complete certainty. The 2 jade boxes may as well be theirs. But if they were to forcefully detain Hanli, with his strange abilities, even the mid-nascent soul old man might not be able to prevail over him. It was far too risky. However, the jade box in Hanli's grasp might contain the secrets of Devil Fall Valley that they all so deeply desired. As shrewd and cunning as Wang Tiangu may be, he found himself between 2 extremely difficult choices. When the white-clothed old man saw their hesitation, he understood them perfectly. He also felt some fear towards Hanli's celestial ice flames. Moreover, if he were to leave this place to deal with Hanli, the Marquis may escape. Although Marquis Nanlong's injuries were severe, 3 early nascent soul cultivators didn't have much hope of remaining steadfast against his formidable secret techniques. He also found himself hesitant as to what to do. In a flash of lightning, Hanli appeared at the top of the stairs. He strangely smiled at Wang Tiangu and company before pointing to the Black Mountain. The Black Mountain trembled and disappeared in an instant, only to appear above them and dropping down with all its might. None had expected that Hanli would launch such a sudden attack, to their fury. However, even the white-clothed old man didn't dare to take on the mountain's might alone. They could only helplessly dodge out of the way as the mountain fell down. This was finally the moment of Marquis Nanlong to strike. His eyes brightened and he transformed into a blinding streak of golden light, charging directly towards the old woman. In her fright, the old woman's body flashed with yellow light, summoning a small yellow shield to block the Marquis' approach. In an instant, gold and yellow light was intertwined, but eventually the golden light engulfed the old woman. When the others saw this, they instantly struck without any further thought and attempt to restrain the Marquis. But through some unknown secret technique, the golden light on his body became increasingly dense. At that same moment, he released several powerful ancient treasures to enter the fray. He didn't appear to be at the slightest disadvantage in this chaotic battle. The others were completely occupied in their alarm and couldn't pay any attention to Hanli's actions. When Hanli saw this, he was satisfied and pointed once more to the Black Mountain. It shrunk to several inches in a gust of wind and shot back into his hand. He then turned his gaze towards the violet blood mist with a stern expression on his face. With pupils glowing with blue light, Hanli gazed at a certain portion of the mist. He raised his hand without any hesitation and black light began to surge through it. A dense mass of black-red light shot out from his palm towards the mist, discharging the Yin Devil execution. At the same moment, a wretched scream came from the blood mist. Hanli had already disappeared with a flash of lightning. Even if Wang Chan somehow managed to survive the strike, his injuries would be grave. While he did wish to take advantage of this opportunity to ensure Wang Chan's death, he was certain that Wang Tiangu would definitely come to Wang Chan's aid. When that moment came, he would be tied down in a battle against Wang Tiangu, attracting much danger onto himself. In any case, Hanli would always have the ability to kill a trifling late core formation cultivator like Wang Chang, so he had no need to risk danger now. As such, he immediately fled after making his attack. Hanli's figure appeared at the exit the building in a blur and flew straight towards the hall's entrance. Along the way, a white streak of light flew into Hanli's sleeve from the corner of the hole. It appeared to be a small white fox. "Master, Silvermoon spoke with an excited tone. Hanli flew straight out the hall and gloomily interrupted, "Now is not the time to talk. Leave it for when we're out of danger." When Hanli broken through the wondrous soul restriction, Hanli deliberately used a flash of dazzling light to hide a gap in the restriction that he created. In that instant, he had Silvermoon go through. Afterwards, he deliberately stalled for time as he dissolved the formation. It was for this reason that Hanli had taken such efforts to break through the wondrous soul restriction, not on the mere basis of priority selection. From how excited Silvermoon appeared, it seemed she had reaped quite a bit of profit from the pavilion. Having taken the initiative to seize the treasures, Hanli had refused Marquis Nanlong's proposal to fight together and simply chose to prioritize his own escape. Chapter 704. Mileshed line. In the instant Hanli shot through the entrance of the hall, he felt an earth-shaking rumble from behind him. Alarmed, Hanli hastily turned his gaze around. He saw that the Jade Pier Pavilion suddenly ruptured to reveal a blazing golden sun that was 3 meters wide. It flew out from rubble, carrying a faint silhouette. It appeared Marquis Nanlong had executed some sort of secret technique. Hanli was shaken by the sight. The Jade Pier Pavilion wasn't an ordinary building. Hanli doubted his own ability to break through its walls, but Marquis Nanlong was able to turn it into rubble in a single blow. It seemed the full might of a nascent soul cultivator wasn't a simple matter in the least. With his attention back to the matter at hand, Hanli flew into the center of the hall and glanced at the restored walls around him. He raised his hand without any further thought and flickered his finger. A meter-long streak of sword light flew out from his hand and struck the opposing wall. A rough hole was cut in the wall. Then, in a flash of white light, the hole disappeared without a trace. Hanli frowned. Just as he thought of another method to break it, his expression suddenly changed and he turned around in an instantaneous blur. Marquis Nanlong was standing there about 10 meters behind him. His body was glaring with dazzling golden light, but his complexion was deathly pale. Hanli's eyes gazed past him towards the pavilion. He simply saw that a huge dome of golden light was covering the pavilion. Occasional flashes of black and white light could be seen within along with the faint sounds of explosions. A trace of shock appeared on Hanli's face. Through the use of some sort of heaven-defying technique, he managed to trap the others inside for the time being, giving him the time to escape. The outer restrictions need to be opened with the formation flag. Fellow Daoist Han, since I only have a single formation flag, it will take some more time. I will have to trouble you to delay them. Although the might of my ancient treasure may be great, I don't know how much longer they will be trapped. They could break out at any moment. Marquis Nanlong forced a smile and flipped his hand. He held a small fluttering yellow flag in his hand and began to mutter incantations without delay. It appeared he didn't have the slightest fear of Hanli attacking him. Hanli's gaze flickered and he quickly slapped his storage pouch. An emerald green formation plate appeared in his hand, the magic tool that he had used to break through the wondrous soul restriction. He quickly drew several azure talisman characters into the air and blew them onto the formation plate, causing it to brightly shine with azure light. Hanli formed an incantation gesture with his hands and softly shouted, "Rise." Apart from the side that Marquis Nanlong was facing, the walls turned back to blue crystal, sealing off the hall once more. Marquis Nanlong ceased his incantation at the sight and joyfully said, "You are able to control the wondrous soul formation." Revealing not a trace of pride, Hanli sullenly said, "I'm not even capable of mustering even a tenth of its original power. It won't be able to hold them for long either. Brother Nanlong had best open the way before they break through." When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he discovered that the crystal walls were far darker than they were originally, and his expression of joy suddenly vanished. He then tossed the small flag, having it disappear into the wall in a trace of light before continuing with his incantation. At that same moment, he heard deafening rumbles from behind him and saw that the crystal walls had begun to sparkle. The thunderous explosions were clear to hear. It seems they've managed to break through the Marquis ancient treasure and have begun their attack on the crystal walls. Hanli glanced at the stone wall and saw it was faintly glowing with white light before turning his gaze back to the blue crystal walls. After some slight hesitation, he tossed a spirit beast pouch into the air, summoning a swarm of black-tainted gold-devouring beetles. With the formation of an incantation gesture, the beetles swarm frantically surrounded Hanli and transformed into tricolored armor. An odd expression momentarily appeared on the Marquis' face when he saw Hanli executing the insect armor technique. But since their need for escape was urgent, he left the matter alone. A short moment later, the crystal walls violently trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Likewise, the stone wall also began to shake and part amongst the white light, revealing the stairway ahead of them. As soon as Marquis Nanlong saw this, his body pulsed in golden light and he shot out. Behind him, Han Li's thunderstorm wings flapped with golden lightning and suddenly disappeared from sight. A moment later, Han Li appeared in front of and Marquis Nanlong appeared in midair. But soon, he saw a clear explosion from down below. With an expression of alarm, Han Li flapped his thunderstorm wings once more and he instantly arrived at the exit of the stairs. Afterwards, he employed his lightning movement to its fullest extent and began to flicker into the distance. Just as Han Li flew a kilometer away, an ear-piercing cry came from the stairs, followed by a ball of blinding golden light streaking across the sky. The Marquis flew once around and announced in an icy, resentful tone, "Take this to heart, you had best avoid falling into my hands or I will exterminate both your body and soul." Once this oath was finished, his golden light gleamed and began to appear indistinct. Just as a silver light shot out from the mountain entrance, the golden radiance suddenly turned exceptionally slim and flickered several times before tearing through the sky at an immense speed. In nearly a single breath, it had disappeared from sight. At that moment, Han Li was already on the edge of the sky, appearing as an intermittently flickering dot. Closely following the silver light, a streak of black light faded away to reveal a silhouette. Wang Tiangu solemnly asked, "What movement techniques are they using to travel so quickly?" The silver light faded away to reveal the white-clothed old man. He gloomily said, "Marquis Nanlong is using a secret technique that was personally created by Master Tsang Kuan, Mileshed Line. By consuming vast amounts of vitality and blood essence, one is able to instantly travel into a distance in light as thin as a thread. It makes their aura entirely hidden so that they cannot be tracked. While he truly hasn't traveled too far away, it will be impossible to detect him with spiritual sense. As for that youngster Han, he seems to be controlling lightning through use of those strange wings. It should be the instant lightning movement of legend." At that moment, the old woman and the tan cultivator both shot out from the passage and heard of the old man's words. Chapter 705, Nascent Soul Combustion. With a slight surprise, the old woman asked, "Marquis Nanlong has ties with the Heaven Peak sect?" "Fellow Daoist Yun, you didn't mention this matter before." As for the tan cultivator, he appeared furious. The white-clothed old man surnamed Yun smiled and calmly said, "I didn't mention the matter. You just carelessly overlooked the matter. However, Marquis Nanlong truly hasn't yet entered the Heaven Peak sect. If you are feeling worried, you can join my sect and become elders. That way, the Heaven Peak sect won't be able to touch you." The old woman coldly snorted, "Given my age, I have no interest receiving further constraints." The tan cultivator frowned and indifferently said, "I am accustomed to being without responsibilities and also have no interest in joining your sect." "That is truly a pity. If you were to join our ghost spirit sect, our prestige would soar." The old man didn't mind their refusals and changed the topic. "I won't insist on having you two join. So long as Marquis Nanlong is killed here, the Heaven Peak sect won't take the initiative to make any trouble on behalf of a dead man. It is just unfortunate that despite being friends with him for 100 years, he hadn't told me his intentions with regards to Devil Fall Valley. I only knew that there was a secret cave residence here and that there was a map of Devil Fall Valley that was left behind by Master Tsang Kuan. As such, we won't exterminate his nascent soul when we capture him. I will first use a soul-scouring technique and see if he possesses any useful information." Wang Tiangu worriedly said, "If by chance the map was in the box that youngster Han made off with, wouldn't we be helpless?" Old man Yun slowly said, "That can be dealt with. If this comes to happen, we'll leak this matter to all the sects in the Heavenly South." When that time comes, even the Heavenly Tao Alliance will wish to pursue this matter, let alone the righteous and devilish Tao, creating an opportunity for us to profit in the chaos. Let's see how a sect as trifling as the Drifting Cloud sect deals with the greed of wishing to monopolize the gains from Devil Fall Valley. In addition to the map, I am also interested in any information Marquis Nanlong may have on Devil Fall Valley. With this information, we'll be a step ahead even if the method of entering Devil Fall Valley became widespread. After a moment of thought, Wang Tiangu proposed, if it somehow turns out that way, that will be all we can do. But before that, he could try trading for the map. After all, even if he bears great resentment against us, there are few matters in this world that can't be traded for. Hee hee. Junior Marshal Brother Wang's proposal is preferable to my own, the old man then sighed and muttered, nevertheless, the youngster's abilities are truly bizarre. Is he truly around the same age as Junior Marshal Nephew Wang? From that last battle, the cunning he displayed was greater than even ours, and he was even able to defeat fellow Daoist Long. If I were to fight him alone, I too doubt my own ability to hold against him. Wang Tiangu's eyes flickered and a trace of vexation appeared on his face. I asked Wang Chan about him before. It seemed this person was an ordinary Yellow Maple Valley cultivator. At the time, he was truly but a foundation establishment cultivator. His vast accomplishments in cultivation and ability are something of a mystery. Were it not for his abilities being contrary to expectation and his meddling, we would have been able to easily dispose of Marquis Nanlong. When the old woman and the others heard this, they could only wryly smile. Wang Tiangu suggested, with that being said, let's first head back and free fellow Daoist Long. With his cultivation, he should be able to survive being frozen. Also, I am concerned for my nephew. Before that youngster Han departed, he released a blood-red light that appeared similar to the devil blood cleave that I personally cultivate. I don't know how well Chana was able to receive it. The old man replied, that's fine. Since we don't have any method of detecting him for the time being, let's go take a look at them. We'll carry out the pursuit once Marquis Nanlong's is no longer capable of carrying out the mile-shed line. In the next moment, the party flew back into the mountain. The party arrived at the ruins of the Jade Pier Pavilion once more to see a bewildered Yan Rian. She was crouching near Wang Chan, who laid motionlessly on the floor. When Wang Tiangu saw this, he asked with an icy tone, what happened? Were any of Chan'er's vitals struck? Even now, Wang Tiangu still displayed exceptional calmness. Wearing a slightly anxious expression, Yan Rian hesitantly replied, no, but his leg. Wang Tiangu took several steps forward and tensely frowned. He saw that both of Wang Chan's legs were missing from below their knees, but strangely enough, there wasn't a hint of blood. Yan Rian helplessly said, Lord Husband and I had joined hands to cast the blood spirit art's blood mist, but we were instantly attacked by some sort of strange technique. The blood mist was incapable of blocking it and my Lord Husband had dodged too late. His legs were. Wang Tiangu gloomily asked, since this is the case, then why aren't you using any techniques to recover his legs? You should know such a technique. With a tense brow, Yan Rian timidly said, I've attempted to restore his legs several times now, but the techniques aren't responding in the slightest. Although his wounds didn't shed any blood, a black chi condensed around the wound and it can't be driven off. It could be the reason why the healing technique failed and why he is unconscious. Wang Tiangu's expression relaxed and he began to concentrate his gaze on Wang Chan's wounds. It can't have been a common attack that struck you. Let me take a look. Wang Chan's wounds were covered in faint black qi as expected. Wang Tiangu lifted his hands and his fingers flickered with black light as he grabbed the harmful qi from one of the legs, gathering it into a possessed black ball on his finger. He thought to dispose of the harmful qi with true fire, but after some thought, he slapped his storage pouch and wrapped the ball of black qi with spiritual power before placing it in a jade bottle. Once it was properly taken care of, he casually placed it away. It seemed Wang Tiangu planned on examining this item for further understanding of Han Li's techniques. When Yan Ruyan saw that Wang Tiangu paid her no heed, a complicated expression momentarily appeared on her face before disappearing without a trace. Once Wang Tiangu took care of the black qi on the other leg, Yan Ruyan silently made another attempt to restore his limbs. Wang Tiangu nodded his head with satisfaction and turned his attention to the other side. The white-clothed old man and the others were at a loss as they stood around the ice-clad body of the stern-faced cultivator. Wang Tiangu walked towards them and bafflingly asked, "What? You fellow Taoists aren't able to free him?" A trace of fear appeared on the old woman's expression. She muttered, "Free him? How? This ice is far more insidious than we could have imagined." The old man simply kept silent as he wore a gloomy expression on his face. What is that supposed to mean? Wang Tiangu turned his gaze to the ice-clad body and began to ponder. "Brother Wang, take a good look." The tan cultivator suddenly raised his hand and flung a fist-sized chunk of jade towards the ice-clad body. Blue light flashed upon impact and the jade chunk was instantly covered in blue ice before dissolving into countless specks of fading glitter. The tan man remained still as he stood 3 meters away and pointed at the ice-clad body. Scorching white true fire shot towards the ice from his finger, but in the moment the true fire touched the blue ice, it disappeared in a flash of light as if it were absorbed. Wang Tiangu felt his breath turn cold. The old man sighed and asked, "This blue ice is vicious. It seems that fellow Taoist Long's body has long died. It seems we can only have his nascent soul manifest and find a suitable body to possess. Didn't fellow Taoist Long already possess a body once before?" The tan man appeared to be familiar with the stern-faced cultivator and sullenly said, "No, this was his original body." The old man nodded his head and said, "That's good. Now we just need to have fellow Taoist Long manifest his nascent soul." As if having heard this, the stern-faced cultivator's body shined with white light. Then with a muffled bang, his entire body turned to ash and faded away. All that remained in the blue ice was an inch-large nascent soul. It was clasping onto a thumb-sized jade ornament in his hand and its face was filled with resentment. It opened its small mouth and spouted out fire-red vital nascent flames onto the jade ornament in its hands. It then raised it above its head and suddenly surrounded its body in red-white flame. Without any further delay, he attempted to charge straight out. "Wait!" The old man seemed to think of something and hastily attempted to stop this, but he spoke too late. The nascent soul passed through the ice. What resulted afterward sent chills down their spine. The formidable white-red flames had seemed to have been set alight by the ice, engulfing both the white-red flames and the nascent soul in blue fire. The white-red flames were instantly consumed by the blue fire, resulting in the deathly wail of the nascent soul. It turned frantic as it charged through the air. After flying about 50 meters away, it attempted to roll and exterminate the flames as it wildly howled in pain. A short moment later, the screams came to an abrupt stop and the nascent soul was refined in a ball of light that faded away. The cultivator surnamed Long was now dead in both soul and body. Through use of lightning movement, Han Li was able to travel 50 kilometers in a single stretch. He then paused for a moment before gaining his bearings and swapped to using the blood-red cloak before continuing on his flight as a streak of crimson light. After flying 500 kilometers out, he spotted a Mulan tribe that consisted of tens of thousands of mortals. He stopped with faint excitement brimming in his heart. While he was at the Drifting Cloud sect, the topic of the war with the Mulan spell warriors and Heavenly South cultivators had come up during a conversation with his fellow sect elders. Although the ordinary mortals from the Mulan tribes couldn't cultivate spirit techniques, during times of war the Mulan spell warriors would organize many temporary parties of mortals to seize the spirit stone mines and material sources that the Heavenly South cultivators were too occupied to attend to. As such, the Mulan spell warriors wouldn't return empty-handed once they eventually retreated. Of course, the Nine Nations Union were well aware of the looting, but they couldn't afford to look after these resources as war was waged. If they had too few cultivators to guard these areas, it was possible that they would be wiped out by any high-grade cultivators that the Mulan would send. If there were too many cultivators, it would be to the detriment of the main battlefield. The only feasible option was to wait until after these areas were seized and recapture them afterwards. The Mulan mortals would be defenselessly slaughtered. It was unfortunate that the Mulan didn't mind the deaths of mortals. Once a group was exterminated, they would immediately send another, exchanging mortal lives for these precious resources. Additionally, they would occasionally set up traps and inflict heavy losses on cultivators attempting to reclaim these resource areas. With the loss of these many cultivators, the Nine Nations Union had turned a blind eye to these locations. Regardless, the Mulan mortals wouldn't be able to harvest many materials or mine much spirit stones. So long as they repelled the spell warriors as quickly as they could, the Mulan mortals would obediently follow them back. Han Li now saw large ranks of oxen carts making their way to the Heavenly South with many young men and women accompanying them. They should be the mortal division that was sent to gather materials in the Heaven South for the time being. Han Li remained in the air above them and swept his immense spiritual sense past them, spotting 1 foundation establishment stage and 3 chi condensation stage spell warriors. Han Li lowered his head in thought for a moment before suddenly forming an incantation gesture with his hands. His figure then blurred and reappeared in front of a dilapidated Mulan cart. It was filled with tattered oxen skins along with a few hoes and other tools. With a wave of his arm, Han Li turned the cart's interiors into a pile of ash and then sat down inside it without any qualms. From his musings, he concluded that boldly returning to the Heavenly South while the Mulan spell warriors were attacking in full force would be rife with trouble. Although he wouldn't be in danger unless he encountered several top-ranked spell warriors, the possibility was still there. This time, he wouldn't be accompanied by a party of 8 nascent soul cultivators. Not only did he need to be wary of spell warriors, but he also had to avoid Wang Taingu and the others to avoid any deadly confrontations. Now that he was hidden amongst a party of mortals, he should be able to make it out safely of the Mulan Plains in a few days. Few would pay any notice to a group of mortals. And given his current cultivation, so long as a late nascent soul stage spell warrior didn't inspect the army, his existence was safely hidden. Once he entered the deserts beyond the plains, he would be outside the influence of the Mulan tribes and he would be able to return to the Heavenly South. As Han Li meditated inside the carriage, the conversations of the Mulan mortals outside could be clearly heard. The dialect of the Mulan differed from that used by the people of the Heavenly South, but Han Li had already learned their language from a few related jade slips. With his immense spiritual sense, he had managed to comprehend most of this knowledge in only a couple of days, and was able to clearly listen to what was being said outside. Their conversations was mostly about whether or not they would be able to impress the grand sages from the resources gathered, giving them the opportunity to stand out from their peers. From their words, the Mulan mortals seemed to worship the spell warriors with admiration and reverence as if they were a kind of god. They even believed it to be extremely honorable even if they died in service to these spell warriors. When Han Li heard this, he inwardly sighed and swept his hand, sealing off the interior of the cart from the outside with a barrier of faint azure light. The voices of the Mulan came to an abrupt stop. "Silvermoon, how about you talk about what you have gained? From your excitement, you should have acquired many good items." Han Li's sleeve began to stir and a small white fox flew out from the cuff, circling once in the air before landing in front of him. The small fox laid down on the ground and chuckled. "I'm not too sure how valuable these items are. but Master should know. There were many ancient treasures on the first floor, but because I wasn't capable of concealing their spiritual chi as I used my movement techniques, I didn't take any of them. However, there were 6 ancient boxes on the second floor and I took half of them. Hee hee. I initially thought to take away most of them, but if there were too few of them, it would attract too much suspicion, so I only ended up taking 3. Afterwards, the fox spat out 3 translucent jade boxes in front of Hanli. Hanli then took out a jade box from his waist. The jade boxes in front of him appeared exactly the same as the one the Marquis had tossed to him. Hanli caressed the jade box in his hand and faintly smiled. Master Tsang Kuan left behind a total of 6 jade boxes and 4 of them are in my possession. It seems it was a correct decision to go. Silvermoon sighed from her lingering fear. Master, your courage is quite great. You took hidden action despite having so many nascent soul cultivators present, and had me enter first. Did you not fear being discovered? Hanli smiled and glanced at the small fox. Hee hee. What was there to fear? At worst, I would merely use blood shadow evasion to flee them. Besides, I was almost completely certain I would succeed. When I used the spiritual light to conceal your entrance, none were the wiser. I was most concerned that you wouldn't be able to conceal yourself after you had taken the treasure. It would have been terrible if they had detected you, but it seems your evasion techniques were far more effective than I could have anticipated. Silvermoon calmly smiled and said, Master jests. Although the evasion techniques of the Silvermoon Wolf clans are great, the most important factor was concealing the jade box's spiritual chi within my body. It is an entirely different matter whether or not I could have concealed myself from those old eccentrics' spiritual sense. Hanli gently smiled and didn't further pursue the matter. Instead, azure light began to shine from the palm he placed on the jade box. He then exerted force on his hand and the box began to reveal a trace of white light. Soon after, a majority of the azure light had been cleanly absorbed by the box. With a clack, the box was easily opened and revealed a faint blue jade slip within. Hanli gazed at the jade slip for a short moment and took a breath before taking the jade slip into his hands and solemnly immersing his spiritual sense within it. The small fox stared at Hanli, its eyes brimming with excitement. As time slowly passed by, Hanli's face retained a calm expression. Silvermoon blinked, puzzled as to why this was. A short moment later, Hanli's expression stirred as he withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip. He frowned and muttered to himself for a moment. A short moment later, he unfurrowed his brow and calmly placed away the jade slip and reached for the second box, uninterested in mentioning the contents of the jade slip. While Silvermoon was greatly curious, she tactfully remained silent on the matter. Hanli opened the second box using the same method as the first. This time, the box contained an exquisitely crafted ring. It was dim and jet black. Silvermoon astonishedly asked, "Is that an ancient treasure?" "It doesn't seem to be. It isn't emitting much spiritual chi." Hanli also seemed uncertain as to what it was. He casually picked it up with his fingers and began to take a closer look at it. After glancing at it several times and scanning it with his spiritual sense, he decisively said, "The material is somewhat odd. It should only be a common magic tool, but it's hard to say its use." "It is only a magic tool." A trace of disappointment flickered from Silvermoon's eyes. Hanli appeared indifferent and didn't reveal the slightest dejection. "Don't worry. Since Master Tsang Kuan kept it inside a jade box like this, it is certain to have a specific purpose. Perhaps it will prove useful in the future." Silvermoon tilted her head and excitedly said, "Master, how about taking a look at what's inside the other 2 boxes?" Although I cannot cultivate the main cultivation art, the whole moon arts, there are several secret techniques and a few cultivation insights that I am able to make much use of. When Silvermoon heard this, she sighed and appeared dejected. At that moment, Hanli put away all the items and boxes. After giving Silvermoon a brief word, Hanli closed his eyes and began to meditate. Silvermoon then drew close to Hanli's body and curled up. She then opened her bright black eyes and began to mindlessly stare at an empty corner of the cart. As the army of Milan mortals slowly advanced, 2 days had passed. During that time, 2 groups of spell warriors had conducted a search of the army. However, Hanli was awakened by Silvermoon each time and he was able to easily conceal himself from these low-grade spell warriors. Since the cart Hanli chose contained insignificant items, none of the Milan mortals had bothered to check it. Once the army left the Milan plains, Hanli stealthily took off with Silvermoon in his grasp. He took a route different from the army, heading straight in the direction of the heavenly south. With his vast spiritual sense, Hanli was able to detect any spell warriors within 50 kilometers, allowing him to easily avoid them as he smoothly made his way through the desert and into the 9 Nations Union state of Fengyuan. The state of Fengyuan was one of the 3 countries that was closest to the Milan plains. The mountains on their border were normally garrisoned with cultivators of the 9 Nations Alliance. But after Hanli spent several days inside the state of Fengyuan, he hadn't encountered a single cultivator, but he had encountered many patrols of spell warriors. It was clear that the 9 Nations Unions had found their initial battle against the Milan spell warriors unfavorable and decided to retreat for the time being. The true battle shouldn't have started yet. Without further thought, Hanli hurried his way through a particularly desolate area. After a smooth eventless flight for 4 days, he suddenly turned his head to look at a small obscure mountain with an expression of shock. Soon, his face changed between various different expressions. Just a moment ago, he had detected an area with fierce spiritual chi fluctuations that faintly contained vicious intent. It was clear that there was a battle between high-grade cultivators. Since a battle was taking place here, it was likely to be a cultivator fighting against a spell warrior. With some further examination, Hanli discovered that there were 5 core formation stage combatants staking their all against a nascent soul eccentric. Amongst these core formation stage combatants, there were a few with auras that Hanli found slightly familiar. After a moment of consideration, Hanli couldn't figure out who it was. After a moment of hesitation, Hanli wasn't able to suppress his curiosity and flew over. With Hanli's exceptional movement techniques, Hanli was able to cover this short distance in the blink of an eye. Once he arrived, he saw various colored lights fill the sky along with the sound of harsh explosions. The battle was greatly fierce. The 5 variously dressed core formation cultivators were currently fighting against an early nascent soul stage spell warrior. Although the 5 core formation cultivators were fighting with all their strength and were controlling their magic treasures with perfection, the yellow-robed, bald spell warrior was slowly pushing back the cultivators with circles of yellow mist. The spell warrior wore a fierce expression. Although he hadn't released his own magic treasure, his fantastical techniques and deep cultivation allowed him to easily deal with them. Were it not for the fact there was a gorgeous woman amongst the core formation cultivators, the nascent soul cultivator likely wouldn't have held back and would have already finished them all off. Although Hanli found this woman familiar, his gaze focused on the fat old man amongst the cultivators. This old man was spirally with silver lightning and was controlling a huge sword magic treasure that repeatedly emitted lightning. He was the strongest amongst the group of 5. Hanli recognized the old man's appearance and cultivation art, and wore a complicated expression. He muttered, "It's him. To think that there are such coincidences in this world." After the yellow-robed cultivator battled for such a long period of time, he lost his patience and fiercely glared at the gorgeous woman. "Girl, it seems you cannot recognize my good intentions. Were it not for the fact my cultivation art requires an outstanding cultivation vessel, I wouldn't have spared you for so long. If you don't surrender yourself to me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Once he said this, he spat out a yellow feather. It glowed brilliantly and had something faintly drawn on it. The bald cultivator then took it into his hand. When the fat old man and the others saw this, their expressions vastly changed, knowing that things were from good. They clearly understood that the spell warrior had been holding back, but they didn't dare to retreat, else they would easily be picked off by the spell warrior. Their chances of survival would be even worse than fighting him together. As such, the five bitterly cursed in their minds and could only muster the entirety of their magic power to attack the spell warrior. For a time, the might of their magic treasures were greatly increased and they were able to forcefully beat back the yellow mist and regain some of their momentum. This infuriated the bald spell warrior. He tossed his feather into the air and spat a mist of yellow chi onto the magic treasure and began to utter incantations. The feather trembled for a moment and gently fanned in the direction of the cultivators. Suddenly, a large whistle sounded through the air and a deep yellow gale followed in the direction that the feather had fanned. In an instant, the gale turned into a 100-meter-tall tornado and completely engulfed the 5 core formation cultivators. Chapter 708 Constrained Spirit Earth Dragons. The fearsome, earth-shaking gales caused the magic treasures to unsteadily sway. They seemed to be restricted by the gale and were incapable of breaking free. The bald spell warrior wore a bizarre smile and revealed an expression of pride. Ha! If you won't accept my kindness, then I will use force. How reckless! Don't expect me to stop after matters have reached this far. The bald spell warrior then grabbed the air and suddenly formed a huge hand from the yellow wings. It then made its way to grab the gorgeous woman. The spell warriors planned to first grab the woman to make sure she lived and instantly exterminate the remaining 4 through a full display of his power. The woman attempted to make use of her blazing flame sword magic treasure to block the large hand, but the gales had caused it to spin out of control. With no way of controlling it, she was incapable of saving herself, causing her complexion to pale. Although the 4 cultivators wished to rescue the woman, they were disoriented and swept away by the wind. Only the fat old man with the deepest cultivation amongst them was able to deal with it somewhat better. In his worry, he forcefully raised his hand and released a meter-long bolt of lightning to strike at the giant hand. However, the attack was completely ineffective. When the yellow hand was only 3 meters away from grabbing the woman, it suddenly disappeared. At that same moment, the yellow-robed spell warrior roared in furious alarm. The windstorm that trapped the core formation cultivator suddenly weakened before soon disappearing. It was as if what had just happened as only an illusion. The group of cultivators looked at each other with dismay and turned their gaze towards the bald spell warrior. However, he was angrily staring in a direction that was completely empty. They couldn't help but reveal astonishment. A fierce expression appeared on the spell warrior's face and he furiously shouted, "Since you've dared to break my technique, why would you so stealthily hide yourself?" He seemed to no longer pay the core formation cultivators any notice. A man's voice leisurely spoke, "It isn't that I'm hiding myself, but it's just that your cultivation is too lacking to see me. It seems your esteemed self should have just recently entered nascent soul stage. You are far weaker than other spell warriors I've seen." In an azure flash of light, a youth with a common appearance appeared before them. When he saw that the 5 cultivators were caught in a desperate situation, he released an azure essence sword streak towards the feather. Once it was struck, the windstorm was easily dissolved. The 5 were initially alarmed by Han Li's appearance, but after sensing that he was at nascent soul stage, they rejoiced, knowing that their lives were saved. The female cultivator promptly saluted him from a distance and respectfully said, "Junior's name is Nyang. Many thanks for Senior's rescue." Nyang. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but take another look at the woman. He faintly remembered her. However, now was not the time to deal with this, and he simply waved his arm, having the woman cease her salute. The woman and the old man didn't seem to recognize him. It came as no surprise. In the past, he only met each of them once. Now that almost 200 years had passed, it wasn't odd that they didn't recognize him. With that thought, Hanli turned his gaze to the yellow-robed spell warrior and flatly said, "Since your esteemed self hasn't run, it seems you wish to take me on." When the bald spell warrior heard this, he furiously smiled and heartily laughed. "Your esteemed self is also but an early nascent soul cultivator. Your words may be bold, but I must oblige you to demonstrate your abilities." With that said, the bald spell warrior formed an incantation gesture and he flicked his finger downward, shooting out 2 shining yellow pellets. Hanli was faintly surprised by this and didn't stop him. He merely narrowed his eyes and watched with interest. The large man was inwardly delighted to see that Hanli remained idle and promptly uttered an incantation. His body was then covered with surging yellow clouds. With an imposing voice, he softly shouted, "Rise." When Hanli heard this, his heart stirred as he expectantly glanced around him, but he saw nothing appear. In his doubt, he suddenly heard faint rumbling from the ground. The rumbling soon became thunderous and world-quaking. Hanli swept his spiritual sense to the ground and revealed slight astonishment. Without any further thought, he swept his sleeve, sending 2 10-meter-long sword streaks out from his cuff down towards the sound's origin. Hanli frowned. Although the sword streaks struck, they were ineffective. With a rustle of wind, 2 40-meter-long horned yellow dragons flew out from the ground and shot towards the bald cultivator. They then surrounded the bald cultivator and continuously revolved around him as if to protect him. Hanli was amazed to discover the 2 fearsome yellow dragons were entirely formed from earth. They appeared as if they were truly alive. This lifelike aura seemed to originate from the yellow pellet on top of their heads. It pulsed with light, releasing a demonic yellow radiance. "Hee. Your esteemed self will be the first to witness the might of my constrained spirit beasts. Go." The bald spell warrior furiously smiled and struck the earth dragons with yellow spell seals. The dragons subsequently charged towards Hanli with overbearing force. Hanli furrowed his brow and lightly sighed. He opened his mouth and spat out a sliver of celestial ice flames. The sliver of flame split into 2 even thinner flames and accurate struck the heads of each of the earth dragons. The flames crackled and instantly enveloped the earth dragons in a layer of ice. The ice sculptures stopped 10 meters in front of Hanli before dropping towards the earth. Then with a flash of azure light, there were 2 clear explosions. The 2 frozen earth dragons had been easily shattered by 2 sword streaks that Hanli flung. Afterwards, he raised his hand and calmly summoned the 2 yellow pellets into his hand. He took a glance at them before placing them into his storage pouch. Hanli leisurely said, "What other abilities do you have? Please don't hesitate to use them. I wish to see the true might of the spell warrior's spirit techniques." Silence looked over the yellow clouds for a moment as the spell warrior was shocked to the core at Hanli's effortless disposal of his 2 earth dragons. A moment later, the spell warrior's sullen voice suddenly left the yellow clouds. "What sect do you come from? Might I know of your distinguished name? You don't seem to match the description of any better-known cultivators. Don't tell me you also entered nascent soul stage in the last 100 years." The last question was uttered with a savage tone. "I am a nameless individual. If I said my name, you wouldn't know of it. Since fellow Daoist doesn't intend to attack, I won't be polite." Hanli's expression grew sullen and he slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing countless glistening golden flying insects into the air. They were the pure gold-devouring beetles that Hanli had meticulously nurtured. This would be the first time that Hanli would be using them against an enemy. He wished to test how effective they would be against a nascent soul stage opponent. Gold-devouring beetles. You actually possess them. And so many. Much to Han Li's surprise, the yellow-robed spell warrior shouted the name of these insects with a voice of terror before Han Li could order the attack. Without another word, the yellow-robed cultivator turned around and tore through the skies as a streak of yellow light. His swiftness had caused Han Li to hesitate and abandon the idea of pursuing him. He wasn't confident in being able to exterminate a nascent soul cultivator that was wholeheartedly focused on fleeing. Once a nascent soul manifested, even the lightning movement technique was lacking in speed to match it. However, the bold spell warrior was able to recognize his gold-devouring beetles despite having somewhat inferior cultivation. It was truly shocking. Although he felt somewhat puzzled, Han Li dropped the matter and recalled his still untested spirit beast pouch. Afterwards, he slowly flew towards the core formation cultivators with a calm expression. Before the Han Li drew close to them, the fat old man took the initiative to fly forward and deeply saluted him. "Many thanks for your assistance, Senior. Might Junior know your esteemed name?" "Junior is Yellow Maple Valley's Lei Wanhe. We cannot thank you enough." In addition to Nia Yen, who had introduced herself before, the others began to salute Han Li as well with gratitude and respect. The giant sword sects Shi Qiyun, masked moon sects Tang Minghua, Heavenly Imperial Fortress Qian Huan pays their respects to Senior. Regardless of Han Li's identity in the past, his current cultivation was far beyond his own. He didn't dare to be addressed with such an inappropriate title. The other three cultivators finally realized the relationship between Han Li and Wan Tianhe. After glancing at each other in dismay, weird expressions appeared on each of their faces. Han Li didn't pay this much heed. After a moment of silence, he nodded his head. "Since fellow Daoist Lei says this, I won't be polite. Let us immediately depart from here. Your speed is all rather slow, so I will be bringing you." Once that was said, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and a small, exquisite item appeared in his hand. Once he flung it into the air, a squarish item appeared before them in a flash of red light. Under control of spell seals, the wind-riding chariot quickly grew larger and appeared over 30 meters wide. "Get in the chariot," Han Li bluntly ordered them. Lei Wanhe and the others naturally didn't have any objections and they all flew into the chariot with a blur. Once Han Li stepped onto the wind-riding chariot, he began to infuse the chariot with his spiritual power. After gently trembling for a moment, it tore through the skies as a streak of white light. With its exceeding speed, it disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. The speed of the wind-riding chariot delighted the others. At this speed, the spell warriors wouldn't be able to pursue them, relieving them of worry that was on their minds. As Han Li drove the wind-riding chariot, he casually asked, "Fellow Taoists, the state of Fengyuan should have already fallen into the grasp of the spell warriors. Why were you there and how did you come to be blocked by a nascent soul spell warrior? If that area weren't so remote, it wouldn't have been easy to escape even if I took action." When the five heard this, they glanced at each other with various expression. The clear leader of their party, Lei Wanhe, hesitated for a moment before answering, "Senior might not know this, but we didn't act out of our free will. We were under orders from the Nine Nations Union to carry out an important task. As a result, we were occupied for several days and were present during the Milan invasion. Helpless, we could only choose a remote route and fly back. However, we encountered a few low-grade spell warriors along the way and had no choice but to kill them. But who could have possibly known that there was a nascent soul spell warrior that was located nearby? Just as we finished killing the last low-grade spell warrior, we were discovered by the old eccentric and were chased down. Although we knew we weren't a match, if we scattered, we would have only met our end sooner, so we could only do our utmost. It was only by a fluke that Senior Han came our way, else we would have met our end." As Lei Wanhe spoke with gratitude, he examined this martial nephew Han. To tell the truth, he still felt as if all that happened was a dream. When Hanli heard this, he lost interest and indifferently grunted. A short moment later, he then asked, "Fellow Daoist Lei, is my master Li Huayuan still doing well?" As there was no point in concealing the matter, Lei Wanhe honestly answered, "Senior Han, junior martial brother Li died 100 years ago in the war with the Mulan spell warriors. As for his wife, she wasn't able to form a golden core and reached the end of her lifespan." Hanli was slightly shaken by his words and revealed a trace of sadness. He then asked, "Were my fellow martial brothers and sisters able to form a golden core?" Lei Wanhe sighed and said, "No, although 3 of junior martial brother Li's disciples had exceptional aptitude and entered false core stage, they weren't fated to form a golden core." Hanli grew silent for a moment. The appearances of Yu Kun, Song Meng, Zhong Wenyang, and the others appeared through his mind. Past events slowly began to appear. A moment later, he took a deep breath. Since his martial brothers and sisters were unable to form a golden core, he didn't further ask about them. It was likely that they died during meditation. His time spent at Yellow Maple Valley seemed as if it had all happened in an old dream. At that moment, Nia Yen suddenly said, "Senior Han, would you happen to be interested in rejoining Yellow Maple Valley?" Hanli raised his brow and immediately answered, "Return to Yellow Maple Valley. I have no such interest. I've already become an elder of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Drifting Clouds sect, and I am satisfied there." Disappointment appeared from Nia Yan's expression and Lei Wanhe's expression wavered. As for the other 3, they didn't dare to speak as they were unfamiliar with Hanli. After a moment of hesitation, Nia Yan then asked, "Would Senior happen to recognize Xiao Chui'er?" Hanli was stunned for a moment. He asked with an odd expression, "Xiao Chui'er, 3. Of course I do, you know that little girl." At that same moment, the appearance of that young, strange-spirited girl came to mind. 1. Chapter 158, 2. In Chapter 236, Hanli traded medicine herbs for Lei Wanhe's pill formulas. Prior to this, Lei Wanhe had assisted Hanli in getting rid of a few thousand bamboo sect cultivators. 3. Introduced in Chapter 291 while Hanli was guarding the Mortal Qin clan. At the time, Xiao Xiaoyu and her grandfather were qi condensation cultivators. For payment of the nameless qi restraining incantation, he had introduced her to his senior martial brother Ma at Yellow Maple Valley as a disciple. Chapter 710. Information on Nangong Wan. Hanli had a deep impression of the young girl he had recommended to join Yellow Maple Valley. But soon after, he recalled the small old man that had accepted her as a disciple, senior martial brother Ma. When Hanli recalled him, he felt a trace of sadness. That small old man couldn't have formed a golden core given his age, but he was the one who Hanli shared the deepest friendship with at Yellow Maple Valley. Odds were that he already passed away. With both feigned annoyance and delight, she faintly smiled and said, "Little girl. Junior martial sister Xiao is no longer some little girl. She is already married and entered core formation stage several tens of years ago." Once Hanli recovered from his surprise, he smiled, "Oh. She also entered core formation. Now that is surprising." Niang gently said, "I have heard junior martial sister Xiao speak several times about how senior drew her into the sect." Junior martial sister Xiao always felt deep gratitude and concern for senior Han. Hanli's smile faded away and he insipidly said, "At the time, I simply introduced her to senior martial brother Ma because her aptitude was good, nothing more. It is now only a matter of the past." Nia Yen and Lei Wanhe could only bitterly smile at each other in silence at her failed efforts in an attempt to make Hanli rejoin the sect. As for the reason why Hanli was unwilling to rejoin, the two could guess. During the year the core disciples joined the Nine Nations Union, since Hanli wasn't amongst them because he was but a minor Foundation establishment disciple, he was grouped up to be bait and was abandoned. It was no wonder why he felt so detached towards Yellow Maple Valley and had no intention of returning. As the two had nothing better to say, Hanli suddenly asked the middle-aged masked moon cultivator, "Did you have a female cultivator by the name of Nangong Wan? How is she now?" Hanli's voice suddenly grew gloomy. The middle-aged man named Tang Minghua was surprised and he soon respectfully replied, "Oh. Senior knows Martial Aunt Nangong. She is currently overseeing the sect and is doing well." In Hanli's shock, he wasn't able to conceal a trace of joy. Martial Aunt. She already entered nascent soul stage. Martial Aunt Nangong successfully entered nascent soul stage over 100 years ago, and she is now an elder of our sect. Is Senior an old friend of Martial Aunt Nangong? Hanli sighed and his eyes became dim. Old friend? It could be considered so. I received great kindness from your Martial Aunt in the past, and I've always wanted to meet her again. It's a shame that I was occupied with so many matters over the year and I've never had the opportunity. Hee. Although Martial Aunt Nangong rarely sees guests, Senior should be able to easily see her. In 3 months, Martial Aunt Nangong will marry the Flowing Mind sect's elder Wei, and their Tao companion ceremony will officialize them as pair cultivators. This celebration originally only invited high-grade cultivators of the 9 Nations Union, but since Senior is her old friend, he will certainly. Hanli felt his mind buzz and he couldn't hear anything else the middle-aged man said. He suddenly faced the masked moon sect cultivator and coldly asked, "Tao companion ceremony?" Yes, she plans on marrying Elder Wei Lycan of the Flowing Mind sect, who formed a nascent soul 300 years ago and possesses profound abilities. He is a cultivation genius who didn't come from the heavenly south. Both of our sects spent much effort to make this matter possible. Hanli's icy expression frightened the middle-aged cultivator. All kinds of strange thoughts began to well up inside him, but under Hanli's freezing gaze, he couldn't help but continue to speak. Lei Wanhe and the others revealed an odd expression. Even an idiot could tell that the relationship between Hanli and Nangong Wan wasn't so simple. Why else would Hanli have such a strong reaction upon hearing this? Much to the other's surprise, Hanli's icy expression lasted only a moment more before suddenly disappearing. With a gentle tone, he said, "There is no need for fellow Taoist Tang to be afraid. I have no evil intentions. I merely heard that an old love of mine is about to become someone else's woman and I became somewhat restless. Now that I know of this matter, I will naturally have to celebrate my good friend's ceremony." The middle-aged cultivator sighed in relief at seeing Hanli so calm and repeatedly uttered words of welcome. However, Hanli only replied with a slight smile. The others in the chariot were also relieved. After all, the 6 sects of you were now practically one united existence. They didn't wish for anything to happen to one another. Following this, Hanli casually asked a few more questions related to the 6 sects of you. Since the matters weren't important, the 5 were able to answer all of them. But when he heard that the Yellow Maple Valley ancestor Lingyu had reached the end of his lifespan, Hanli frowned for just a moment and quickly unfurrowed his brow as if he hadn't heard this. Hanli suddenly recalled something and asked, "Ah yes, your Martial Aunt Nangong should have a younger cousin by the name of Nangong Bing. She should also be a cultivator of the Masked Moon sect." The middle-aged cultivator seemed confused and asked, "Nangong Bing?" Senior must have heard wrong. Martial Aunt Nangong was always a solitary figure. I've never heard of a younger cousin. Is Senior not mistaken? When Hanli heard this, he was dumbfounded. After taking a deep breath, he urgently asked, "Nangong Bing should have been a female core formation cultivator of your sect. Could it be that you don't remember?" Tang Minghua wryly smiled. "If this person truly belongs to our sect, this junior would definitely know of it." I can pledge with certainty that there is no such woman in our sect. With an astonished expression, Lei Wanhe couldn't help but interrupt, fellow Daoist Tang speaks the truth. We would know if such a core formation cultivator existed in the Masked Moon sect. Where did Senior come to learn of this person? It's nothing. I merely had a misunderstanding. Although Han Li said this, he was flabbergasted and appeared to be at a loss. Han Li now knew that Nangong Bing wasn't the cousin of Nangong Wan, but was Nangong Wan herself with the use of some appearance alterations. It was no wonder why she hadn't treated him so ruthlessly or why she had such a queer expression when they departed. After that, Han Li completely lost interest in further discussion and simply dropped the chariot forward with a gloomy expression. When the others saw that this Senior Han wasn't in a good mood, they didn't dare to carelessly chat. For a time, the wind-riding chariot was completely silent. Less than half a day later, Han Li stopped the wind-riding chariot at some nameless mountain. Han Li stood up and calmly said, "We will have to part here. This place is only a day away from the border of the state of Fengyuan. It should be safe here. I have matters that I must attend to and I cannot continue to keep you company." Lei Wanhe and the others didn't dare to say anything else and simply thanked Han Li once more for saving their life before flying out of the wind-riding chariot. Han Li didn't say a single word more and promptly turned the chariot before disappearing off the horizon in the blink of an eye. The older Heavenly Imperial Fortress cultivator surnamed Xian saw that the wind-riding chariot had disappeared from sight and couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Daoist Lei, is it true that Senior Han was once a disciple of your Yellow Maple Valley and was your martial nephew in the past?" Lei Wanhe frowned and annoyedly said, "What, do you think I'm someone who speaks empty words?" Although his life had been saved by Han Li, his past junior's cultivation now vastly exceeded his own and he became a genuine senior. Given how careful he had to be, he couldn't help but be in a bad mood. Hee. There is no need for Brother Lei to be angry. I simply found it odd. If fellow Daoist spoke truthfully, Senior Han should be around the same age as fellow Daoist Nye. Fellow Daoist Nye, how long have you been cultivating? Cultivator Qian asked earnestly. As if realizing what he asked, Nye Yen answered with a changed expression, "I cultivated for 200 years before reaching early core formation stage." Cultivator Qian rubbed his chin and sternly said, "It seems Senior Han spent only 200 years before condensing a nascent soul. Do you know what this means?" The giant sword sect cultivator couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Could it be Brother Qian means?" Cultivator Qian solemnly said, "That's right. It is quite possible this person may reach deity transformation stage." It had been tens of thousands of years since this last happened. Although cultivators who reach deity transformation stage soon disappear from this world, each of them were unrivaled in the short time they were here. The entire Heavenly South, be they righteous, devilish, or even neutral, all unite during this time as there is none capable of withstanding an early deity transformation stage cultivator. They planted down their sects in the country with the least other sects at the state of Beiliang. The state of Beiliang had sparsely few cultivators due to the lack of cultivation resources. As for selecting who would join the 6 sects, they couldn't possibly be choosy. Additionally, the 6 sect cultivators were secretly and openly feuding with the local sects for over 100 years before managing to barely establish themselves. Of course, spirit veins and other resources the 6 sects of you had access to were far inferior to what they had in their original country. But after so many years of desperate fighting, the 6 sects eventually recovered a bit of their strength and their standing in the 9 Nations Alliance grew. With the Masked Moon sect being the strongest amongst the 6 sects of you, they managed to occupy a mountain range with decent spirit veins. The west side of the state of Beiliang's gem-cut mountains was the base of the Masked Moon sect. They had constructed countless buildings of all sorts and laid down various grand restrictions here. The gem-cut mountains was divided into 3 levels. The lowest level being at the base of the mountain and was where the low-grade cultivators lived. Naturally, only core formation cultivators had the qualifications to live in the middle level. Although foundation establishment cultivators weren't worthy of notice in the eyes of those at core formation stage and above, in the eyes of stagnant chi condensation cultivators, they viewed them as important pillars of the sect. The masked moon sect's various stewards were naturally exceedingly capable people, and all possessed foundation establishment cultivation, the exception being the mortal affairs steward, Yuan Kun. He was the sole chi condensation steward in the sect. The reason this was possible was because the Yuan clan, a mid-sized clan native to the state of Beiliang, had welcomed the 6 sects when they had just entered the country. They had expended much effort on behalf of the masked moon sect in particular. As a reward for the Yuan clan's actions, the masked moon sect would only assign Yuan clan disciples to this minor position for generations to come. But as luck would have it, Yuan Kun was the nephew of the Yuan clan lord and had no future prospects in cultivation. As a result of the personal request of the Yuan clan lord, the upper echelon of the masked moon sect appointed him as a sect steward. While Yuan Kun may not have much prospects in cultivation, he was well adjusted to the mortal world and was able to smoothly handle his tasks without any mishap, consolidating his position as a steward. But due to the rules of seniority in the cultivation world, the low-grade cultivators in the masked moon sect didn't treat him with much more respect as he was still only a chi condensation cultivator. He was also held in contempt by the other foundation establishment stage stewards. However, Steward Yuan didn't care about this in the least and leisurely spent his days in the masked moon sect, drawing from his connections and lowering his head when needed. One day, Yuan Kun appeared at a mortal village closest to the gem-cut mountains, bringing along 2 masked moon sect disciples along with him that possessed lower cultivation. As normal, they went around several stores and purchased a few everyday goods. But unbeknownst to him, after he walked through 3 of these stores, an indiscernible trace of spiritual sense stealthily wrapped around the clothes of the steward, attentively watching this trifling chi condensation cultivator. Not long after, faint azure light faintly pulsed from within it. Although the gem-cut mountains had a notable name, the first time anyone that came to its mountain wouldn't know why it had the name gem-cut. It didn't appear exquisite as its name had implied. Rather, it appeared strange and oversized. The gem-cut mountains didn't have many branching mountains, but the main mountain spanned tens of kilometers in length. Moreover, the bottom half the mountain appeared quite smooth and flat without any cliffs as if it were a huge slope. But the center of the mountain suddenly grew steep. Not only was the mountain stones frighteningly steep but the spiritual chi was far more plentiful. It was where the core formation cultivators placed their own cave residences. But in order to prevent any attacks from the sky, ferocious spell restrictions were placed down around the top of the gem-cut mountains. Low-grade disciples have no method of climbing the mountain apart from a few set pathways. Han Li currently stood at the center of the gem-cut mountains on a simple stone road. He looked up to the top of the gem-cut mountains with a soft expression. His current appearance had greatly changed through the use of the appearance exchange arts. His entire body and stature had precisely changed to that of Yuan Kun. Of course, he had also restrained his cultivation to chi condensation stage. After acquiring the information that he wanted from Yuan Kun and his subordinates, he imprisoned the 3 in a dry tree hollow and boldly entered the gem-cut mountains. With Yuan Kun's steward command medallion along with the information he had acquired from the dream tier technique, he was able to easily enter the masked moon sect. He currently stood at a market city that was constructed at a corner of the gem-cut mountains where thousands of disciples traded for wanted items. Among them were a few stores that sold mortal goods which were specifically managed by this steward Yuan. Han Li didn't directly head to the top of the mountain. Instead, he patiently brought the items that Yuan Kun purchased at the mortal town and delivered them to these stores. He left each of these stores under the respective gazes of the shopkeepers and glanced up the mountain. From these three disciples' memories, although Nangong Wan was on the verge of getting married, she wasn't freely accepting visitors despite not being in secluded cultivation. Even the high-grade disciples of the sect found it difficult to meet their martial ancestor Nangong. As for why Nangong Wan would agree to become the pair cultivation companion of the Flowing Mind sect's Wei Laikin, it was still unknown to Han Li. The three he had captured were lowly ranked and didn't know anything of the matter, much to Han Li's disappointment. But from their memories, Han Li was able to clearly see, as the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the Masked Moon sect and an amazing, world-shaking beauty, Nangong Wan held the vast adoration of many of the low-grade disciples in the sect. There were even vast amounts of male disciples that secretly held romantic feelings for her, Yuan Kun being one of them. Although he had only seen Nangong Wan a couple of times in the many years that he spent there, he was infatuated. When he heard that Nangong Wan was to be married, Steward Yuan felt depressed for a long while. When Han Li saw these memories, he was speechless. Now that Han Li had finished delivering the mortal goods, he casually dealt with other matters in accordance to Yuan Kun's memories. Fortunately, Steward Yuan didn't have any particularly deep relationships in the sect and none were able to see through any gaps in behavior. A while later, Han Li saw that the sky was dimming and felt that it was about time. According to the Yuan Kun's ordinary behavior, he calmly climbed the mountain. Although Yuan Kun was only a qi condensation cultivator, he was still a sect steward, and possessed a small, unremarkable residence on the second level of the Gem-Cut Mountains. Han Li was able to make it into the second level of the Gem-Cut Mountains without any problems, but he came across a few Foundation establishment cultivators along the way. When they spotted Han Li disguised as Steward Yuan, they each glanced at him with disdain. There were a few that ignored him. When Han Li was alone, he bitterly chuckled as he stroked his chin. It seems that apart from Steward Yuan's subordinates, this person didn't get along well with others. After entering the second level, Han Li didn't go to Yuan Kun's small residence. Instead, he flew towards the top of the mountain along the path on a low-altitude flying tool. Although the other areas appeared empty, Han Li knew that formidable restrictions had been placed there. He naturally didn't dare to touch them. Eventually, Han Li arrived at the border entrance between the second and third level of the mountain. There were two Foundation establishment cultivators that had bluntly blocked his way. The pale-skinned cultivator frowned and loudly shouted, "Yuan Kun. What did you come here for? You should know that you have no business here." After a long while of hesitation, "Martial uncles, this martial nephew wishes to see martial ancestor Nangong. Would martial uncles be able to report this?" Once the two cultivators recovered from their shock, they harshly rebuked him without further thought. "What are you saying? Yuan Kun, are you awake? You must be daydreaming to think you can see martial ancestor Nangong." Chapter 713, Nangong Wan. Han Li wore a miserable expression and said, "When this martial nephew went out to purchase a few items, I encountered a senior with an unfathomable cultivation. He wanted me to give something to martial ancestor Nangong. He even placed a restriction on my body, saying that only martial ancestor Nangong would be able to dispel it." The pale-skinned cultivator asked bewilderedly, "Senior? Was he a core formation cultivator?" Continuing his dejected expression, he helplessly said, "This martial nephew isn't sure." But this cultivator stated that he was an old friend of martial ancestor Nangong and wished to send her a congratulatory gift, having heard that a grand celebration was drawing near. "There are still some things that I have to personally say to her." An old friend of martial ancestor? Could he also be a nascent soul senior? This time, the burly cultivator had spoken with alarm. After the pale-skinned cultivator recovered from his surprise, he doubtfully said, "It is possible, but since Senior was already there, why didn't he personally arrive at the mountain and present the gift? Who knows? Maybe this Senior has some of other matters to attend to, or maybe he finds it inconvenient." After a few of his musings, the burly cultivate bluntly said, "Martial Nephew Yuan, extend your hand and let us see the restriction on your body." Having expected this, Hanli calmly extended his arm towards him and surged spiritual power throughout his power, simulating a bizarre magic power restriction on his body. The burly cultivator grabbed onto Han Li's arm and revealed astonishment after sensing it for a short moment. The pale-skinned cultivator also curiously placed two of his fingers on Han Li's arm. Not long after, he wore a similar expression on his face. The pale-skinned cultivator eased his expression and his tone grew less harsh. "That's right, a fearsome restriction has been placed on your body. From the degree of its complexity, it appears to have been laid down by a nascent soul cultivator. However, we cannot allow you to easily climb the mountain on this alone. First, take out the congratulatory gift. One of us will take it to martial ancestor Nangong and see whether or not this person is truly an old friend of hers. If martial ancestor is willing to see you, you can climb the mountain. Do you understand, martial nephew Yuan?" When Han Li heard this, he wore a bitter expression, but after some thought, he nodded his head. Han Li took out a long wooden box from his storage pouch and handed it over to him. He anxiously added, "This is fine. However, martial uncle must clearly explain the matter of the restriction placed down on my body." The lid of the wooden box had a faint silver restriction talisman placed on top of it. From its spiritual chi fluctuations, it appeared to be quite importantly. It was clear to see this was to prevent anybody from opening the box as it was delivered. "I understand. Properly wait here for the time being. Junior Martial Brother Ma, I am going." The pale-skinned cultivator spoke impatiently to Han Li and gave a word of warning to the burly cultivator before flying off on his magic tool with the wooden box in hand. Han Li could only calmly stand in place. Although he was confident that Nan Gongwan would see him once she opened the box, he still felt somewhat apprehensive. He answered the intermittent questions from the guard that was left behind. However, when he asked of the appearance of the senior who had delivered this gift, Han Li answered that this senior was wearing a cloak and that he couldn't tell whether or not they were a man or a woman. After the time it took to finish a meal, the pale-skinned cultivator returned with empty hands. Martial ancestor Nanlong said that this person is truly an old friend of hers, and that I am able to bring you to see her to dissolve the restriction. After curtly speaking, the pale-faced cultivator had Han Li follow him up the mountain. Han Li was overjoyed by this and wore an excited expression as he followed the pale-skinned cultivator. "Be careful. There are paths that you cannot take no matter what. These restrictions are far more formidable than the restrictions on the center level. Even I wouldn't survive if I fell into them." "Of course," Han Li answered with acknowledgement. At that moment, a streak of blue light shot forwards to meet them. The pale-skinned cultivator seemed to recognize the owner of this light and stopped in place with a respectful expression. Soon, the light arrived before the two and faded away to reveal a middle-aged, embroidered-robed cultivator with an imposing appearance. The embroidered-robed cultivator glanced at Han Li and said with a cold tone, "Martial nephew's son, why have you brought a chi condensation cultivator to the top of the mountain? Do you not understand the rules here?" The pale-skinned cultivator seemed to hold much reverence towards the embroidered-robed cultivator and hastily explained, "Martial Senior Lan, this martial nephew is only following martial ancestor Nangong's orders. I wouldn't have the courage otherwise to dare to do this." At that moment, Han Li swept his gaze past the embroidered-robed man to discover that he was merely an early core formation cultivator, and that he need not pay him much heed. Although these were his thoughts, he also assumed a respectful expression and didn't dare to rashly speak. When the embroidered-robed cultivator heard this, He was stunned for a moment before astonishedly asking, "Marshal Aunt Nangong wishes to see this person. Tell me how this came to be." "It's like this. Marshal Nephew Yuan." Unknown whether the pale-skinned cultivator didn't dare to conceal this matter from his marshal senior or that he was indifferent about the matter, he narrated the events that had occurred. An old friend of Marshal Aunt Nangong placed a restriction on his body. The embroidered-robed cultivator frowned and suddenly looked at Hanli with a penetrating gaze. The embroidered-robed cultivator bluntly ordered, "Let me have a look at the restriction on your body." Hanli cursed at this person's nosy meddling and could only helplessly obey. The embroidered-robed cultivator grabbed Hanli's wrist and deeply examined it for a moment before nodding his head. This is truly odd. However, although this restriction is complex, it isn't malicious. It seems this person didn't have any ill intent. Go ahead and see Marshal Aunt Nangong." Afterwards, he paid the two no further heed and shot down the mountain in a flash of faint blue light. A short moment later, the light dimmed and grew indistinct, disappearing soon after. The pale-skinned cultivator waited until the embroidered-robed cultivator departed before taking a deep breath and gazing in the direction that the light disappeared. He muttered, "Marshal Uncle Lan's incorporeal evasion technique can be said to be as blue as his name, 1. Although he is only at early core formation stage, even late core formation cultivators would find it difficult to deal with him." The incorporeal evasion technique. When Hanli heard this, his heart stirred. Could this person have something to do with the old eccentric Cheong, too, that he saw during the trial by blood and fire? Perhaps he was a descendant or disciple. At that moment, the pale-skinned cultivator had relaxed and continued to lead the way. Soon after, Hanli tossed the matter of the embroidered-robed cultivator to the back of his mind. Because the top level of the gem-cut mountains didn't house many cultivators to begin with, the two didn't encounter anybody else as they traveled to a cave residence close to the peak of the mountain. The pale-skinned cultivator spoke with a tone of admiration. "This is Marshal Ancestor Nanlong's meditation area. Speak carefully when you reply to the Marshal Ancestor, and don't say anything unrelated to the restriction placed on your body. Perhaps she may have some benefits in store for you." After he said that, he turned towards the gate and respectfully said, reporting to Marshal Ancestor, "The disciple is already here." "I understand. Have the disciple enter alone. You may take your leave." The voice faintly carried a trace of familiarity and strangeness. Once those words were said, the door to the cave residence flickered with yellow light and the stone opened. Hanli walked forward without any hesitation. To Hanli's surprise, there was a beautiful female cultivator wearing yellow short-sleeved robes that stood behind the door. She appeared to be the age of 18 and possessed early foundation establishment cultivation. The woman examined Hanli's transformed figure of Yuan Kuan and found nothing to be wrong. She coldly said, "Follow me. Marshal Ancestor is waiting for you in the main hall." The woman turned around and entered the cave residence. Hanli lightly sighed and closely followed after her. Nangong Wan's cave residence couldn't be considered large. The foundation establishment woman brought Hanli down a short corridor and through several small side rooms before arriving at the main hall. The hall was elegantly decorated and there was some unknown essence being burned at an unknown corner of the room. There were two interesting small flower pots, each with a precious herb flourishing in them. There was an exquisite square wooden table at the center of the hall. Each side had a light green straw chair. One of the chairs was occupied with a black-haired, white-clothed young woman. She was looking down at the huge sparkling silver sword in her hand. The wood box on the table was open now laid empty. 1. His surname, Lon, is the same character for blue. 2. First mentioned in Chapter 176, Elder Cheong was a formidable core formation cultivator from the Masked Moon sect. Nan Gong Wang interrupted, enough, there is no need to speak more of it. I'm not going to complain about how you took in a concubine. After all, am I not getting married myself? Her expression suddenly grew saddened and incredibly weak. Han Li's expression slightly changed. With a sullen voice, he unhurriedly asked, what's going on with that? Could it be you truly planned to marry that person? Nan Gongwan bit her red lips and bright eyes flickered. Before I answer that question, I have questions of my own. Why have you come? Do you want me to not marry this person, or do you wish to take me away? With complete and unwavering determination, Han Li immediately answered, of course it is to take you away. I want you to become my wife. No matter who it is that wishes to take away the one I cherish, they will have to go through me first. That is quite the dream, but when I have ever agreed to become your wife. Nan Gongwan blushed and shyly rebuked him in a charming display. Han Li silently smiled and said nothing else. As he was new to matters such as this, it would be better to not delve too deeply. Soon, Nan Gongwan's shyness had disappeared, and she expressionlessly said, you should know that in the year of the trial by blood and fire, my first thought was to slash you into countless pieces after you took my virginity. Afterwards, I would use the vermilion bird band to turn your body into ashes to fulfill my revenge. After all, I had bitterly guarded the purity of my body for over 100 years, but you came along and took it. How could I not bear great hatred towards you? From what you've said, I should have already died. Han Li rubbed his nose and found himself not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Once that was said, Nan Gongwan's face grew scarlet and she unhappily rebuked him, of course. Were it not for some unexplained coincidence that caused my heart to soften, I wouldn't have released you. Do you believe that core formation cultivators are so easily dealt with? Han Li grinned and said nothing else. Once Nan Gongwan explained a trace of the grudge she held against him, she continued, after we left and returned to the sect, for some unknown reason, I was unable to cast off your image regardless of whether it be during cultivation or secluded meditation. Moreover, your image only became more distinct over time, and it appeared more frequently in my mind. At that moment, I realized that you became an inner demon of temptation. If I didn't cast you off, I feared that my cultivation would become forever stagnant. There were only two methods to cast off an inner demon of temptation. I had to either marry you and become one with you, fulfilling the temptation, or to have you disappear from this world. If you no longer existed, the inner demon would gradually fade. Because there was far too great a disparity in cultivation, it was impossible to choose the former. Chapter 7:15, Heart Restraint Technique. There isn't much to be said after we parted. I returned to the Masked Moon sect. Once my sect gained footing in the state of Bailiang, I snuck into the state of Yu to find you. However, the information I acquired was rather terrible. I only knew that you had been hunted down by the Ghost Spirit sect. The concrete details of the matter were unknown. Not long after, I was discovered by the Devil Dao and was forced to return to the Nine Nations Alliance. Afterwards, I never acquired information on you. I believed you dead and my inner demons with regards to you had gradually disappeared. Along the way, I managed to condense a nascent soul and smoothly became an elder of the Masked Moon sect. And here we are now. Nan Gongwan spoke with a calm tone. Han Li's expression changed several times as he listened to Nan Gongwan's unhurried explanation. In the past, she had done many things he was completely ignorant of, causing him to look upon her with even greater warmth. A moment later, Han Li couldn't help but ask, "What's this about Wei Liken?" Nan Gongwan coldly smiled, "Wei Liken. I unintentionally encountered him as he was traveling several years prior. I am not fond of him. He appears to be elegant and noble, but he is a thieving hypocrite and a philanderer. I heard that he secretly performs drawing techniques on each of his 8 female disciples. He most likely harbors ill intentions towards marrying me. That was why I refused his first request to marry me. Refuse? What changed? Han Li curiously asked. Nan Gongwan didn't directly answer and suddenly asked, "Do you know of the 3 great nascent soul cultivators in the heavenly south?" Han Li's expression turned grim and faintly felt that something was amiss, naturally. There is a late nascent soul cultivator in the righteous Tao, the devilish Tao, and the 9 Nations Alliance, each only a step away from entering deity transformation stage. This is how each of the 3 superpowers remain on equal footing. As for our Heavenly Tao Alliance, we have 2 mid-nascent soul stage Tao companions that are proficient in cooperative techniques. Together, they are capable of difficultly restraining a late nascent soul cultivator. What does Wei Lycan have to do with one of them? That's right. Wei Lycan's great uncle is Wei Wuya, one of these 3 great cultivators. As the highest-ranking elder of the 9 Nations Alliance, this Wei Wuya cultivates a rarely seen venomous cultivation art. With a sweep of his hand, he is able to take another life without any contact. His immense abilities are beyond imagination. Nan Gongwan folded her fingers together and bitterly smiled. Han Li scowled and a malicious glint appeared from his eyes. Could it be that this Wei Wuya personally made things difficult for you? Nan Gongwan wore an indignant expression. No, but Wei Wuya is definitely personally involved. You may not know this, but our sect's past great elder passed and was replaced with an old senior martial sister. Although her cultivation isn't weak, she is of shrewd mind and is normally at odds with me. Although we get along with our other elder, the relationship between us is awful. Han Li's expression grew sullen as Nan Gongwan was about to mention the heart of the matter. After Nan Gongwan gritted her teeth, she said, after refusing Wei Lycan's marriage request several times, Wei Lycan somewhat personally caused Wei Wuya to pay a visit to this senior martial sister of mine. Although I didn't know what the 2 spoke about, half a year later during an incarnation period of my female essence incarnation technique, she suddenly restrained me to force me into wedding Wei Lycan. After a moment of shock, he incredulously said, "Is your senior martial sister not sick in the mind? Using such a method to deal with a nascent soul cultivator of the same sect?" Nan Gongwan smirked and mockingly said, "Isn't that the truth? I hadn't expected her to be crazed to this degree. However, it seems Wei Wuya's conditions were truly difficult to refuse. I later found out that so long as the Masked Moon sect agreed to this marriage, not only would the 6 sects expand out of the state of Bailiang, but Wei Lycan would be willing to leave the Flowing Mind sect after marrying me and join the Masked Moon sect. For these 2 benefits at the price of one, she acted without any hesitation. Regardless of my intentions, she released information that I was to be wed with Wei Lycan and prepared to hold a celebration, wishing to forcefully conclude the matter before it can be changed. If I wished to later back out, I would have no method of doing so." Han Li delightedly said, "So it turned out you hadn't agreed to this matter. These words of you deliberately wishing to marry came as a shock to me." Nan Gongwan looked at Han Li and unhappily said, "I still have something I wish to ask you. Even after condensing a nascent soul for so many years, why is it that you haven't sought me out sooner? If you came a year earlier, this troublesome matter could have been avoided. It isn't that I didn't wish to see you, but rather." Han Li threw to give an explanation, but after a moment, he found this truly strange as well. Although Han Li faintly felt that Nan Gongwan should have been someone that he truly cherished, for some unknown reason, he never thought to touch upon this feeling. If it weren't for news of Nan Gongwan suddenly marrying, he feared that he still would have hesitated on this matter rather than directly confront these feelings. As Han Li's expression remained calm, Nan Gongwan gracefully stood up and took several steps toward Han Li. She directly looked into his eyes and said, "In truth, my own circumstances are about the same as yours. Although our own experiences and abilities are far beyond that of mortals, we are fearful and unfamiliar towards our first venture of our emotions. Even if we have a deep impression of each other, we aren't a mortal pair after all. We cannot release all of our passions in an instant and have our emotions blaze like a star. For an optimal attitude for cultivation, cultivators have no option but to weaken our emotions and bury a majority of them. What is left behind is only an ordinary and flat relationship that is enduring. But when I heard that you were still alive, I felt more than happy and spent 2 days in careful consideration before eventually deciding to accept you in accordance to my feelings. After she said this with a soft tone, Nan Gongwan extended her slender hand and grabbed Han Li's palm. After a moment of silence, Han Li placed his other hand on top. The soft sensation of her hand caused him to feel a trace of comfort. Nan Gongwan blushed and she quickly pulled her hand away, bashfully glaring at Han Li in the process. Chapter 717, Ambush Setting Sun Hall was the residence for the Great Elder for many successive generations of the Masked Moon sect. Not only was a spirit well placed there, but the hall was also heavily layered with restrictions. Apart from a few other elders, none are able to easily approach the hall without the permission of the Great Elder. At that moment, a streak of red light flew across the horizon. It revolved several times around Setting Sun Hall and was able to enter without obstruction. The red light passed through several layers of restrictions as if they weren't there, and entered a side room after taking a few turns. Inside the room was a woman of graceful beauty meditating on a prayer mat. Her skin seemed icily pale, and her age appeared to be in her early 20s. Her body faintly emitted an icy chi. In the instant the red light appeared before the woman, she slowly opened her eyes and frowned. She beckoned to the red light and it then dropped down into the woman's hand in a fist-sized ball of red light. The icy woman stared at the flame and expressionlessly flipped her hand, extinguishing it. What is that girl planning? Taking the initiative to see me. But since her tone is so gentle, I better have a look. In a swift and decisive manner, the woman quickly flew off in a streak of white light and instantly flew out of Setting Sun Hall. Not long after, the woman arrived in front of Nan Gongwan's cave residence. She descended onto the ground and examined her surroundings. It appeared ordinary and the restrictions outside the cave residence were still damaged beyond use. Having noticed nothing strange, she walked towards the cave residence with confidence and struck the stone door with a white spell seal, opening it of its own accord. The pale woman then calmly walked in without a word. I pay my respects to martial ancestor. A young, yellow-clothed woman that was standing behind the stone door, immediately saluted the icy woman as soon as she appeared. The icy woman took a casual glance at her and indifferently said, "It seems your cultivation has progressed since the last time I saw you. It seems you should have already taken those medicine pills I've given you." She then began to slowly walk deeper into the cave residence. The yellow-clothed woman lowered her head and quickly replied, "Many thanks for the medicine, martial ancestor. This disciple wouldn't have progressed so quickly without it. It is good that you know. Has junior martial sister Nangong taken any strange actions in her cave residence? Tell me, has junior martial sister Nangong been taking any strange actions lately?" The young woman obediently said, "Nothing much. Apart from seeing a sect disciple today, she hasn't done anything else." "No. She hasn't done anything today apart from meeting with a disciple." The young woman spoke meticulously. "Your martial uncle Lon already told me about this from a sound transmission talisman. What gift did that disciple bring? Has he already left?" That disciple was merely a low-grade steward in the sect. He had already left a few hours ago. After martial ancestor Nangong received the gift, she actually seemed somewhat unhappy. The icy woman's expression stirred upon hearing this. Oh. What kind of gift was it that made her unhappy? The yellow-clothed woman further lowered her head and uttered each word with deliberation. It was simply a silver sword magic tool. Martial ancestor Nangong felt ill at ease upon seeing it. After pondering for a moment, the icy woman's face revealed a trace of astonishment and said, "It most likely came from a vagrant cultivator that junior martial sister Nangong had befriended while she was traveling. This isn't anything too strange. Martial ancestor's words are certainly true." When martial ancestor Nangong received the silver sword, she became pensive for a long while. Afterwards, she decided to send a voice transmission talisman to martial ancestor. The huge azure sword dimmed and diverged into several tens of flying swords that began to circle in place. Gradually, a silhouette appeared from within the revolving swords, revealing a youth with a common appearance. He gazed at the woman with a faint smile. When the woman clearly saw Han Li's true cultivation, her pupils shrank. She coldly said, "What is going on?" "Junior martial sister Nangong, who is he and what was that doppelganger of yours?" The woman immediately reached at her waist and took out a red command medallion. Han Li shifted his gaze towards the command medallion and sullenly said, "The restriction medallion." With a cold snort, she hostilely said, "As expected, Junior Marshal Nangong has told you everything. I don't know who you are, but these matters are the affairs of the Masked Moon sect. You had best stand down, or our 6 sects will hunt you down." Having already placed away the silver sword from before, she gracefully stood up and coldly said, "There is no need for senior martial sister to speak such frightening words. I am not without friends in the 6 sects. If they knew what senior martial sister did to a fellow sect member, would she receive the blade? And while you are able to activate the heart restriction technique with that command medallion, do you believe that I will give you the opportunity to use it?" Soon after, Nangong Wan spat out a ring of flame, her magic treasure the vermilion bird band. A sinister glint flickered from the icy woman's eyes when she heard this. She had no intention of retreating against Han Li and wore a resentful expression on her face. She suddenly shook her sleeves, and tossed out a streak of white and black light, 2 flying swords. They revolved once around her and they suddenly grew in size, extending to 3 meters in length. The white flying sword was as pure as snow and emitted a bone-chilling icy chi. As for the black flying sword, it possessed a fantastical heat and occasionally flickered with black flame. There were a rare pair of yin-yang swords. The woman coldly laughed and lightly shook the red command medallion in her head and muttered a few words into it. Red light immediately flickered from it, slowly covering it in a layer of light. Closely observing her actions, Han Li instantly attempted to interrupt her without another thought. The small silver bell had already revolved around his head. Under the command of Han Li's incantation gesture, the bell began to ring, striking at her with silver sound waves. At nearly the same time, Han Li rolled his hands together, sending a streak of red and a streak of azure light towards some nearby pillars in the hall. As the hall's restrictions were activated, the ground trembled. Chapter 7:18. The light stasis mirror threads of red and azure lights began to emerge from all over the hall and followed after the silver sound waves, engulfing the icy woman at their center. In the face of these oncoming attacks, the woman simply pointed to her 2 swords. Black and white light flashed from the swords as they easily spun once in the air, instantly releasing a wave of glacial and scorching chi. With the white icy chi on the outside, and the black scorching chi on the inside, they conformed into a strange barrier of light around the woman. When the sound waves struck the barrier, they were entirely absorbed without a trace. But soon after, the red and azure lights from the hall's restrictions had managed to envelop it. Nan Gongwan took action at that moment. In a burst of flame, the vermilion bird band turned into a huge fireball and suddenly exuded a vast pressure. Then with a casual wave of hand, a dim scarlet light flashed from her hand and she vanished from sight. Were it not for Han Li's vast spiritual sense, he wouldn't have been seen through Nan Gongwan's sneak attack. Following a muffled hum, the dim light suddenly revealed it in a colorful burst. With furious alarm bared on her face, she said, "To think that you would use a devil-slaying thorn to injure me. Well done. I had always thought that Junior Marshall sister had used all of them. I hadn't expected that you managed to preserve one." The woman appeared to have somehow suffered a heavy blow, but her vitality still held strong. Han Li knew that she merely suffered a minor injury and that Nan Gongwan simply intended to interrupt the icy woman's use of the restriction medallion. After Han Li activated the restrictions in the hall, he flipped his hand and the pitch-black thousand-layer mountain in his hand. He tossed it into the air and quickly struck the mountain with quickly formed spell seals. Appearing momentarily trapped by the restrictions, the vermilion bird band shot towards the icy woman as a ball of flames. But in that instant, 8 ferocious arm-thick flame pythons became tangled with it. A roaring sea of flames soon appeared in the hole. At that point, the mountain had expanded to 20 meters in height. Just as Han Li was about to command the treasure, he saw a bull-thick beam of rainbow light shoot out from the sea of flames. Be it flame or light, anything that was struck by the beam of light were unable to resist it. Clank suddenly rang out, and the beam of light had abruptly stopped on the spiraling vermilion band ring and completely locked it down. The light stasis mirror. Han Li narrowed his eyes with a solemn expression. Before the woman arrived, Nan Gongwan gave Han Li a general explanation of her senior martial sister's techniques and treasures to Han Li, allowing him more opportunities for Han Li to strike her. The light stasis mirror was the ancient treasure that Nan Gongwan has mentioned the most amongst her senior martial sister's treasures, and was also among the most fantastical of them. The azure stasis mirror that Han Li saw during the trial by blood and fire was most likely a replica of this ancient treasure. Although it only possessed 1/100th of its power, the magic tool was still renowned amongst low-grade cultivators as a magic tool that was amongst the best. The azure restrictions and the flames had been thrown into chaos by the light beam's overwhelming power, rendering them completely ineffective. As a result, the icy woman reappeared once more. Within her black-white barriers, she held a mirror in one hand and formed an incantation gesture with the other. Han Li's gaze flickered and fell onto famous mirror that was in her hand. The mirror wasn't large and appeared the same as the azure status mirror. However, a pitch-black light shined from its body that left a deeply eerie impression on those who saw it. As for the rainbow beam of light that it emitted, it created such a harsh contrast that it made from a bizarre sight. The hand that formed an incantation gesture was blood-stained, and the restriction medallion that it originally held had disappeared without a trace. It was truly unfathomable how she was injured through the barrier. This devil-slaying thorn was quite effective. With Nan Gongwan's bonded magic treasure was restrained by the mirror, Han Li wasn't about idly stand by. He silently pointed to the black mountain, and had it disappear with a faint tremble. A short moment later, it reappeared above the icy woman and began to fall with tremendous momentum. The woman scoffed and slightly adjusted the direction of her light stasis mirror while striking it with a spell seal from her free hand. Suddenly, the existing beam of light faintly trembled and a slimmer branching beam shot out from the mirror towards the black mountain. Surpassing the speed of sound, the beam pierced through the air in an attempt to restrain the falling the black mountain. Already prepared that he wouldn't be able to easily succeed, he clutched his hands together in an incantation gesture without further thought. The falling black mountain suddenly stopped in the air and revolved once before expelling a large cloud of black light from underneath it, just in time to interrupt the beam of light before it struck. The black cloud of light engulfed the beam of rainbow light as soon as it had appeared, flowed down to strike the icy woman's barrier. The black layer of the barrier trembled and began to throw her body's spiritual chi into disarray, nearly causing the beams of light from the mirror to scatter. The woman's silhouette grew dim from behind the barrier of light and her expression faintly changed. She opened her mouth and spat out a mist of azure chi onto the mirror without further thought. With the reinforced power, the rainbow light dissipated into a mist and stopped the black mountain and its aura from descending further. The confrontation between the two forces eventually resulted in a series of muffled explosions. Nan Gongwan's spirits were roused by the sight of the deadlock, and she suddenly willed the restricted vermilion bird ring to vastly fluctuate in size. It screamed with phoenix cries as it attempted its utmost to break free. For a time, the two joined hands to withstand Nan Gongwan's senior martial sister. Of course, the three weren't simply maintaining this deadlock, they were also observing each other's actions. Hanli was the first to move, slapping at his waist and summoning a spirit beast pouch. With a loud buzz, countless sparkling golden beetles surged through the air and formed a malevolent golden cloud. Nan Gongwan followed by uttering an incantation in the cadence of an otherworldly song. A huge scarlet barrier suddenly appeared a meter above her head. The barrier glowed with fluid light that gradually grew intensively bright. The icy woman suddenly tossed the mirror in her hand above her and slapped her hands together, summoning a small triangular flag into her grasp. Despite her preparations, she still gloomily said, "Divine Incarnation Light. Junior Marshal Nangong, you truly aren't holding back. You dare to use this." Although she found the golden insect swarm to be somewhat strange, she paid them little heed. She was clearly unfamiliar with the gold-devouring beetles. Wearing a faint smile on her face, Nan Gongwan said, "If Senior Marshal Sister doesn't wish to fight with her life on the line, then hand over the contraining heart restriction medallion and leave us be." The icy woman snorted and malicious intent appeared on her face. She then opened her mouth and spat out a small blood-red sword. The sword was only several inches long, but its body glistened with blinding red light and a thread of black chi faintly wandered around the sword's body. As soon as the sword appeared, the sword began to tremble of its own volition, filling the air in the hall with the scent of blood. The smile disappeared from Nan Gongwan's face with the appearance of the small crimson sword, and she icily stared at her senior martial sister. "Blood Devil Sword. Since when did you acquire that evil treasure? Are you not scared of the devilish chi backlash?" "Backlash? Have no worry. With this artifact I will defeat you so quickly there won't be any opportunity for any devilish chi backlash. But now, I will ask you one last time. Are you truly unwilling to marry Wei Laikin for the prosperity of the sect? If you are still unwilling, I will have the Blood Devil Sword go mad. I am not entirely confident of my ability to restrain its power. Do not blame me for not warning you." The icy woman's voice was brimming with certainty. Hanli glanced at the Blood Devil saber without much care and calmly said, "There is no need for you to ask any questions. Even if Wanner was willing to sacrifice herself for the Masked Moon sect, I would not allow it. You will cease this foolishness. And who are you? It seems your cultivation and abilities aren't weak, but I don't recall a nascent soul that compares with your description. Could it be you are a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator? But to call her in such a sappy manner as Wanner. You must have been the reason she had been unwilling to marry Wei Laikin all along." With a cold glint shining for her eyes, Nan Gongwan's senior martial sister stared at Hanli with murderous intent. Just after Hanli dispersed of the blood sword chi, he took action without waiting for the two women to recover from their shock. With a fierce whistle, he had the gold-devouring beetles swarming above him roar and flood the room as they charged towards the icy woman. Han Li's had awakened the icy woman from her stupor. In furious alarm, she opened her mouth and spat out a small silver sword from her mouth and quickly formed an incantation gesture with her hands. The silver sword brilliantly shined and created a barrier of blinding silver light. With a sudden pop, the silver sword trembled and shot out over 1,000 strands of silver light towards the incoming swarm of golden beetles from within the barrier. Sword condensed threads. Han muttered to himself with a frown. So it turned out that Nan Gongwan's senior martial sister was originally a sword cultivator. It was no wonder why she had so many sword-type magic treasures. In the following moment, the silver threads struck the golden insect cloud. With a loud burst of crackles, countless golden shells fell from the sky, thinning out much of the swarm. Holes were left in the cloud of beetles from where the silver sword threads had struck. Han Li's heart sank at the sight. Were his current gold-devouring beetles still incapable of contending against nascent soul cultivators? He had spent such meticulous time and effort to develop them. The icy woman felt relief at the result of the strike. With several more waves of attacks, the entire swarm of these odd insects should be fully exterminated. It appeared there was nothing to fear from them. However, Han Li's disappointment was soon replaced with joy. The beetles that had fallen from the strike had begun to move once more. With a shriek, they began to fly once more and followed the rest of the beetles towards the icy woman. At that moment, a phoenix cry suddenly sounded out from the green fog and a radiance of 1,000 suns suddenly shined and cleanly scattered it away to reveal a vermilion moon from within it. The moon shimmered with light before rushing towards the icy woman's barrier. The icy woman's expression vastly changed. Suddenly, the light barrier began to spin around her and her body transformed into a streak of black-white light as she attempted to escape from the hole. After this exchange, the woman finally realized that it would be extremely difficult to take on Han Li and Nan Gongwan together. As such, she decided to flee the cave residence and restrain the two once she gathered reinforcements. While Han Li and Nan Gongwan were particularly formidable, they couldn't stand up to the countless disciples of the Masked Moon sect. And once she arrived outside, she'd be able to activate the Masked Moon sect guarding formations and trap the two inside. Chapter 720. Another ring. Nan Gongwan's Scarlet Moon was lagging behind in its attempt to chase her senior martial sister, granting her senior martial sister the opportunity to fly towards the ceiling and strike it. With a muffled thump, a red light pulsed from the ceiling, but it was unbroken. Only a few loose pieces of rock had fallen down. The icy woman was stunned. Before she realized what had happened, the roof flashed with light and swarms of black, gold, and silver beetles emerged from it. Buzzing, they quickly gathered at the room's center and formed a tricolored shield. In the icy woman's alarm, she waved her hand without any further thought, summoning a silver talisman in between her fingers. When Nan Gongwan saw this, she naturally knew what her senior martial sister planned to do. Her expression immediately sank and slapped her storage pouch rather than using the divine incarnation light. A small red flag appeared in her hand and she immediately flung it into the ground. The icy woman waved her hand and activated the talisman in her hand. The talisman flew from her hand enveloped in a ball of yellow light and streaked towards the ceiling like a shooting star. The yellow light broke through the huge shield as if nothing had been there and directly flew towards the hall's ceiling. But at that same moment, Nan Gongwan had finished uttering an incantation and activated the hidden restrictions in her cave residence. The entire hall began to glow with a red light, surrounding all the surfaces in a barrier of blinding light, the ceiling included. As if a nemesis of the icy woman's shooting star, the shooting star immediately stopped moving once it struck the light barrier as if sealed onto it. A large expanse of red light then gathered and wrapped around it. Nan Gongwan's senior martial sister was astonished by this sudden change, but as a greatly experienced cultivator, she immediately realized what restriction this was. She immediately flicked her finger with a sullen expression, launching a bone-chillingly cold white sword streak from her hand. It circled once around the enveloped talisman and quickly scattered the red light that imprisoned it. The icy woman was delighted by the result. In a flash of yellow light, she immediately flew towards the ceiling through the opening of the scattered red light. But as soon as she arrived halfway through the opening, purple light suddenly flashed before her. Something suddenly enveloped her and forcefully dragged her away from Hall's ceiling. With a light chuckle, a white silhouette appeared in a blur, revealing a white-clothed young woman. Silvermoon had suddenly appeared from the ceiling and was grasping a translucent purple thread in her hand. The other end of the purple thread led directly towards the icy woman's body. At that moment, Nanlong Wan's senior martial sister discovered that her body was enveloped in a net of sparkling purple thread. The thread was nearly invisible to the eye. In the icy woman's furious alarm, she flicked her fingers without any further thought, shooting over 10 streaks of black-white sword chi. Soon after, she followed up by spitting out a dense green flame from her mouth onto the purple net. Purple light flourished from the net. But regardless of whether it be the green flame or the black-white sword chi, they were incapable of harming the purple thread in the slightest. The icy woman became truly flustered by the sight. Just as she resolved herself to consume a great amount of vitality to employ a secret technique, Silvermoon smiled and pulled on the purple thread, uttering the word, "Restrain." The originally loose net immediately tightened and completely fettered the icy woman, completely preventing her from making even the slightest movement. The woman's face grew blood-red. Ever since she condensed a nascent soul, she had always been looked up to with respect. She had never been caught in a situation such as this one, especially ever since she entered mid-nascent soul stage. With shameful fury, a cold glint appeared in her eyes as her entire body magnificently shined with light. In a moment, the light violently surged to double its size and began to faintly contain a faint tinge of crimson. When Silvermoon saw this, her smile disappeared and she knew things wouldn't end well. But just as she commanded the purple cloud lace to release all of its Jade Sun true fire, Nangong Wan sent her a voice transmission, "Do not harm her. Leave her to me." As soon as she said this, her vermilion moon flew up from below and enveloped the icy woman within it. The moon hurriedly revolved and it soon began to ripple, filling the hall with silhouettes of itself. As Hanli stared at the twirling moon from down below, he was shocked to find his mind completely shaken and his focus broken. It was no wonder why the icy woman felt so fearful towards Nangong Wan's divine incarnation light. After the moon revolved for the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Nangong Wan finally stopped, her face pale from exhaustion. Then with a wave of her hand, the vermilion moon scattered into starlight with a light bang. Her senior martial sister reappeared from within it as she floated in the air, still restrained by the purple cloud lace. However, the spiritual chi in her body grew completely calm and she remained unconscious with a strange smile on her face. "What's this?" Hanli bewilderedly said. With a bit of color returned to her face, Nangong Wan smiled, "Those trapped by my divine incarnation light are incapable of escaping it, even if they manifest their nascent soul. This technique also possesses an incredibly powerful bewitchment effect." My senior martial sister's mind had been lost to the divine light for a time being. This way, we are able to spare her. Hanli rubbed his nose and helplessly said, "It was no surprise your senior martial sister was so fearful of it. It is able to prevent even a nascent soul from manifesting. However, there would have been no need to go through such troublesome methods if we didn't need to keep her alive. Lethal methods would have been far easier." Nangong Wan sighed and forced a smile. "Exterminating my senior martial sister, the sect's grand elder, is unacceptable. Since I plan on following you, the Masked Moon sect will already suffer a blow to its strength. If we kill her as well, the sect will become crippled. The past Masked Moon sect Grand Elder had treated me with great kindness. Although I cannot sacrifice myself for the sect, I cannot bring myself to doom it to extinction. Hanli wryly smiled and said, but your senior martial sister sure didn't treat you leniently when she attacked you and restricted you. That doesn't matter. Since I've spared her life, I can consider the debt to the sect's previous master repaid. I won't feel uneasy later when I've left with you. However, the last battle was truly dangerous. I truly didn't know that Senior Martial Sister had a heaven-defying devilish artifact such as the Blood Devil Sword. It nearly led to a disastrous outcome. Had I known of this earlier. Nan Gongwan brightly flickered and she wore an apologetic expression. However, Hanli simply smiled and showed not the slightest concern of it. It's nothing. Wasn't the Blood Devil Sword incapable of harming me either way? Anyhow, let's quickly acquire the restriction medallion and leave. Nan Gongwan nodded her head in response. Silvermoon obediently shook her hand and unraveled the purple cloud lace from the icy woman. Nan Gongwan took several steps forward and bluntly tapped several places on her senior martial sister's body, placing several restrictions on top of it. She then reached out for the dark green storage pouch at her waist and gently shook it open. Then in a bright flash of light, a pile of items appeared on the floor. When Hanli saw this, he curiously walked over. The heart-constraining restriction medallion was quite easy to find. Nan Gongwan quickly took it into her hands with a smile. As for Hanli, he quickly swept his gaze past the pile and suddenly beckoned a small exquisite ring into his hands. It was completely dark and lightless. Hanli frowned and brought the item to his eye and began to examine it. Nan Gongwan astonishedly said, "What are you doing with that? It looks like just an ordinary magic tool." Hanli chuckled and suddenly slapped his storage pouch, summoning a jade box into his hands. The box then opened in a flash of azure light, revealing an identical jet-black ring. Nan Gongwan couldn't help but yelp in surprise. Hanli brought the two rings together and felt that they both possess a similar absence of qi. He then placed both of the rings back in the box before placing it into his storage pouch. Nan Gongwan sweetly smiled and said nothing else as her mind began to wander. Then paying no further attention to the large pile of items, she walked towards her senior martial sister. With a flash of red light glowing from her hand, Nan Gongwan nimbly touched her senior martial sister's head before closing her eyes in silence. When Hanli saw this, he silently walked over with a faint smile on his face. A short moment later, Nan Gongwan opened her eyes and raised her hand, revealing the Blood Devil Sword in her grasp. Nan Gongwan glanced at the sword for only a moment before tossing the devilish artifact to Hanli. This devilish artifact is mighty and proves to be a great threat against us, so it'd be best to take it with us. While I am incapable of using this item, you are able to restrain this treasure with your golden lightning. Let's leave it in your hands. Chapter 721, Return to Soaring Heaven City. Although Hanli didn't know the full details of the Blood Devil Sword, he did know of its devilish qi backlash. He quickly put it away, not wishing for Nan Gongwan to use such a dangerous devilish artifact. As for the other items such as the light stasis mirror and her other treasures, Nan Gongwan had no intention of taking them. It seemed she wished to save her senior martial sister a bit of face. Not to mention that the light stasis mirror was made famous while in this woman's possession. If others were to discover that it had been taken, it would cause no end of problems. At that moment, Nan Gongwan held the restriction talisman in her hand and gently squeezed it. In a flicker of red light, it released a thread of inky black qi before fading away into nothingness. In high spirits from dissolving the restriction, Nan Gongwan sweetly smiled. The heart-containing restriction is already dissolved. But before we go, I have to leave a message behind for my senior martial sister. Hanli didn't raise any opposition to her. Nan Gongwon then took out a white jade slip and gracefully placed it against her forehead. The jade slip sparkled with a series of light before Nan Gongwon's spiritual sense began to leave a message behind in the jade slip. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, she placed the jade slip on the pile of remaining items on the floor. She then placed them all in the icy woman's storage pouch and put it back on the icy woman's waist. Nan Gongwon smiled to Hanli with a trace of bashfulness. Let's go. Senior Marshal Sister is still under effects of my divine incarnation light. It'll take her more than just a day for her to break free. When Hanli saw Nan Gongwon's gentle expression, his heart began to stir. He gently pulled her close to him and they flew out the hall in a streak of light. On a small nameless mountain on the border of the state of Bailiang, Nan Gongwon stood underneath an ancient tree and frowned. What do you mean? Why would you have me go ahead alone to the Drifting Cloud sect? Hanli stood shoulder to shoulder with Nan Gongwon. He slowly said, my concubine and my senior marshal brother Lu have still remained in Soaring Heaven City for some reason. I reckon it likely has to do with the Milan invasion. Since the two are related to me, I cannot go back on my own. I have no choice but to check up on them. Nan Gongwon glanced at Hanli with a displeased expression and said, since that's the case, I'll go with you. Why must I leave on my own? Warner, you're a masked moon sect nascent soul cultivator. There will be many high-grade cultivators in the 9 Nations Union that will recognize you. Although I already taught you the appearance exchange technique, those possessing greater cultivation than you will have a chance of seeing through your disguise. It'd be best for you to head back to the Drifting Cloud sect first. Nan Gongwon wrinkled her nose and worriedly said, but you've already offended our masked moon sect and the Flowing Mind sect. I feel uneasy that you're still heading to Soaring Heaven City. Hanli chuckled and said, don't worry. It's not like you haven't seen what I'm capable of. Perhaps there are plenty of people with greater cultivation than mine in the heavenly south, but there are sparsely few that are able to trap and kill me. Moreover, I am an elder of the Drifting Cloud sect. And with the full brunt of Milan invasion bearing down upon the 9 Nations Union, they won't dare to meddle. Besides, I reckon your senior marshal sister will have followed what you've suggested to excuse your disappearance. Otherwise, her dealings with Wei Wuya will turn for the worse. There is hardly anything to worry about. Since you're insistent, I won't block you, but you'd best take care of yourself. So that you're a bit more safe, I'll hand this treasure over to you. Seeing that Hanli had made up his mind, she said little else and slapped her storage pouch. She then calmly handed an embroidered scarf over to Hanli. Hanli felt a strange spiritual chi from the scarf and curiously asked, what's this? Nan Gongwon warmly explained, this is a nameless ancient treasure that I unintentionally happened across while I was traveling. It is extremely convenient to use and will move in accordance to your thoughts. You might encounter danger on your trip. I will feel less worried if you have it by your side. Hanli grew silent and stared at Nan Gongwon's fluid eyes for a long while before seeing her faintly blush. He then took the item with a smile and carefully put it away. When Nan Gongwon saw this, she also wore a faint smile. Soon, something else came to mind and she took out a sparkling red jade pendant. This fire-repelling ornament is a token I often carry around. Although I dislike being tied down with external affairs, there was a time where I had taken in a few unnamed disciples out of a passing interest. Although they recognized me as their master, they weren't masked moon sect disciples. There are 2 that have currently opened a shop in Soaring Heaven City. If you are in need of assistance, hand over this token to them, and they will follow your instructions. She then whispered the names of these 2 disciples. Hanli felt a trace of warmth and sentiment and silently committed the names to memory. It had been a while since he's experienced someone else's concern. A month later, Hanli found himself in the wilderness outside Soaring Heaven City. He glanced at the huge city from a distance in silence. After he and Nan Gongwan reluctantly parted, he made his way directly to the state of Yu. Along the way, he heard from a few passing cultivators that war had already begun on the borders of the state of Fengyuan and Yu. The outcome: the main forces of the Nine Nations Union had suffered vast losses 3 times in a row. They had no choice but to rely on many grand spell formations to difficultly protect their vital strategic locations. The Nine Nations Union were clearly losing. When Han Li heard this, he frowned, but it was unfortunate that no one knew of the specific details, let alone the reason for such vast defeats. He could only continue on his way. After he entered the state of Yu, he managed to acquire more detailed news. The Milan spell warriors seemed to have found several huge savage beasts. The Nine Nations Union were caught unprepared by the attack, resulting in their repeated losses. This had greatly shocked Han Li when he heard this, and hastened on his way to Soaring Heaven City. Although Soaring Heaven City had already removed their restrictions of flight, they had already activated a majority of the restrictions for the Greater Light Extinguishing Formation. Strange, nearly indiscernible fluctuations filled the air. It appeared as if the cultivators in the city were already preparing for war. After taking a glance at it, Han Li calmly flew to the city's front gate. There were 8 cultivators guarding the gate. Apart from a core formation elder, the rest were foundation establishment cultivators. When they saw Han Li approach them, the core formation cultivator thought to interrogate him. But after his spiritual sense swept past Han Li, he wore great shock on his face. Once the light surrounding Han Li's figure faded away, the old man respectfully saluted him. "Welcome, Senior. Have you arrived to participate in the treaty's meeting? May I ask for your esteemed name? I'm afraid I must register your name in accordance to the rules." Han Li's mind stirred and expressionlessly asked, "Treaty's meeting? What meeting?" After a moment of surprise, the old man asked, "Senior isn't here to participate in the treaty's meeting? Could it be that Senior is a vagrant cultivator?" "No, I am a cultivator of the Heavenly Tao Alliance." The old man carefully explained, "Because of the overbearing assault of the Milan, our Nine Nations Union have found it difficult to block them. As such, there has been a treaties meeting being held with the other powers. Since Senior is a cultivator from the Heavenly Tao Alliance, so long as he states his name and sect, he can enter the city." Han Li's eyes flickered and he said, "I am the Drifting Clouds sect's Han Li." He inwardly scowled. It appeared this trip wouldn't prove as simple as he imagined. The old man didn't have the slightest intention of validating Han Li's name, and he hastily stood to the side and allowed Han Li into the city. Han Li nodded his head and he calmly entered the city. There were far fewer cultivators on the streets of Soaring Heaven City compared to when the trade fair was taking place. Furthermore, all of them wore worried expressions. It seems the news of the losing war had reached their ears. Han Li directly flew towards his previous residence. If Mu Peeling and Senior Marshal Brother Lu still hadn't left the city, they should be there. Not long after, Han Li arrived before the building and used his spiritual sense to search for any auras. He found a weaker spiritual chi fluctuation on the 2nd floor. It should belong to Mu Peeling. Han Li faintly smiled and silently opened the restriction before entering the pavilion. Mu Peeling couldn't help but reveal delight upon seeing him. "My lord, you've returned." Han Li sighed and helplessly said, "Why is it that you and Senior Marshal Brother Lu haven't left as we discussed? I might have not returned." He then took a glance at Mu Peeling and smiled, "But I didn't think that you'd actually break through your bottleneck so quickly. Congratulations on entering mid-foundation establishment stage. I broke through by chance half a month ago thanks to the medicine pills my lord has given me. It wouldn't have been the case otherwise." Mu Peeling spoke with great excitement and appeared all the more beautiful for it. Hanli felt his mind shake and calmed down once he stroked his nose. Hanli then casually asked, "Does your prolonged stay with Senior Marshal Brother Lu in Soaring Heaven City have to do with the spell warriors?" Mu Peeling bit her lip and carefully said, "My lord already guessed it. Senior Lu and I planned on returning once the trade fair ended, but who could have thought that news of the spell warrior invasion had spread before the trade fair concluded?" As a Heavenly Tao Alliance nascent soul cultivator, he had no choice but to remain and negotiate a plan with the other powers. I also remained behind as a result. In that case, I can't blame you. But where is Senior Marshal Brother Lu? Hanli suddenly wore an odd expression when he interrupted himself. Mu Peeling was startled by this sudden stop. Before she realized what Hanli intended, she suddenly heard a young man's voice from outside the building, "Fellow Daoist Mu, are you there? I am Bai Shujun. I wish to discuss something with you." After Hanli swept his spiritual sense past him, he discovered a core formation youth with a scholarly appearance that was standing outside the building's restrictions. Hanli pensively asked, "Who is this? It seems you've made friends." In the instant Mu Peeling heard the man's voice, his face instantly paled. She hastily explained, "Lord, please don't misunderstand. This person is a disciple of a Heaven Peak sect elder. We had unintentionally met a few days ago and he had been bothering me ceaselessly ever since. I've already said that I am your concubine, but this person has bothered me ever since. I'll drive him away right now." Hanli raised his brow and asked, "So it was like that? Does Senior Marshal Brother Lu know of this?" Mu Peeling was relieved that Hanli wasn't angry and replied with a sigh of relief, "I've already spoke to Senior Lu of this matter, but Senior Lu seemed to recognize this elder of the Heaven Peak sect. He even seemed somewhat fearful of him. For the time being, he's left me to fend for myself with regards to his matter. He's been waiting for Lord to return before dealing with this matter." After a moment of silence, Hanli coldly smiled, "Oh. Isn't the Heaven Peak sect one of the 4 great sects of the Righteous Tao Alliance? It is no wonder why Senior Marshal Brother Lu was so careful in handling this matter. However, this meager core formation cultivator must be quite brave to act so imprudently. Follow me out. Let's see what this junior intends to do." Mu Peeling respectfully replied, "As you command, Master." At that moment, Hanli wordlessly climbed down to the ground floor with Mu Peeling closely following after her. "Fellow Daoist Mu, you finally, This senior is." When the youth named Bai Shujun saw someone leaving the building, he originally believed it to be the woman he fancied. But when he saw Hanli with his profound cultivation, his expression vastly changed. At that moment, Mu Peeling followed behind Hanli and stood closely behind him. When the youth saw this, his expression wavered several times. Hanli's expression grew sullen and he spoke bluntly to the youth, "You are a disciple of the Heaven Peak sect." Displaying an unordinary guile, he regained his calm after only a moment even as he faced a nascent soul cultivator like Hanli. He then spoke with a courteous tone, "That's right. Lady Cheat sighed and explained, "The disciples observing the previous battles have noted that the 2 nascent soul spell warriors appeared almost as if they were feeding off the souls of those who died in battle, regardless of whether the souls had belonged to spell warriors or cultivators. As a result, Sect Master Wu became doubtful as to whether these 2 spell warriors are actually human, instead being some sort of heretical transformation. But since the 2 didn't emit an obvious demonic or ghost chi from their body, the disciples were incapable of making any precise judgments. Of course, there is also the matter of the sudden appearance of the huge fearsome beasts that appeared amongst the ranks of the spell warriors. It seems to have something to do with the appearance of these new spell warriors. We suspect that the Milan have begun to collaborate with other powers. This explains how they were able to invade the heavenly south on such a vast scale. The cultivators in the hall were all stunned by her words. In his alarm, Ancestor Linghu solemnly asked, "Not human?" Lady Qi means to say that they are transformed demon beasts. Wu Ping solemnly said, "That should be the case. Even if they aren't demon beasts, they may be heretical cultivators that cultivate the ghost or demon Tao. If that were the case, it'd be far more troublesome than encountering transformed demon beasts." Han Li's expression stirred as he slowly asked, "When did Sect Master Wu come by this information?" Wu Ping blinked in surprise and twirled his long beard with curiosity. This information came from the report on the last battle. Why does fellow Daoist Han ask this? Han Li held his chin in his hand and pensively answered, "It's nothing. I merely felt that regardless of whether these unfamiliar spell warriors are men or demons, they have no fear of revealing their identity to us, given that they dared to act so boldly at the beginning of this war. It appears the Milan will not be attempting a battle of attrition as they did in the past. They will most likely use thunderous strikes, seeking decisive battles with our main forces. Could it be that a great change had occurred in the Milan plains?" Wu Ping and Lady Qi both glanced at each other with astonishment upon hearing Han Li's analysis. The other cultivators also grew sullen. It was quite natural that they picked up on what Han Li meant. In the past, the Milan's invasions were always battles of attrition, with each war lasting years if they were short, but decades if they were long. Whenever this happened, both sides of the conflict had always avoided direct confrontations or their main forces, as it would only result in a Pyrrhic victory at best, with most of the forces on either sides annihilated. Both the Heavenly South and the Milan spell warriors had no such desire for such heavy losses of strength. This was further strengthened by the fact that the Milan consisted of many tribes, as the Heavenly South were consisted of grand alliances of variously sized sects. Neither side were able to work entirely as one. But now, the Milan were acting with overwhelming force, a vast change from their previous invasions. With the addition of those huge sage beasts and those strange spell warriors, the changes from the Milan were clear to see. A long while later, Wu Ping bitterly smiled and spoke with a grave tone, "Brother Han's words are reasonable. It seems there is something amiss with the Milan. We cannot be careless. The sects in the Heavenly South must form a second army to help the Nine Nations Union to resist them. Else, the Milan will break through and shatter us. I hope you fellow Taoists will return quickly and explain this matter to your sections. The Nine Nations Union will not be able to hold out for much longer." After Lady Qi pondered for a moment, she said, "Although fellow Daoist Han's words are very likely, they are still only a guess. I hope you fellow Taoists will discuss these matters only among other nascent soul cultivators in order to prevent an unnecessary chaos. However, if the Milan truly wishes to have a grand confrontation, their divine sages will be certain to take action. These late nascent soul stage spell warriors aren't something we are able to contend against. I will be informing Elder Wei Wuya of this, and see whether or not the three great cultivators can gather together and deal with this matter." A shriveled old man worriedly nodded his head. Lady Qi makes sense. This matter is urgent. When we return, we will immediately inform our sect of this matter. The other cultivators also agreed, all knowing that the matter was grave. Afterwards, the cultivators began to discuss about a few particulars and decided to first send some reinforcements to slow down the Milan, buying the various powers the time they needed to prepare. Han Li, Senior Marshal Brother Liu, and the Child Fire Dragon walked out of the hall side by side. When they arrived outside, Han Li frowned. Elder Liu caught sight of Han Li's expression and asked with surprise, "Is there something wrong, Junior Marshal Brother?" "It's nothing. There is just an old acquaintance that wishes to see me. I'm afraid that it will take a moment." Senior Marshal Brother Liu, Brother Lon, please go ahead. I'll quickly return. Elder Lu nodded his head and smiled. Yes, of course. We'll first head back to have a discussion amongst the cultivators of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and then send information back to our senior martial brother. We'll see how each of our alliance's sects will handle the matter. The child fire dragon also responded with a smile. Han Li saluted in response before slowly walking away. Elder Lu stood at the hall's entrance and glanced in the direction that Han Li had taken. Is there something that Brother Lu is worried about? The child fire dragon asked with a mysterious smile. Although Elder Lu's heart was uneasy, he maintained a calm exterior. Worried? What is there to be worried about? The child fire dragon smiled and said, Brother Lu should have already guessed. Fellow Daoist Han was originally from Yellow Maple Valley, and that eccentric Ling Hu is nearing the end of his lifespan like your senior martial brother. As eccentric Ling Hu is the only nascent soul cultivator in Yellow Maple Valley, he may already be burning with anxiousness. While this might not matter to a smaller sect, to a sect as large as Yellow Maple Valley, the absence of the protection of a nascent soul cultivator could likely lead to a sect's extermination. It would be odd if eccentric Ling Hu wasn't the one who had given Han Li the voice transmission. Brother Lu didn't immediately respond. Instead, he pondered to himself for a moment before asking, how does Brother Lon know of Junior Martial Brother Han's origins? I do not recall mentioning them. The child fire dragon bluntly explained, there was no need for Brother Lu to speak of it. Since your sect suddenly acquired a young newly ascended elder, our ancient sword sect naturally felt the need to investigate. Elder Lu had nothing to say in response. But after a moment, he shook his head and said, Junior Martial Brother Han simply said that he was going to see an old acquaintance. If he originally intended to go back to Yellow Maple Valley, he would have already done so. He wouldn't have waited until now. The child fire dragon shook his head. That may be true, but eccentric Ling Hu is a cunning old fox. Since he invited Han Li over, he should have some confidence of convincing him. Elder Lu grew silent for a moment. Eventually, a troubled expression appeared on his face and he sighed, let's leave it to fate. If Junior Martial Brother Han truly wishes to return to Yellow Maple Valley, what can my senior martial brother or I do to stop him? Han Li stood in a small remote street and began to continuously observe his surroundings. He then caught sight of a two-story pavilion. It was only about 20 meters wide with a small banner at its entrance that wrote T on it. There were two yellow-robed Foundation establishment cultivators standing there. Han Li smiled for a moment before approaching it. When the two saw Han Li walk over, they respectfully saluted him, greetings Senior Han. Martial Ancestor is respectfully waiting for you. Han Li nodded his head and wordlessly entered. The entire building was extremely quiet as if there were no one there. Han Li hesitated before climbing up to the second floor. As a result, he found someone calmly waiting for him. He was wearing yellow robes and had a sallow complexion. He was Ancestor Ling Hu, who he has just seen previously in the hall. He was currently sitting at the octagonal table in the center of the room, and was currently sipping on a cup of tea. Han Li's gaze flickered and he walked forward without hesitation. He silently took a seat across from Ancestor Ling Hu, noticing that there was a teacup that had already been prepared for him. Ancestor Ling Hu said nothing. He simply waved his and caused the teapot on the table to float. It poured some tea in the cup in front of him before floating back down. Eccentric Ling Hu narrowed his eyes and glanced at Han Li. He slowly said, the spirit tea here is good. Will you not give it a taste? Han Li smiled and brought the cup up his eyes, glancing at the clear green liquid within. Han Li then took a sip and said, it is quite decent. It is truly a grade higher than common spirit teas. Eccentric Ling Hu put down the tea and chuckled. He unhurriedly said, it seems fellow Daoist Han is also one fond of tea. It seems I was right to meet you here. Holding no intention to speak in circles, Hanli bluntly said, surely you didn't invite me here only to sample this spirit tea. If you have something to say, then say it. This ancestor Linghu clearly recognized him. Hanli could already guess why he was invited here. Since fellow Daoist is so impatient, I won't speak in circles. Would fellow Dan be willing to return to Yellow Maple Valley as an elder? Ancestor Linghu calmly spoke as if he were speaking of a minor issue. Return to Yellow Maple Valley. Hanli didn't reveal the slightest change in expression and simply looked down at the teacup in his hand. A bright glint shined from Ancestor Linghu's eyes and he slowly said, needless to mention how you were treated wrongly in the past, I must tell you that my lifespan is running short. I only have 20 years more at best before I expire. So long as you return, Yellow Maple Valley will be yours. Surely you wouldn't have held on to some minor grudge for so long. Hanli raised his head and stared at Ancestor Linghu. He shook his head, I no longer care about the matters of the past. If I found myself in your position, I would perhaps do the same. However, I am currently an elder of the Drifting Clouds sect. I have no intention of joining your sect. Fellow Daoist Linghu, you had best find another cultivator. Ancestor Linghu coldly smiled, of course I know you've joined the Drifting Clouds sect. However, the Drifting Clouds sect still has 2 other elders. Do you not have to share control? Wouldn't you be happy to be the sole holder of power? Hanli pursed his lips, forming a faint sneer. I believe you misunderstand. I didn't enter a sect for authority. I merely wish to find a suitable place for cultivation. I have no interest in control over a sect. Ancestor Linghu frowned, but he soon regained his calm. Fellow Daoist Han doesn't realize how beneficial is it towards your cultivation to be the sole power over a sect. Not only will you not have to trouble yourself to find rare medicines and materials, you will gain an incomparable status in the cultivation world. Moreover, don't you have the slightest interest in your past sect members? Many cultivators of your generation are still within Yellow Maple Valley. If there isn't a nascent soul cultivator to protect them, they may as well be extinguished in a single night by a coalition of other sections. Who knows what will happen to them? Ancestor Linghu had finally begun to appeal to emotion. Hanli smiled and carelessly said, I have no lack of spirit medicines and materials as a Drifting Clouds sect elder. And how could I care for something as hollow as status and reputation in the cultivation world? As for the death of the sect, it had always been a common occurrence. No matter how long the sect existed, they eventually disappear with their legacy lost. As for my old sect members, I will not be involved with them. May fate treat them kindly. Chapter 725, Jade Talisman. When Ancestor Linghu heard Han Li's response, he frowned and didn't speak for a time. Instead, he slowly raised the teacup and took a sip. He then said, Fellow Daoist Han, this is obvious to me, but I am very much unlike you. I've spent over 1,000 years overseeing Yellow Maple Valley and I've grown extremely attached to it. I don't wish for its legacy to be severed once I die. It seems fellow Daoist has little interest in fame or profit. However, if fellow Daoist is willing to succeed the position as the Grand Elder of Yellow Maple Valley, I am willing to present my own riches to you, the treasures that I have collected over many years. They will be greatly useful to your future cultivation. After a moment of shock, Hanli narrowed his eyes and asked, You will leave your inheritance to me? If I recall correctly, you should have personal disciples. Ancestor Linghu coldly smiled, Among my disciples, the highest only holds mid-core formation stage cultivation. If I leave my inheritance with them, it will only invite calamity. Even if fellow Daoist doesn't accept, I will not be leaving a majority of my treasures to the sect. Han Li rubbed his chin and pondered. To tell the truth, Han Li felt some temptation by Ancestor Ling Hu's words. However, he clearly understood that if he were to accept the position as a Yellow Maple Valley elder, he would likely have to face many problems within the 6 sects of Yu and the 9 Nations Union, matters that would settle for quite some time. Furthermore, he would have more authority as the sole elder of Yellow Maple Valley, but conversely, he would be sacrificing the freedoms that he had with the Drifting Clouds sect. More importantly was the problem he would have when he faced the Masked Moon sect. After a long moment of thought, Han Li shook his head. Many thanks for your kind offer. However, I feel that this matter shouldn't be mentioned any further. Ancestor Ling Hu wasn't angered upon hearing this, rather, his face only revealed helplessness. Ancestor Ling Hu sighed and said, since you've refused these conditions, it seems fellow Daoist Han is unwilling to be involved with the 6 sects of Yu. If that's the case, I have another proposal. Han Li's expression stirred with curiosity. Another proposal. Ancestor Ling Hu bitterly smiled. Since fellow Daoist doesn't wish to be an elder of Yellow Maple Valley, how about I give you 3 treasures in exchange for 3 requests for help from Yellow Maple Valley? Of course, these requests will be within your capabilities. After a moment of thought, Han Li quickly nodded his head. 3 requests within my capabilities. I can accept those conditions. Ancestor Ling Hu wore a faint smile on his face and placed 3 items on the table. It seemed he had prepared them beforehand. Without another word, Han Li's eyes wandered onto the 3 items on the table. There was a small shiny blue shield, a red jade bottle, and a jet black jade pendant. Showing not restraint, he grabbed onto the small blue shield. When the small shield entered his grasp, it grew soft and light as if nothing was there. He examined it more thoroughly in surprise, still not knowing what it was refined from. Ancestor Ling Hu glanced at the blue shield with reluctance. There was an ancient treasure I acquired in my youth, and had accompanied me for a long while. I simply called it as the Blue Light Shield. Its abilities are powerful and is particularly effective at resisting the attacks of fire attribute attacks. You will find this to be true when you test it. Han Li stroked the shield for a moment before returning it to the table. From how strange the treasure appeared, Ancestor Ling Hu's words should hold true. He then grabbed onto the red jade bottle. In the past, I snuck deep into the Mulan Plains and exterminated a grade 7 iron-winged demon beast. That bottle contains its core, an incredibly rare material. It will have no shortage of uses. A grade 7 demon core. Han Li inwardly sighed, but he displayed no change in expression. Although grade 7 demon cores were extremely rare items in the Heavenly South, they were of little value to him. As a result, he smiled and opened the medicine bottle. After taking a glance at it, he put it back in its original location. His eyes then turned to the last item on the table. This time, Ancestor Ling Hu simply wore a strange smile instead of taking the initiative to introduce it. Han Li's gaze silently wandered around the jade pendant. After pondering for a spell, Han Li doubtfully asked, "This jade talisman was something that was refined by ancient cultivators?" A trace of surprise appeared on Ancestor Ling Hu's face. He curiously asked, "Fellow Daoist Han has seen a jade talisman before?" According to what I know, these talismans were unique even during times of antiquity. They should have vanished in the Heavenly South, and even fewer cultivators of this land should know of them. Han Li smiled. I merely encountered a fellow Daoist that happened to know of these things. I heard of it from them. Ancestor Ling Hu glanced at the black jade talisman on the table and said, "This jade talisman was something that I had risked my life to obtain. It is definitely valuable. Although I still haven't managed to grasp the proper way to use it and can only use a fraction of its abilities, the jade talisman's abilities are shocking. I've used it several times to strike down enemies. It should be a quality item that was meticulously created by an ancient cultivator specializing in talismans. Ancestor Linghu summoned the talisman into his hand and chanted an ancient and obscure incantation with muffled voice, transforming the jade talisman into a ball of black light. A bone-chilling yin wind then blew past him, forming a demonic black-red hand above Ancestor Linghu's head. This demonic hand shined with black-red light and was over a meter wide. Not only did it occasionally flickered with yin flames, it also carried an indescribable, eerie chi that filled the entire tea house with its appearance. Han Li's heart trembled upon seeing it. After I acquired this jade talisman, I spent several hundreds of years studying it before managing to use this single divine ability. Unless this profound ghost hand is attacked by a yang-type treasure, it will be nearly invulnerable. As for any magic or ancient treasures it may hold, their abilities will immediately diminish and they will obediently stay captured. Even top-grade treasures will have their might and spirituality reduced. As Ancestor Linghu spoke, he willed the large black hand to swell several times in size and grab a nearby table. Black yin flame silently swept past the wooden table and instantly consumed, leaving not even ash behind. Han Li felt his breath turn cold at the sight. This hand appeared like a profound Devil Dao ability to attack with manifested spiritual sense, but since the black hand originated from the jade talisman, there was no fear of any backlash from any harm the spiritual sense may experience. As for the strange yin fire, that should be indifferent divine ability. This jade talisman is certain to possess other divine abilities. Unfortunately, I don't have much time yet and I don't have many more opportunities to discover its secrets. On the contrary, fellow Daoist Han still has much time to unlock its secrets. However, a majority of its power has already been consumed. You had best use it cautiously. Ancestor Linghu then pointed to the black hand and had it turn back into a ball of black light before flying back to the table in the form of a jade talisman. Han Li's wore a smile, but he was very much interested in the jade talisman. Even if the talisman wasn't as powerful as Ancestor Linghu had described, he would be able to learn much of the ancient cultivator talisman techniques from the jade talisman itself. It would prove to be of great assistance to him. Once Ancestor Linghu finished presenting the items, he swept his sleeve across the table and the 3 items disappeared, leaving 3 translucent white jade discs in their place. Han Li turned his eyes towards Ancestor Linghu and calmly said, "These formation discs are magic tools that I had personally refined. They are incapable of being replicated. After you die, I will not decline a request that Yellow Maple Valley will have of me." Ancestor Linghu smiled and said, "Good. With these words, I will be able to continue on to other matters." Now that the matter was finished, Han Li took his leave as he had no further business there. Ancestor Linghu didn't offer much resistance and simply spoke a few polite words as he watched Han Li walk away. Once Ancestor Linghu was alone, his smile faded and he stared at the table, deep into thought. Han Li didn't immediately return to his residence once he left the tea house. Instead, he glanced at the sky and found a remote area before taking out the jade slip that the Heaven Peak sect elder had given him. After carefully reading it with his spiritual sense, he wore a hesitant expression. "You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.